Chapter 442. Tuo was so excited that tears flowed down his cheeks. When he looked at the baby again, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. The baby's eyes were closed and he didn't move at all. Tuo was so scared that he almost lost his soul. "Who, County Earl who, you come look at the prince, what happened to him?" Tuo was tongue-tied. The fact that Tuo didn't pass out from the shock was already a testament to his mental fortitude. Li Wangyu also hurried forward. Li Ji's appearance in swaddling clothes gave him a fright. He quickly reached out his hand to touch Li Ji's face. He felt the warmth of Li Ji's body. He used his finger to touch Li Ji's nose. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. "It's okay. Maybe the two palace maids fed the prince some medicine. Quick, old immortal son is still in the Eastern Palace. Send him over for a diagnosis. Also, send someone to inform His Majesty so that he won't be worried." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Tuo's heart that was in his throat finally relaxed a little. Empress Zhangxuan's delivery today was too much of a shock for him. Even Tuo, who was only in his 30s, felt that if this continued, he would age prematurely. Under the protection of a large group of palace guards, the two of them rushed to Sun Simiao's temporary residence in the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace, there were palace guards searching everywhere. Even Sun Simiao's residence was searched by several groups of palace guards. Now that things had escalated to this point, Sun Simiao naturally had a rough idea of what happened today. When he saw Tuo and Li Wangyu rushing over with a baby, he understood everything. Without saying a word, he took the swaddled Li Ji and began to treat him. "Old immortal son, how is it? What's wrong with the prince?" "Well, the prince is fine. Someone fed him eggplant flowers. It's not a big problem. I'll give the prince a few needles and he'll wake up." Sun Simiao's medical skills were naturally trustworthy. After a round of diagnosis, he came to a conclusion. Li Wangyu immediately relaxed. As long as Li Ji was fine, it was fine. He couldn't imagine how chaotic the history of China would be if Li Ji was gone. While Sun Simiao was treating baby Li Ji, Pai Lupi, who had received the news, also rushed over. "Zio, did you really find Jin's pheasant slave?" Pai Lupi was so excited that his beard trembled. "Yes, uncle. We've found the prince. Old immortal son is treating him now." Li Wangyu had just finished speaking when he heard a loud baby cry. Her cries caused everyone present to loosen up a little. Mito held the crying baby tightly in his arms and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He sobbed and said, "Everyone, we found Prince Ziji. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths." Pai Lupi didn't care about anything else. He directly reached out and took his son from Mito's hands. He looked at him carefully. He subconsciously looked at the baby's eyelids, single eyelids. Just like him and Empress Zhangxuan. "It's my slave. Zhen's Prince Ziji. Congratulations, uncle. You've finally found Prince Ziji." With uncle's great achievements, wisdom, and martial prowess, there are no demons and monsters that can hide. No scheme or trick will succeed. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Li Er. By now, he had already reached the point of perfection in flattering Li Er. "Ha ha ha ha, Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never see my slave again." Pai Lupi also remembered Li Wangyu's contribution. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. If Li Wangyu hadn't found the clue of the double eyelids, his Prince Ziji would have been stranded among the common people. And he would have raised a Shibei as a princess. This is what I should do. I don't deserve uncle's praise. Pai Lupi's heart was filled with emotions. He looked at his crying son in his arms and raised his head to Li Wangyu. "When slave Ziji is a little older, I'll ask Zio to open his eyes for him. He'll still be your disciple like Qingqian and Qingke. Zio, are you willing?" F***ck. He wants me to help take care of the child again, Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but he was actually a little proud. Being the teacher of the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, this feeling seems pretty good. Since your majesty doesn't abandon me, how can I not be diligent? Ha, that's good. Speaking of which, you also saved slave Ziji's life. But since you're slave Ziji's teacher, then I won't reward you otherwise. Saving your own disciple is also a teacher's duty. Ha! Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. Uncle, you're too serious. Pai Lupi found his son and was in a good mood. However, the baby Li Ji in his arms kept crying. What's wrong with slave Ziji? Why does he keep crying? Minister's son has checked his body. Are you sure there's no problem? Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. Uncle, maybe the prince is hungry. It's already been more than 10 hours since he was born, but he hasn't drunk milk yet. Li Wangyu reminded him in a low voice. Pai Lupi finally reacted. His son had just been born and had been swapped away. Thinking of his son who hadn't drunk a sip of milk since he was born, Pai Lupi's heart ached terribly. Quick, call the wet nurse. Yes. Mi Tuo didn't dare to delay. He personally lifted his robe and jogged all the way to call for the wet nurse. Empress Zhangsun still didn't know anything about what happened today. However, she also faintly felt that something seemed to have happened in the palace. The palace maids who were originally serving her in the palace were all swapped out. Moreover, it had been so long since she gave birth, but no one had brought her child back. Empress Zhangsun ignored the weakness after giving birth and summoned the servants and palace maids to ask where her child was. But no matter how she asked, the palace maids and servants in Li Main Hall didn't say a word. They just knelt and kowtowed. This made Empress Zhangsun anxious. It wasn't until Pai Lupi strode into the palace with a baby in his arms that Empress Zhangsun felt a little relieved. Erlang, what's wrong today? Why are the palace maids in my palace all swapped out? I asked them to bring the child to me, but no one did. This is my child. Pai Lupi's face was full of affection. He gently placed the baby Li Ji beside Empress Zhangsun. Guanyin maid, this is our prince. His name is Ji. Ha, this is the name Ziyu gave me. His nickname is Slave Ziji. Do you like it? It's a boy. Empress Zhangsun was puzzled. She clearly remembered that after she gave birth, the midwife had cleaned the child. The palace maids beside her, Yuran and Nian Tao, had held the child for her to see. They had said very clearly that it was a little princess. Why did it suddenly become a prince? When Pai Lupi heard her words, the smile on his face couldn't help but disappear. His face was full of murderous intent. Thinking of today's matter, Pai Lupi really wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. There's another mystery in this matter. When Guanyin maid's body recovers, Jin will tell you slowly. While Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun were talking, Mi Tuo and Li Wangyu were still busy interrogating the palace maid Yuran. Now that Li Ji had been found, the matter hadn't been investigated clearly. Chapter 443. As the heart of the Tang dynasty, Taiji Palace's every move affected every nerve of this powerful empire, especially in Chang'an. When the news of Empress Zhangsun's labor and her impending delivery reached Pai Lupi's ears, it had already been leaked to the outside world through various channels in the palace. This made the aristocratic families whose gambling houses had accepted large amounts of bets from Qing Yaojin feel as if their parents had died. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. These aristocratic families couldn't believe that Count Huxian really knew when the empress would give birth. Could it be that this young man really had immortal spells? Many of the family heads who had received the news hurriedly ran to the Wang clan of Taiji, the Zhen clan of Xingyang, and the Cui clan of Bowling to ask what they should do now. Could they just watch as they lost 500,000 taels of gold? Contrary to the expectations of these family heads, whether it was Wang Rinyu or Zheng Yuanshou, they didn't seem to be worried about losing the bet at all. Everyone, the sky hasn't fallen yet. It's true that the empress gave birth today, but who can be sure that the empress will give birth to a prince? Wang Rinyu comforted the family heads who had come to complain tearfully, but a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord Wang, that county Count Huxian can even predict when the Empress will give birth. How can he be wrong about whether the baby is a boy or a girl? Ah, I can only blame myself for being too greedy and accepting Duke Qiao's 6,000 taels of gold. If I lose 30,000 taels of gold, I can't live anymore. Well, what's the use of saying this now? Didn't my Wang clan of Taiji also have that bastard Li who bet 10,000 taels of gold? If I lose, I'll have to pay 50,000 taels of gold. I haven't said anything yet, so why are you all so flustered? Wang Rinyo's unhappy rebuke made the family heads speechless for a moment. They could only sit and wait anxiously for news. When the gates of Taiji Palace suddenly closed and the palace was locked down, everyone was surprised and didn't know what had happened. But the news of Empress Zhangsun giving birth to a baby girl still spread before Pai Lupi ordered the palace to be locked down. The news quickly spread throughout Chang'an. The aristocratic families with casinos couldn't help but celebrate. They felt that County Count Hu, as well as the dukes and prefectural dukes, had gone for wool and come home shorn. Previously, he had been worried for nothing for a few days. Now, he could finally put his hanging heart down. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families who found Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were even more relieved. They didn't care about what happened in Taiji Palace. As long as they didn't lose their gold, it was a good thing. On the other hand, Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other clan heads, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but glance at each other with worry in their eyes when they learned that Taiji Palace had sealed off the palace. Li Wangyou's guess was not wrong at all. It was Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and a few other masters of the aristocratic families who played the game of swapping the crown prince in the main hall of the Taiji Palace. In their gambling houses, at least 10,000 taels of gold had been betting that Empress Zhangsun would give birth to a prince today. If they lost, each family would have to pay 50 to 60,000 gold taels. 50,000 gold taels was equivalent to 300,000 strings of cash. 300 million was not a small amount. Even with the thousands of years of accumulation of the 5 families and 7 hopes, to take out so much gold would have to be exhausted. They might even have to sell some land. These aristocratic families naturally had many properties in their family. All kinds of real estate, land, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were worth at least tens of millions of strings of cash. They could be said to be as rich as a country. But in terms of gold and copper coins, it was like those super rich people on the Forbes list in the future. Although they were worth tens of billions of dollars, they might not have much cash in their accounts. How could Wang Rinyu and the others be willing to give away their shiny copper coins and gold for nothing? After realizing that something was wrong, the few of them secretly plotted and decided on this trick of swapping the crown prince with a leopard cat. They bribed the midwives in the palace and mobilized the spies buried in Taiji Palace. After careful planning, they really almost succeeded. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu knew the history and that the baby girl they had sent into the palace to replace the prince had double eyelids, perhaps this matter would have been done without anyone noticing and without anyone noticing. Originally, when news came from the palace that Empress Zhangsun had given birth to a princess, Wang Rinyu and the others could not help but feel delighted. So what if Li Shimin was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Wasn't he still being played by the aristocratic families? Thinking about how Li Shimin was going to raise a fake and treat her as his own daughter, Wang Rinyu and the others nearly laughed out loud. But then the Taiji Palace closed in advance and locked down the palace. Not only did they cut off contact with the palace and could not send out any news, but it also cast a shadow over their hearts. Was the matter exposed? Did Pai Lupi find out about the matter of swapping the prince? Zheng Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered into Wang Rinyou's ear, "Lord Wang, have you dealt with that matter cleanly?" "Don't worry, Duke Sheng. That baby girl was bought from the outskirts of Xianyang yesterday from a farmer's family who had just given birth. After that, this old man had already sent people to silence that family. As for the midwife in the palace, not only did she accept Lady Chui's gold, but her family has also been transferred and controlled by Lady Chui. She knows the stakes and how to choose. As for the 2 maids in the Empress's palace, they don't matter. They don't even know who they are working for. Wang Renyu said with a ruthless expression. That's good. It took me a lot of effort to send that baby girl into the palace. Because of this, I sent people to kill her after she was sent into the palace. What a pity. We spent a lot of gold to buy that colonel from Wing Chun sect. Zheng Yuanshou said that it was a pity, but his face was full of pride. Daring to do such a thing in Taiji Palace made the heads of the 5 families and 7 families very proud. For this matter, the aristocratic families also cooperated with each other. The midwife in the palace was bought by Lady Cui of Bowling. Her family was also controlled. Therefore, the midwife didn't dare to betray them in the end. She would rather hang herself to protect her family. Lady Zheng of Xingyang was responsible for sending the baby girl to the Eastern Palace. The baby girl came from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. The 2 maids beside Empress Zhangsun were spies that Lady Lu of Fanyang had planted in the palace. Just as Li Wangyu said, for gold, these aristocratic families could do anything. Demons and chariots couldn't meet. Let's wait and see. I hope there won't be any accidents. Wang Renyu sighed. They weren't worried that this matter would implicate them. Even if Pai Lupi was suspicious, it didn't matter. In short, there wouldn't be any conclusive evidence, and Pai Lupi couldn't do anything to them. But if the matter was really exposed, their painstaking planning would be in vain. Those glittering gold would still have to be compensated. This was what the aristocratic families were most worried about. That night, many people in Chang'an City were in no mood to sleep. They were all waiting for the news to come out of Taiji Palace at dawn the next day. Chapter 444. Wang Renyu and the other aristocratic families worried for an entire night, but there was no more news from the Taiji Palace. After Pai Lupi became ruthless, the Taiji Palace became like an iron wall. Those spies that were bribed by the aristocratic families or buried in the Taiji Palace all became well-behaved. No one dared to offend the heavens at this moment. The next morning, the morning drum sounded in Chang'an City, and the city gates opened. It was time for the officials to go to court. Yesterday, Pai Lupi was not on a day off, so he had to go to court today. After a complicated ceremony, Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials in the hall expressionlessly. His appearance made many people in the hall uneasy. They did not know what happened in the Taiji Palace yesterday. Zhangsun Wuji could not help but stand up. Your Majesty, did the Empress give birth yesterday? What's the situation now? Is the mother and child safe? The aristocratic families knew about the news that came out of the Taiji Palace. Zhangsun Wuji, Feng Xianling, and Qing Yaojin, Pai Lupi's trusted officials, knew nothing. After all, they could not be as bold as the aristocratic families to plant spies in the palace. Yesterday, the Taiji Palace suddenly closed and locked down. Zhangsun Wuji and Feng Xianling had offered their tokens to meet Pai Lupi, but they were all rejected. At that time, Pai Lupi was anxiously looking for his missing prince, so he did not have the time to explain things to them. Zhangsun Wuji, who did not understand the situation, was anxious for an entire night. To Zhangsun Wuji, he was worried about his sister. On the other hand, he was worried that if anything happened to Empress Zhangsun, the Zhangsun family would be neglected by Pai Lupi. What Zhangsun Wuji did not know was that in history, after Empress Zhangsun died, Pai Lupi did not neglect the Zhangsun family. Instead, he took care of the Zhangsun family even more. However, this was not a good thing. After Zhangsun Wuji became an official, things would move in the opposite direction. After Li Ji ascended the throne, Wu Mainyang instructed Su Jingzong to accuse Zhangsun Wuji of treason. Zhangsun Wuji was removed from his position, stripped of his title, exiled, and forced to commit suicide. After his death, his family's property was confiscated, and his family members were exiled to Lingnan as slaves. The Zhangsun clan suffered a calamity. But now, in Zhangsun Wuji's eyes, the Zhangsun clan's glory and wealth were all tied to Empress Zhangsun. Naturally, he was extremely nervous and concerned. After Zhangsun Wuji asked this question, the hall instantly quietened down. All the officials turned their gazes towards Pai Lupi, who was on the royal stairs. When the family heads heard Zhang Sun Wuji's question, they couldn't help but smile. Looking at Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Lingguo, and the other duke's eyes, there was also a bit of ridicule. From their point of view, they would be able to earn a huge sum of money this time. As for the 100,000 taels of gold that Qing Yaojin had bet, they would be safe. Hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's question, Pai Lupi looked at the officials in the hall and suddenly laughed. Haha, auxiliary machine, don't worry. Yesterday, the Empress gave birth to a son. Now, both mother and son are safe. Zhang Sun Wuji's courtesy name was Zhang Sun Wuji. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard Pai Lupi's words, he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. After worrying for an entire night, his heart was finally at ease. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I wonder if the Empress gave birth to a prince or a princess? Zhang Sun Wuji asked again. When he asked this question, Qing Yaojin, who couldn't help but want to know if he had one or not, couldn't help but stand out and agree, that's right, Your Majesty. Did the Empress give birth to a boy or a girl? Pai Lupi didn't answer directly. He smiled and looked at the officials. Ha, since all of you want to know, then I will order people to carry the child to the hall and let all of you see for yourselves. I will also be happy with all of you. After speaking, he gestured to Mitua, and Mitua immediately turned and left Taiji Palace. Not long later, amidst the officials' anticipation, Mitua carried a baby in swaddling clothes and went up to the hall. Your Majesty, is this a boy or a girl? Old Cheng, can't tell. Qing Yaojin looked at the tightly wrapped baby and immediately shouted. It was impossible to tell if this baby was a boy or a girl from its appearance, not to mention that it was wrapped in a brocade blanket. Pai Lupi looked at Qing Yaojin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Jijie, then you can go and lift the blanket to take a look. I will pardon you. His words made the usually carefree Qing Yaojin a little confused. Let me go and take a look. What did he mean? Could it be that he was going to lift the baby's blanket in the hall to see if there was a little chick inside? This was a descendant of the imperial family, and it was the son or daughter of the first wife of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. Its status was incomparably noble. Your Majesty, this. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the court. How can I go and take a look? Pai Lupi's words made Qing Yaojin a little confused. He couldn't figure out what Pai Lupi was up to. I asked you to go and take a look, so go and take a look. Don't be so wishy-washy. Then I'll go and take a look. Hee, Your Majesty, please forgive old Cheng's rudeness. Qing Yaojin, this troublemaker, didn't care so much. Since Pai Lupi told him to take a look, he wouldn't be polite. He directly strode over to Mitua and reached out to lift the brocade blanket on the baby. His actions caused many officials in the hall to cry out in surprise. Qing Yaojin's actions were truly too rude. Qing Jijie, don't be rude. Wei Zheng was very anxious and hurriedly stepped out to shout. However, Wei Zheng's shout was still a step too slow. Qing Yaojin still lifted the blanket on the baby in Mituo's arms and stuck his head out to sweep a glance under the baby's body. With this one glance, even Qing Yaojin, this crude and boorish fellow, couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Yuqi Jingde and the others were also anxious. Was this Her Highness the Empress a boy or a girl? This was related to their wager of 10,000 taels of gold. After a long time, this old fellow finally squeezed out an extremely ugly smile from his face and bowed towards Pai Lupi, saying, "This official congratulates Your Majesty on the birth of a princess." When Qing Yaojin's words came out, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Lingguo, and the others were all stunned. How was this possible? That day, Li Wangyu, that brat, had said with certainty that Empress Zhangsun would give birth to a prince yesterday. How did it become a princess? Qing Jijie, could it be that you're seeing things? Look carefully. Yuqi Jingde didn't have time to worry about losing decorum in front of the hall and shouted. Nonsense. This elder isn't blind. How could I be wrong? Qing Yaojin's words made Yuqi Jingde speechless, his old face full of vexation. And in the hall, the smiles on the faces of those aristocratic family heads became even brighter. They looked at Qing Yaojin and the others with ridicule and pride. Wang Renyu, Zhen Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts relaxing somewhat. An aristocratic family official stepped out and bowed towards Pai Lupi. Congratulations to Your Majesty on the birth of a princess. We ask that Your Majesty confer the title of princess today and announce it to the world. Let the common people of the world know and congratulate Your Majesty. When he said confer the title of princess, he was referring to the title of princess. Pai Lupi didn't respond. Instead, he stood up and walked down the royal steps to Mituo's side. Yesterday, the Empress gave birth to a princess. We were actually very happy. However, that damned Huxian County Count actually told us something that made us very angry. We would like to ask all the officials to help us judge. See if that Li Wangyu is speaking nonsense. He pointed at his eyelids and continued, Huxian County Count said that we have single eyelids. The Empress also has single eyelids. Do all the officials think this is the case? Li Er's words, which came out of nowhere, confused all the officials in the hall. Everything was perfectly fine. Why was he talking about single eyelids? At this moment, which of the officials in the hall cared whether or not Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun had single eyelids? Chapter 445. Pai Lupi saw that the officials in the hall were silent, so he continued, I and the Empress both have single eyelids, so there is nothing strange about that. However, County Count who told me that the children born to parents with single eyelids will also have single eyelids. They will not be able to give birth to children with double eyelids. Do all of you think this is the case? The officials in the hall were still baffled by his words. However, Wang Renyu and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They suddenly looked at the baby girl in Mituo's arms. However, they were so far away that they couldn't clearly see whether the baby girl had single eyelids or double eyelids. Qing Yaojin was standing in front of the baby girl. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the baby girl in Mituo's arms. When he saw the baby girl's eyes, even Qing Yaojin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he was called a troublemaker, he was actually terrifyingly shrewd. Pai Lupi's seemingly brainless words, coupled with the baby girl's eyes, allowed Qing Yaojin to instantly guess something. That fake smile that was as ugly as crying immediately melted like ice. Qing Yaojin's dark face was now filled with a brilliant smile. Your Majesty, since County Count who said this, old Qing thinks that there should be some truth to it, Qing Yaojin said to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi nodded at him, then looked at the officials. Do all of you think that County Count whose words make sense? Who the hell would know about this? The officials in the hall all looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Who would have the time to care about this? Did they have nothing better to do? Seeing that no one spoke, Pai Lupi continued, I also don't believe this, but to verify it, I ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate in Chang'an. What do all of you think the results are? He didn't wait for the officials to answer. He looked at Mituo. Mituo, tell all of you the results of the 100 Cavalry Department's investigation. Yes. This servant ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate a total of 1367 families in Chang'an. Their parents all have single eyelids. Altogether, they had 3,749 children. All of them had single eyelids, without exception. Mituo's words caused the ministers in the hall to whisper among themselves. No one usually paid attention to this kind of thing. Hearing Mituo's words, many officials who had single eyelids began to wonder if their children had single eyelids or double eyelids when they returned from court. But why did Pai Lupi bring this up? The officials were still confused. Pai Lupi looked at the ministers in the hall. He suddenly pointed at the baby girl in Mituo's arms and raised his voice. I find it weird why the Empress and I both have single eyelids. But yesterday, the Empress gave birth to a son in Lijin Hall. When the palace maid carried her to Zhen, the baby girl had double eyelids? After Pai Lupi finished speaking, the Taiji palace fell silent for a few seconds before a commotion broke out. At this time, all of the ministers no longer cared about the etiquette of the imperial court. They all whispered to each other and began to discuss. As the imperial censor, Wei Zheng naturally had to correct the etiquette of the imperial court. Seeing the chaos in the hall, the old man was so angry that he kept scolding loudly, "Silence! Stop the noise! Silence!" Wei Zheng scolded with a dark face for a long time before the ministers finally shut up. They all looked at Pai Lupi again, wanting to get an explanation from him. What did Pai Lupi mean? Was he implying that the empress was unfaithful? Or was he implying that the baby girl was not born of the empress? Regardless of which possibility it was, this was undoubtedly a bomb that could take people's lives. Thinking of the consequences, many people began to tremble. Only Wang Renyu and the other heads of the aristocratic families had ugly expressions. Zheng Yuanshou could not help but glare at Wang Renyu. The baby girl was found by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. There were so many babies to choose from. Why did they choose a child with double eyelids? Wang Renyu could only smile bitterly at this. If Pai Lupi did not say this today, who would know what double eyelids and single eyelids were? This was unheard of. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other generals reacted the fastest. All the dukes and prefectural dukes stepped out and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, are there any demons and chariots trying to cause trouble in the palace? I am willing to help your Majesty get rid of them and return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty." Pai Lupi looked at Qing Yaojin and the others with gratification. He waved his hands, indicating for them to stand up. What a coincidence! Yesterday, another baby was found in the palace. As Li Er spoke, he turned his head to look at Mitua. "Go, bring that child to the main hall and let him meet everyone." Mitua accepted the order and handed the baby girl to a servant beside him. He then hurried out of the hall. Not long after, Mitua carefully carried a baby in his arms and returned to the main hall. 2 babies. What did this mean? Could it be that Her Highness gave birth to twins yesterday? In the hall, the officials did not know what was going on. The noise that was suppressed by Wei Zheng just now rose again. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others' faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies trembled. Had the matter been exposed? Could it be that their painstaking plan had turned into nothing because of that bastardly Wang Yu? Thinking of this, Wang Renyu could not help but clench his fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up when he saw the baby. "Your Majesty, this child has single eyelids." "It's single eyelids. Is this a boy?" Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. "I named him Ji." When he said this, how could Qing Yaojin and the others not understand Pai Lupi's meaning? This baby boy was obviously the prince born by Empress Xiangsun. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others all knelt down again. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have a Prince Shi." "Ha, everyone get up." Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He helped Qing Yaojin and the others up and turned to look at Mitua, announced the imperial edict. "Yes." Mitua carefully handed the baby Li Ji in his arms to the eunuch beside him. He took a yellow silk and walked to the front of the imperial stairs. "There is a system." As soon as Mituo's words came out, all the officials in the hall knelt down again to listen to the imperial edict. Prince Ji, Mother Empress Xiangsun, Zhen's 9th son. Ji is young and intelligent, dignified and serene, generous and benevolent, harmonious brothers. I will confer the title of Prince Jin and announce it to the world. If Li Wangyu heard this imperial edict, he would probably laugh until his teeth fell out. Pai Lupi was too shameless. A newborn baby, you have the nerve to say that he is young and intelligent, dignified and serene? Isn't this making a ghost? As for Li Ji being conferred the title of Prince Jin, it was the little wings of history flapping again. In the original history, Li Ji was only conferred the title of Prince Jin by Pai Lupi in the 5th year of Zhengguan, but this was not a big deal. After the imperial edict was read, the others did not care, but in the hall, the heads of the aristocratic families looked as if their fathers had died. Each and every one of them had a sad face. They never thought that just a moment ago, they thought that victory was in their hands. How could the situation be reversed in an instant? Pai Lupi not only said that the empress gave birth to a prince, but also directly conferred the title of Prince Jean. This was really hard for them to accept. Some of the heads of the aristocratic families were not willing to lose 10,000 taels of gold. They couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your majesty, what is going on with that baby girl?" Pai Lupi was waiting for someone to ask this question. Chapter 446. Chang'an City, Xianyang Lane. Early in the morning, the lane had just opened when an endless stream of carriages drove into the lane. The old guard guarding the lane was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on. Xianyang Lane wasn't the eastern or western markets, so why were there so many carriages? Could it be that some family in the lane was moving? When the four-wheeled carriages passed by the Wanyan County Yamen, the Yamen runners had sharp eyes. They immediately saw Li Wangyu on horseback and hurried forward to greet him. "Greetings, County Count Hu. It's so early in the morning. Is there something you need? Do you need our help?" Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. A few days ago, I made a bet at Yongyi Gambling House. Today, I'm going to the gambling house to collect the gold and copper coins I won." His words stunned the Yamen runners. Those dozens of carriages were all going to carry the copper coins? This county count was truly extravagant. How many copper coins would he need to carry with so many carriages? Some of the more astute Yamen runners immediately remembered the matter in Chang, and that had caused quite a stir. It was this county count in front of them who had placed a heavy bet of 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince yesterday. From the looks of it, county count who had won. TSK, 10,000 taels of gold. How much money did he win from Yongyi Gambling House? No wonder he had to bring so many carriages today. When the Yamen runners heard this, they didn't even care about being on duty at the Yamen and enthusiastically led the way. It was rare to see such a grand occasion. Although the gold and copper coins weren't theirs, it was still good to be able to see them. This grand occasion of seeing tens of thousands of gold and copper coins was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Only a fool wouldn't go and see the excitement. Li Wangyu didn't object. Just like this, the group of people majestically charged to the entrance of Yongyi Gambling House. When the clerk of the gambling house saw this scene, he was shocked. He quickly turned around and ran into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang, who had received the news, also rushed out. He was also shocked by this scene. He couldn't understand why County Count who was leading a group of Yamen runners and carriages. He had already received Wang Rinyo's notice and knew that the winners of this shocking gamble were the aristocratic families. It was true that Empress Zhangsun had given birth yesterday, but the child was not a prince, but a princess. Since that was the case, according to the agreement between the two parties, the winner was the gambling house. The 10,000 taels of gold that Li Wangyu had bet was not surnamed Li, but Wang. Then what was the meaning of this county magistrate bringing people here? Could it be that after losing such a large sum of gold, he became angry out of humiliation and wanted to cause trouble? Shopkeeper Wang calmed himself down and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu. "May I ask what brings you here today? Is there anything I can do for you? Do you want to bet a few more rounds?" Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm here to collect the gold today. That day, I bet 10,000 taels of gold that Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince yesterday. Your gambling house bet 1-5, so you should have lost 50,000 taels of gold to someone. Quickly go and check. I still have matters to attend to, so I can't afford to delay." "Nanny?" Shopkeeper Wang looked at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a madman. "Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess, so how dare you say it was a prince? Why would County Magistrate Wang say that? Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess yesterday, so our gambling house won the bet. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly argued. Li Wangyu looked at him with interest. Oh. How did you know about this? This. His rhetorical question left Shopkeeper Wang speechless. Yesterday, Pai Lupi sealed off the palace and did not reveal the news to the outside world. Logically speaking, as the shopkeeper of a gambling house, he should not know about this kind of extremely secretive imperial affair. This is just my guess. Shopkeeper Wang could only make up a random excuse. He could not say that the family head told him. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Yesterday, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince. Therefore, according to the bet, your gambling house needs to pay a certain someone 50,000 taels of gold. His words made Shopkeeper Wang's face darken. He increasingly felt that Li Wangyu was here to cause trouble today. Where did County Magistrate Wang find out? Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. It's very simple. Because I was in Taiji Palace yesterday, so how could I not know? Yesterday, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince. This cannot be wrong. Shopkeeper Wang, quickly get someone to bring out the gold and count it. I do not have time to argue with you. Or does your Yongyi gambling house not want to admit your loss? If that is the case, then I will go to Taiji Palace and ask the saint to make the decision. His words almost choked Shopkeeper Wang's anger. In Shopkeeper Wang's opinion, this County Magistrate Wang was going too far. However, he had no way to refute Li Wangyu's words. After all, Li Wangyu said that he was in Taiji Palace yesterday. He had no way to refute this. Shopkeeper Wang reacted quickly and rolled his eyes. What is County Magistrate Wang saying? If our gambling house lost, we naturally have to pay according to the bet. However, whether Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince or a princess, there is no proof. Let's wait for the official's news. When Li Wangyu heard this, he raised his head to look at the sky and nodded. Yes, Shopkeeper Wang, what you said makes sense. Since that is the case, I am not an unreasonable person. Let's wait and see. I believe there will be news soon. County Magistrate Wang, how about you wait for the official's news to come out before you exchange the gold? Look at how strong the sun is. It will not be beautiful if it shines on a noble person like you. Shopkeeper Wang did not want Li Wangyu to continue blocking the entrance of the gambling house and could only persuade him. Li Wangyu chuckled. No matter. I can rest under the shade of this tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped over and dismounted from his horse. He also had Niu Wu lead his men to the boiled water shop in Xianyang Lane to buy iced drinks for the farmers driving the carriages, as well as the bailiffs of Wanyan County. Li Wangyu sat under a large tree in front of the gambling house and waited leisurely. With the shade of a tree above his head and iced drinks to drink, he was very comfortable. Shopkeeper Wang was in a difficult position. He could neither leave nor stay. He could only accompany Li Wangyu and wait in front of the gambling house. He cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Shopkeeper Wang could only summon a member of the Wang clan and whisper a few instructions to him. The Wang clansmen naturally obeyed the order and ran in the direction of the Taiji Palace. Shopkeeper Wang wanted to find his family's patriarch, Wang Renyu. However, he also knew that it was still the time for court. Presumably, his patriarch was still in Taiji Palace and had not left court. Just as he was feeling gloomy, he saw a bailiff of Wanyan County running over with a scroll in his hand. There is an imperial edict. The saint has issued an imperial edict and announced it to the world. The bailiff was panting from running. Before he even got close, he began to shout loudly. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but smile. Chapter 447. When the bailiff of Wanyan County loudly announced that Pai Lupi had conferred the title of Prince Jin to his newly born son, Shopkeeper Wang was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The Empress really gave birth to a prince yesterday? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Shopkeeper Wang murmured. He was unwilling to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. Li Wangyu slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. He looked at Manager Wang with a mocking expression and said, "What's wrong?" Shopkeeper Wang doesn't even believe the saint's edict. This is an edict that has been announced to the world. You dare to doubt it? What are your intentions? Ah. No, I don't dare. I just... Shopkeeper Wang didn't know what to say for a moment. Shopkeeper Wang, now that the official's news has arrived. Isn't it time for me to honor my bet? Your Yongyi gambling house isn't going to renege on the debt, right? Li Wangyu pressed. Shopkeeper Wang repeatedly waved his hand, but he didn't know how to answer. If they really had to pay 50,000 taels of gold to Hu Xiannan, their Yongyi gambling house really didn't need to open. Even the gambling house didn't have that much money. Unless Taiyuan Wang clan was willing to take out the gold, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to act on his own. In the gambling house's treasury, there wasn't that much gold and copper coins. County Earl Hu, don't be impatient. If our gambling house really loses, this money will naturally be paid to you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. Wait, what do you mean if you lose? Could it be that the saint's edict is fake? How dare you? Li Wangyu turned his head to look at the bailiffs of Wanyan County who had gathered around to watch the show. He raised his eyebrows. Everyone, did you hear what Yongyi gambling house said? How can this person say such disgraceful words? He even dares to question the saint's edict. Does he want to rebel? With this big hat on his head, before the bailiffs of Wanyan County could say anything, Shopkeeper Wang's knees went soft and he directly knelt down. County Earl Hu, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. That's not what I meant. How would I dare to question the saint's edict? Then tell me, did I win the bet or not? Shopkeeper Wang forcefully suppressed the panic in his heart. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Yes, it was County Count who won the bet. According to the agreement, our Yongyi gambling house should pay you 50,000 taels of gold, but what? If you lose, take out the money to compensate me. That day, I brought over 40 carriages full of money to place my bet. What? Does your gambling house still want to deny it? Li Wangyu said unhurriedly. No, it's just that we don't have that much gold at the moment. Manager Wang's forehead was already covered in sweat. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. He was about to faint. This gambling house was built on credibility. Otherwise, how could it attract gamblers? There were 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Which gambler couldn't go to gamble? But today, if their Yongyi gambling house couldn't take out the gold, then they would lose all credibility. Not only would the Yongyi gambling house's reputation be ruined, but the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang clan would also be affected. This was a consequence that Manager Wang didn't dare to imagine. County Count Hu, please allow me to report to the family head. May County Count Hu be magnanimous and give our gambling house some time to transfer the gold and copper coins. Manager Wang was at his wit's end. This matter had already exceeded the scope of what he could do. He could only wait for Wang Rinyu to deal with it. When Li Wangyu ran to the Yongyi gambling house to ask for the gold, the scene in Taiji Palace was completely different. Li Er sat back down on the throne and recounted what had happened in the Eastern Palace yesterday as if he was narrating a story in a book. In the main hall, the officials heard that someone was so daring as to collude with the midwife and 2 palace maids to smuggle a drugged baby girl into the palace. In the emperor's bedroom in Lijiang Palace, they used the Sanyu Bai Shi as a smokescreen to replace Prince Shi with the baby girl that everyone had just seen. What was even more deranged was that Prince Shi and the others actually wanted to drown in the well. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 palace maids didn't have the guts to kill Prince Shi, Li Ji would have already lost his life. When Qing Yaojin and the others heard that someone was so arrogant, they were so angry that they started cursing loudly in the main hall. This group of old scoundrels cursed with the vulgar language of the army, which was very unpleasant to hear. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were so angry that they clenched their teeth, but they still had to pretend to be distressed, as if Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were right to curse, and they were very sullen. Wei Zheng's face was also as black as the bottom of a pot. His eagle-like eyes scanned the officials in the main hall, as if he wanted to find the mastermind behind the scenes. He couldn't even be bothered to correct Qing Yaojin and the others' impolite behavior. If it weren't for his identity, the old man would have also cursed these rebels and traitors. When Zhang Sun Wuji found out that his nephew was almost replaced and almost killed, his face was also ashen. He looked around at the officials, unable to restrain his anger, as if he was prepared to fight to the death. Their attitude made Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads even more nervous. Fortunately, they were all old foxes. No matter how turbulent their hearts were, they didn't show it on their faces. Moreover, they were also confident that they would clean up the mess. Even if Pai Lupi discovered the truth, he couldn't do anything to them. Actually, there was no lack of smart people in the main hall. Many people guessed that this matter had something to do with the aristocratic families, especially when they thought about the matter of the bet that had caused a huge uproar in the streets. They even suspected that the masterminds behind this matter were the aristocratic families that currently stood in the imperial court. But no one dared to say such words. How would they dare to offend these aristocratic families for no reason? Actually, the reason why Pai Lupi exposed this matter in front of the civil and military officials was just to discuss these aristocratic families. The 100th Cavalry Division investigated the Eastern Palace matter overnight, but as Li Wangyu expected, they found nothing. The midwife had died, and there was no evidence. Palace maids Yuran and Nian Tao had no idea who ordered them. The person who gave the mission to the two girls and passed the message was a direct eunuch of the Eastern Palace. Direct eunuch, a lower official of the 9th grade. An inconspicuous small official. But when the 100th Cavalry Division rushed to the room of the direct eunuch, they found that he had been poisoned to death. He had been murdered. Obviously, this was another attempt to silence the witnesses. The clues to trace the palace maids Yuran and Nian Tao online were cut off. When the 100th Cavalry Division was investigating how the baby girl entered the palace, they also encountered such a situation. The 100th Cavalry Division finally found a colonel guarding the Eastern Palace Wing Chun sect, and there seemed to be some problems. After interrogating the Wing Chun sect guards, they learned that yesterday their colonel had rushed into the palace with a package, and when he left the palace, the package was gone. Therefore, the 100th Cavalry Department rushed to the colonel's residence. When they broke in, they found that the colonel had been stabbed several times and was lying in a pool of blood. He could not be more dead than he already was. One by one, the clues were cut off, and the 100th Cavalry Division had no clue. Pai Lupi was well aware of this, but he could only sigh. The aristocratic families were indeed ruthless. In order to keep it a secret, they did not leave any future trouble. Because there was no other way, Pai Lupi could only use this method to make the matter of the Eastern Palace public. He scolded and humiliated the aristocratic families to vent the anger in his heart. In the main hall, Qing Yaojin's mouth was like a river, endlessly cursing for a long time. Indescribable things had already happened with the 18 generations of ancestors of the mastermind. Wang Gong, Zheng Gong, Lu Gong, the two Chui Gong, do you think I am right? Shouldn't this kind of treacherous traitor be executed by his mother? Qing Yaojin scolded for a long time, and even asked the family heads if he was right. Wang Renyu. Qing Yaojin suddenly changed the topic. Chui Gong, can I honor my bet? As soon as he said this, there was no need to mention how ugly the clan head's complexion was. Chapter 448. The family head of the Chui family, Chui Xian, had an ugly expression on his face. This damnable Qing Jijia, as his son-in-law, didn't give the Chui clan any face at all. He regretted even more. Why was he so blind that he agreed to let his daughter marry this old man? However, Chui Xian was just thinking about it. Qing Yaojin's first wife was only 30 years old and passed away due to illness. Only then did Qing Yaojin remarry Chui. Although people were proud to marry a girl with 5 surnames, Cui Xian's daughter was not a virgin. When she married Qing Yaojin, Cui was already 30 years old and was considered a second marriage. The Tang dynasty was open and women remarrying was nothing new. Although Qing Yaojin and Cui Shi were not the first wives, their relationship was not bad. However, towards Cui Xian, this cheap father-in-law, he did not have much respect. There was a reason why Qing Yaojin and Cui Xian did not like each other. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were proud of their family's prestige and were ashamed to marry another family. When they married their daughter to another family, they would ask for a large number of betrothal gifts. Even Pai Lupi could not tolerate the arrogance of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. He once said, Cui, Lu, Li, Zheng, and Wang, the 5 surnames are proud and arrogant. Every time a girl marries into another family, they will ask for a large number of betrothal gifts. They are like merchants and have bad customs. Since the weight is not appropriate, we need to change it. Qing Yaojin was a duke, but he was still forced to send a lot of betrothal gifts to the Cui family to marry Cui. This made Qing Yaojin furious, but he could not do anything about it. Therefore, when everyone was fighting over the gambling house in Duke Lu's residence, Qing Yaojin shamelessly snatched the right to bet on the Cui clan's Chang'e gambling house in Qinghe and went to bet 5,000 gold taels. Actually, Qing Yaojin gave face to his wife and only bet 5,000 gold. Otherwise, if he bet 10,000 gold, the Cui family would lose even more. However, Cui Xian would not let Qing Yaojin off because of this. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Qing Yaojin shamelessly asking him for the bet in front of the saints and officials, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. However, in the main hall, Qing Yaojin could shamelessly ask for the bet in front of everyone, but Cui Xian could not fall out with him. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. What are you saying, High Duke Lu? Do you think the Cui clan of Qinghe River is someone who would renege on a debt? The 25,000 taels of gold that should be paid to you will naturally not be missing a single coin. I will pay you in full. After Cui Xian finished speaking, he put on a straight face and no longer looked at Qing Yaojin. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would get angry. Hee, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Cui. Chang'e gambling house is really good. I will go there often to take care of business in the future. Qing Yaojin's words made Cui Xian so angry that he almost had a heart attack. With Qing Yaojin taking the lead, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Lingguo, and the others did not hold back. In the main hall, in front of Pai Lupi and the officials, they asked the aristocratic families behind the gambling house for their winnings. Pai Lupi was not angry and did not stop them. Instead, he looked at this scene with interest. How could those aristocratic family heads say no in this main hall? They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They all promised that they would pay the full amount of gold after the court. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and Cui Xian were all very regretful at this time. Not only did their families suffer heavy losses, but they also went for wool and came back shorn. The gains did not make up for the losses. These aristocratic family heads were so regretful that their intestines turned green. As for Li Wangyu, who caused all this, the aristocratic families hated him to the core. In particular, Taiyuan Wang clan hated Li Wangyu to the core. He wished that he could peel off his skin, break his bones, and scatter his ashes to vent the anger in his heart. But before Wang Renyu could figure out how to deal with Li Wangyu, he heard Pai Lupi suddenly speak from the throne. Everyone, County Count who has been in the palace recently to protect the Empress's birth. It can be said that he has worked hard and performed a great service. We originally wanted to let him stay in the palace for a few more days to reward County Count who for his hard work. But he said goodbye to us early this morning, saying that there was no more overnight money at home. He had to go to Yongyi gambling house to collect his winnings to support his family. This County Count who is only 16 years old and has no parents. He is very pitiful. You uncles cannot bully him for being young. When Wang Renyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he was so angry that he almost jumped up and cursed. What kind of nonsense was this? Pai Lupi, how could you say such nonsense? That bastard Li Wangyu has no overnight money at home and has to collect winnings to support his family. Huan Cheng and City didn't know that Li's family was making a lot of money every day. The other aristocratic families had long been envious of the Li family's properties. If it weren't for the fact that there were members of the royal family involved, they would have already taken action. Pai Lupi's words, wasn't it obvious that he was helping that Li brat collect his winnings? In the main hall, who didn't know that Yongyi gambling house was the property of Taiyuan Wang clan? The main hall, which had originally become very noisy because of Qing Yaojin and the others wanting to collect their winnings, became even more lively with Pai Lupi's words. In Taiji Palace, the officials who had nothing to do with this matter all became onlookers and looked at Wang Rinyu with interest. Even the saint had spoken up to help County Count Hu collect his winnings. TSK, what great face. One could imagine the status of County Count Hu in the saint's heart. He really was in the emperor's heart. Wang Rinyu's face alternated between green and white, and he was speechless for a long time. At this point, what else could he say? However, when he thought about paying 50,000 taels of gold to Li Wangyu, Wang Rinyu felt his heart bleed. 300,000 strings of copper coins. In the current Tang dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tong Bao that the imperial court cast every year was only 300,000 strings of copper coins. It could be seen how rich Li Wangyu's harvest was this time. Not only Li Wangyu, but even Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Chai Lingguo, these dukes and prefectural dukes all made a lot of money. To be able to cut meat and drink blood from aristocratic families was simply too delightful. When the imperial court ended, Wang Rinyu walked out of Taiji Palace with an ashen face. He saw his family members anxiously pacing back and forth outside the palace. Seeing their family head appear, the family members hurriedly ran forward and whispered about how County Count Hu had gone to Yongyi gambling house early in the morning to collect his winnings. Although Wang Rinyu was mentally prepared, when he heard this, he still couldn't stop the blood in his heart from rushing up. He almost disregarded his status and cursed out loud. His chest heaved up and down as he gasped for air. After a long time, he suppressed the evil fire in his heart and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Let the treasury of the manor count the gold and copper coins and compensate him. This old man will definitely take revenge in the future. My Taiji Wang clan cannot live under the same sky as this bastard." While Wang Rinyu was cursing, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sneeze a few times. He rubbed his nose and looked at shopkeeper Wang. "It's almost noon. How long will it take for you to compensate me with your gold? I don't have the time to grind my teeth with you here." Yes. County Count Hu, please calm down. 50,000 taels of gold is truly a huge amount. Please be magnanimous. Shopkeeper Wang was already on the verge of tears. He already foresaw that his end wouldn't be good. Although it was family head Wang Rinyu who hinted for him to accept this bet, he was still a scapegoat. He would definitely be treated as a scapegoat and severely punished by his family. Chapter 449. After Wang Rinyu spoke, Taiyuan Wang clan naturally did not waste any more time. Soon, an endless stream of carriages drove into Xianyang Lane's Yongyi Casino and unloaded carriage after carriage of copper coins and silk. Taiyuan Wang clan also deliberately disgusted Li Wangyu. He clearly had enough gold in his treasury, but he deliberately did not take it out. Instead, he brought in carriage after carriage of copper coins and silk. Even these copper coins had been stored in Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury for too long. Many of the ropes that connected the copper coins had rotted and broken, and the scattered copper coins were piled up in baskets. Many of the copper coins were even rusted and looked very old and shabby. Li Wangyu did not dislike them. As long as he gave enough money, copper coins were copper coins. He even planned to accept silk, which he had always disliked. Silk was also used as a currency in the Tang dynasty. 2 bolts of silk were equal to 1 copper coin. China had been short of copper since ancient times. Although copper coins were legal tender, they had always been in a state of shortage. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty, silk was still one of the currencies used for transactions. During the Tang dynasty, Yang Guozhong ruled the world. In the history books, it was recorded that his family had accumulated 30 million bolts of silk. From this, one could see the status of silk as a currency. If Taiyuan Wang clan only used silk to exchange for copper coins, Li Wangyu would have accepted it. In any case, he had already made preparations. Previously, he had asked Pai Lupi for a favor and planned to transport all the copper coins and silk that he had won from Taiyuan Wang clan into the palace to exchange for gold. However, when Li Wangyu grabbed a handful of scattered copper coins from the basket containing the copper coins, he was so angry that he almost threw the copper coins at shopkeeper Wang's face. The copper coins that he had grabbed were obviously not Kaiyuan Tongbao. Not only were the coins smaller, but they were also thin and light. Li Wangyu immediately reacted. This was private money. The Tang dynasty had been short of copper coins for a long time. The Kaiyuan Tongbao that Wu De started to cast in the 4th year could only cast 300,000 strings of coins a year. He had been in Zhenguan for 2 years, but in only 7 years, he had only made 2 million copper coins. Even if half of these copper coins were in Chang'an, it was still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, it was normal to barter and use silk as currency. If there was a shortage of money, the aristocratic families would forge private coins within their own sphere of influence to make up for the shortage of copper coins. Naturally, this money could not be compared to Kaiyuan Tongbao. Although the material and workmanship were not bad, compared to Kaiyuan Tongbao, it was much lighter. Private money could be circulated, but most of the time, 2 or 3 pieces of private money could be exchanged for 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had actually moved so much private money. Obviously, they were planning to use shoddy goods to cheat their way through. How could Li Wangyu not be angry? Shopkeeper Wang, what is the meaning of your Taiyuan Wang clan's actions? Using so much private money to offset the official's salary, do you think I'm a fool? Perhaps the new servants made a mistake. I'll have them exchange it for County Count Hu. Shopkeeper Wang saw that his plan to fish in troubled waters was discovered by Li Wangyu, so he could only awkwardly apologize and push the blame to the temporary workers. He was about to call people to move the private money away when Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he reached out to stop him. Wait, the money is already here, so don't go through so much trouble. Give me a discount, I'll accept this private money. How does County Count Hu plan to give me a discount? I won't take advantage of you. 2 caddies of private money can be exchanged for 1 caddy of official money. If your Taiyuan Wang clan is willing, I'll accept it and save you the trouble of moving it back and forth. On the market, depending on the region, 2 or 3 pieces of private money could be exchanged for 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Li Wangyu's conditions were actually not too harsh, and he was even charging a lot less. Shopkeeper Wang asked the accountant sent by the Taiyuan Wang clan and immediately nodded in agreement. This kind of large transaction of copper coins was always weighed by official weights. 5 caddies of Kaiyuan Tongbao copper coins was the norm. Private money was slightly lighter, and 6 caddies was the norm. Under normal circumstances, 12 to 18 caddies of private money could be exchanged for 5 caddies of Kaiyuan Tongbao copper coins. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to exchange 10 caddies of private money for 5 caddies of official money, how could the Taiyuan Wang clan not agree? Niu Wu wanted to persuade him from the side, as he felt that his clan was at a disadvantage. However, Li Wangyu didn't care. Being at a disadvantage was a blessing, not to mention that he had other plans. He beckoned Shopkeeper Wang over. Shopkeeper Wang, does your Taiyuan Wang clan have a lot of private money? If there's a lot, I can accept it all and exchange it according to this ratio. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Shopkeeper Wang couldn't help but be overjoyed. County Count Hu, are you serious? These copper coins worth 50,000 caddies of gold can all be exchanged for private money? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. How much does your Taiyuan Wang clan have? I'll take it all. Shopkeeper Wang was naturally overjoyed at this. If he could pay Li Wangyu the 50,000 caddies of gold according to the ratio of 2 caddies of private money to 1 caddy of official money, he might be able to avoid punishment from his clan. Now, he only needed to pay 3 million caddies of private money to clear his gambling debt. As for the private money, if 3 private coins were exchanged for 1 official coin, it would only be worth 160,000 caddies of coins on the market. This was equivalent to saving 140,000 caddies of coins. Even if it was 2 for 1, it would only be 250,000 caddies of coins, saving 50,000 caddies of coins. This wasn't a small amount, so shopkeeper Wang naturally nodded in agreement. He was afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his words, so he hurriedly called for the workers to bring back all the Kai Yuan Tong Bao copper coins, including the silk, and exchange them all for the private money of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu didn't reject any of them, counting the coins while ordering people to load them up. He directly sent the private money to the Taiji Palace in 4-wheeled carriages. After half a day, when the sun was about to set in the west, he finally finished counting the 3 million caddies of private money. At this point, Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan's gambling debt was cleared. He took out the promissory note from Yongyi Gambling House and handed it back to shopkeeper Wang. "Okay, I'm done with your gambling house." Shopkeeper Wang held onto the promissory note and nearly cried. The ups and downs of the past few days were simply too exciting. Shopkeeper Wang made up his mind that as long as he avoided punishment from his clan, he would return to Taiyuan and never come back to Chang'an City again. When Li Wangyu escorted the last carriage of coins into the Taiji Palace, he was stopped by Mi Tuo. "County Earl, why did you order people to transport all your private money? How am I supposed to exchange it for gold?" The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty usually called themselves miscellaneous scholars. As for Mi Tuo, he was the highest-ranked eunuch in the Taiji Palace. He only called himself a servant in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsun. He originally called himself a certain someone in front of Li Wangyu. Until this incident in the Eastern Palace, Mi Tuo was in awe of Li Wangyu. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's nephew, so Mi Tuo lowered his status and started to call himself a servant in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi had agreed that the copper coins he transported from the Wang clan in Taiyuan would be exchanged for gold. Pai Lupi naturally left this matter to Mi Tuo, the provincial supervisor of the Internal Affairs Department. However, when the copper coins were transported into the palace today, Mi Tuo was stunned. What was transported into the palace was not Kaiyuan Tongbao, but carriage after carriage of private money. He really did not understand what the county earl was doing. How could such private money be exchanged for gold? Chapter 450. In response to Mito's question, Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Mito, I won't exchange this money for gold. I'll keep it in the palace for the time being, and I'll explain it to the saint. It's getting late today, and I'll go to the palace another day to explain it to the saint." Mito naturally had no objection to Li Wangyu's words. Otherwise, Mito wouldn't be able to explain it to Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsun if he exchanged this money for gold. It was getting late, and the drum of dusk had already sounded in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay any longer. He had been away from home for several days and couldn't wait to return to Dingzhou village. He didn't have time to talk to Mito, and hurriedly left. He left Taiji Palace to meet Niu Wu, and rode to Dingzhou village. It was already night when he returned to the Li family's old house, and the methane lamps in the mansion had already been lit. His beautiful superior guessed that he might return home today, so she had been waiting for him in the central room. Not only was she waiting for him, but Aphrodite, Perrin, the old butler Li Heng, and Niu Yong were also waiting for their Lang Jun to return home. This time, Li Wangyu had been away for 5 or 6 days. Not only were Aphrodite, Perrin, and the others worried about him, but even his beautiful superior was also worried. After she transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, her feelings for Li Wangyu grew stronger. No matter what, she felt deep in her heart that she was just a passerby in the Tang dynasty. Everything here gave her a sense of unreality. In this environment, she could share many secrets with Li Wangyu. It was also because of this that her dependence and longing for Li Wangyu grew stronger after their relationship warmed up. Li Wangyu jumped off the horse, threw the reins to Niu Yong, and turned to look at his beautiful superior, who was smiling sweetly at him, with a bright smile on his face. His beautiful superior trotted 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to hug Li Wangyu, but she quickly realized that this was not the future. With so many pairs of eyes looking at her, she felt embarrassed. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about that at all. He walked directly to his beautiful boss and hugged her tightly. Not only did Niu Yong and Niu Wu widen their eyes, even the old butler, Li Heng, was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Aphrodite and Perrin almost cried out in surprise at their Lungjuan's bold move and covered their eyes with their hands shyly. However, between the gaps of his fingers, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were rolling around. They stared at Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, unwilling to even blink. After the old man Li Heng reacted, he hurriedly gestured to the Niu brothers, indicating for them to leave quickly. They had to avoid their Lungjuan's actions. The 2 brothers of the Niu family laughed and left with their arms around each other's shoulders, but the beautiful boss was a little shy in Li Wangyu's hug. She gently used her strength and struggled out of his arms. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu, but her tone was very gentle. "You're finally back. You haven't eaten yet, right? Go take a bath first. I'll get Perrin and the rest to heat up the food for you." Li Wangyu almost blurted out the words, "take a bath together." Fortunately, he stopped himself at the last moment and didn't make a big mistake. Otherwise, Niu Wu would have to go to the Temple of Nature to find Sun Simiao to save his life, lying in his own bathtub and drinking 2 cups of rice wine that his beautiful superior prepared for him. Li Wangyu felt that this was life. Compared to Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu felt that Pai Lupi's life was simply too tacky. Especially the toilets in the palace, which made Li Wangyu complain that they were useless, let alone bathing. After a comfortable hot bath, he had a warm and sweet dinner with the company of beauties. During the dinner, not only did his beautiful superior whisper affectionately to him, but there was also Aphrodite, the little vixen, who poured tea and wine for him attentively. Even Perrin, the little girl, obediently knelt behind him and gently massaged his shoulders and back. No one else could have such a good life. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that God was treating him well. As a small white-collar loser in the future, he could also live such a spurned, rotten life. It was really his ancestors' graves that were smoking. As Li Wangyu ate and drank, he vividly described what had happened in the Eastern Palace to the group of beauties, young and old. His beautiful superior also had a rough idea of what had happened in Chang and city from the rumors in the streets. But at this time, she learned from Li Wangyu that Li Ji, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, had actually been almost replaced by a leopard cat. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. She also never expected that those aristocratic families would be so daring. "Wangyu, then you have to be more careful in the future. This time you have offended those aristocratic families, be careful that they will take revenge on you by hook or by crook," his beautiful superior said worriedly. In response, Li Wangyu casually waved his hand. "Why should I be afraid of them? I am not an official in the imperial court, so there is nothing they can use against me. Besides, don't I have Li Shimin to back me up? Those aristocratic families can't do anything." Although he said so, his beautiful superior was obviously still a little worried, but now was not the time to talk about this, so she didn't say much. Dinner lasted until the moon was high in the sky before everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms to rest. When he woke up the next day, Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 million pounds of private money that was now piled up in the Taiji Palace's treasury. After breakfast, he leisurely strolled around the village. "Greetings, Lang Jun." "Hello, Lang Jun." "Hello, Lang Jun. You are back from Chang'an City. I heard that you have been living in the palace during this time. What is it like in the Taiji Palace?" The villagers who didn't go to work, as well as the aunties in the village, hurriedly greeted Li Wangyu when they saw him. Some gossipy people even asked Li Wangyu what the Taiji Palace was like. In response, Li Wangyu cheerfully nodded and greeted everyone. He was bored, so he also described the palace's scenery to everyone in a gossipy manner. The villagers and aunties who heard him exclaimed from time to time. More and more villagers and aunties gathered around Li Wangyu. Everyone was happy to listen to their own Mr. Xiao Lang talk about these new things. Just as Li Wangyu was speaking eloquently, his saliva flying everywhere, he saw Carpenter Lu squeeze into the crowd and greet him with his hands clasped. "Hello, Lang Jun." "Hee, dare I ask, Lang Jun, about the name you gave my grandson, did you come up with a good one?" Carpenter Lu's words stunned Li Wangyu. "Damn it, I completely forgot about this." He also didn't ask Ma Zhou and Yan Liben about the surname Lu. Now that Carpenter Lu asked him that, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Li Wangyu's mind raced. "Surname Lu, what name should I give him?" Looking at Carpenter Lu's expectant gaze, Li Wangyu blurted out, "Lu Dehua." Yes, I gave your grandson the name Lu Dehua. Virtue is morality, and virtue is Tao. This child was born in a Taoist temple, so he is fated with Tao. Huawei is glorious, and it means that your grandson will have a bright future. Carpenter Lu muttered, "Lu Dehua. Good. That's really great. Lang Jun is a great talent." "Thank you, Lang Jun, thank you." The surrounding villagers were also envious of the name Li Wangyu gave Carpenter Lu's grandson. They looked at Carpenter Lu with burning eyes. TSK, this child of the Lu family was given a name by Lang Jun himself. What a blessing! Li Wangyu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If anyone wanted to give him a name in the future, he would fight it out with that person. It was really too difficult. While the crowd was bustling, Niu Wu came over. "Lang Jun, Yang Mingfu is here to visit." Hearing that Yang Quan was here, Li Wangyu quickly cupped his fists and bid farewell to the villagers. He then went back to his old residence. Chapter 451. When Li Wangyu returned to the residence, Yang Quan had already been waiting in the main room for a long time. "Brother Xuqing, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for a long time and I've missed you. What brings you to my residence today?" Li Wangyu and Yang Quan greeted each other with a smile. Now that he had been conferred the title of County Earl, there was a big difference between his status and Yang Quan's. However, he firmly disagreed with Yang Quan calling him by his title. Thus, he and Yang Quan simply called each other by their courtesy names and called each other brothers. This made it easier for them to get along. In fact, there was a big age difference between the two of them. Yang Quan's son was only a few years younger than Li Wangyu. However, the ancient people didn't care much about the age difference. That old man Yu Shinan was already 70 years old, but he was still willing to be friends with Li Wangyu despite the difference in age. "Brother Zio, I'm here today to give you an invitation." Yang Quan stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Wangyu smiled and joked, "Brother Xuqing, what invitation are you giving? Did your wife give birth to another child for you? Or did you buy a new house?" When he said that Yang Quan had bought a new house, he meant to ask if he had taken in another concubine. This Yang Quan was also a romantic person. He was middle-aged and had a beautiful wife at home. He even took in a few concubines. He was very carefree, which made Li Wangyu very envious. However, this was also very normal. The Tang people were generally like this, so there was nothing strange about it. On the contrary, people like Fang Yai's father, Fang Xianling, who only had one wife and no concubines, were more unique. Thus, the story of Lady Fang being jealous was passed down through the ages. Being teased by Li Wangyu like this, Yang Quan couldn't help but blush. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Brother Li Wangyu, don't speak nonsense. Cough cough, I'm just sending the invitation on behalf of my teacher." Upon hearing that it was Yang Quan's post, Li Wangyu didn't continue to tease him. Instead, he hurriedly asked, "Is there any good news, Master Yu? On the 5th of next month, it will be teacher's birthday. As disciples, we naturally have to properly host a birthday banquet for our masters. That's why I'm here today to deliver an invitation to Brother Zio, inviting you to attend the banquet." Yang Quan's words made Li Wangyu clap his hands and laugh out loud. of course, I have to go to Lord Yu's 70th birthday. Duke Yu treats me like a nephew. It's his birthday, how could he dare to miss it? Ha, of course. Teacher really values Brother Zio. Even I am envious of you. The birthday banquet will be held at Buzhengfang, at teacher's residence. At that time, we will be waiting respectfully for Brother Zio. Birthday banquets were considered a very grand event in the Tang dynasty. Longevity was the most important of the 5 blessings, and birthday banquets were the most important. Therefore, Yu Shernan's 70th birthday was naturally a big event. Not to mention, Yu Shernan was a great scholar and a high official in the imperial court. He had countless disciples. For his birthday banquet, even Pai Lupi would send an eunuch to announce the imperial edict and present gifts as a sign of congratulation. After sending off Yang Quan, Li Wangyu began to ponder what he should give Yu Shernan as a gift. If he were to give him some gold or jewelry, the old man would definitely not like it. Last time, he didn't have the money to buy that piece of land facing the sun, so he borrowed 1,000 strings of copper coins from Yu Shernan. But when he had the money, the old man didn't want him to pay him back. It was clear that Yu Shernan didn't care about these things at all. But if he were to give him some poems, calligraphy, and paintings, it would be too light on the gift but heavy on the thought. Although the old man would definitely like it, he didn't know how many influential people in Chang and city would be there to give him their birthday banquets. If he were to just give away his own poems, it would be too embarrassing. If things didn't go well, people would say that he, the dignified county earl who founded the country, was so stingy and stingy. That wouldn't be good. For a moment, Li Wangyu was a bit worried. Gifting was indeed a skill. His beautiful superior came out and saw him frowning. She curiously asked what was wrong. Li Wangyu told her about Yu Shernan's 70th birthday banquet in a few days. He was also worried about what gift to give. His beautiful superior smiled with her beautiful eyes. Isn't that simple? Give him a birthday cake. It's delicious and has a good taste. Besides, no one in the Tang dynasty has ever seen a cream cake, right? It's a rare thing. Li Wangyu was stunned. You know how to make a cream cake? Aha! The beautiful superior raised her proud neck, looking like a little princess who didn't know who she was. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He stepped forward and hugged his beautiful superior, giving her a big peck on her pink face. His sudden attack startled the beautiful superior, who couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Bashful, her soft fists suddenly fell on Li Wangyu's chest like raindrops. This was the so-called flirting. Since his beautiful superior knew how to make a cream cake, Li Wangyu didn't bother to think about giving a gift. He planned to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor with a clear conscience. Something like a cream cake was used as a birthday gift. In the future, it would be better to give some calligraphy and paintings. But in the Tang dynasty, it couldn't be more appropriate. Sure enough, a virtuous wife at home was better than 10,000 acres of fertile land. Hee, Changqing, then I'll leave the gift to you. Yu Gong's birthday is on the 5th of next month. You can arrange it according to the schedule. After Li Wangyu settled the matter of the congratulatory gift, he crossed his legs and leisurely drank his tea while humming a little tune. He looked like the foolish son of a landlord. Needless to say, it was extremely hateful. Seeing him like this, the beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She couldn't help but reach out her slender white fingers, quickly and accurately clamped Li Wangyu's ear, and gently twisted it. Ouch, it hurts, let go, let go. Changqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu cried out in pain. You want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? In your dreams. That birthday cake was my gift. What gift do you want to give Yu Gong? Go prepare it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted discontentedly. When Li Wangyu heard her words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Hee, Changqing, what are you saying? You don't even know Yu Gong, why are you giving him a gift? Be good, leave the cake to me. Li Wangyu only thought that the beautiful superior was joking with him. Su Changqing glanced at him. Yu Gong has a son, do you know? I know. Yu Cheng, courtesy name Jing Ming. I saw him when I went to Yu Gong's residence. Yu Gong is quite good, he actually had a son at such an old age. Yu Cheng is now 28 years old, but Yu Gong is already 70 years old. When Li Wangyu talked about Yu Shernan's gossip, he was also in high spirits. It wasn't strange for Yu Shernan to have a son in his 40s. But in the Tang dynasty, having a son at such an old age was a rare occurrence. The beautiful superior asked again, Yu Cheng has a wife called Yun, do you know? How could I know? I only know Yu Cheng, we're not close. Li Wangyu didn't understand what the beautiful superior meant. That Yun is very close to me now, and we can be considered best friends. She already invited me to Yu Gong's birthday yesterday, did you know? The beautiful superior laughed proudly, but Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Xiao Do Sak. Wait, Changqing, when did you get to know that Yun? Best friends? Are you kidding me? Li Wangyu was so anxious that he even blurted out the Japanese language. But he didn't know that Su Changqing really didn't lie to him. Chapter 452. His beautiful boss had to travel between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village almost every day. Plus, after she came to the Tang dynasty, she was addicted to riding horses and did not want to ride anymore. Even her favorite horse, Zhao Yebai, would only go out for a walk occasionally. Now that it was summer, his beautiful boss did not want her delicate white skin to be tanned by riding back and forth every day. Li Wangyu's heart ached for her, so he asked Carpenter Lu to help his beautiful boss build a special four-wheeled carriage for her to ride. Although Li Wangyu could not make springs and rubber in the Tang dynasty, the wisdom of the ancients was not to be underestimated. Huaxia had carriages since ancient times. Although they were two-wheeled carriages, how could the carriages of the high officials and nobles endure the pain of the bumpy ride? Therefore, all kinds of shock absorption measures were exhausted. For example, leather was wrapped around the wheels, which was the same principle as rubber tires. It increased the cushioning by increasing the softness. Thick cushions were placed on the seats to make the buttocks more comfortable. There was also a device called rabbit concealing device, which was installed between the axle and the carriage and had a spring-like shock absorption effect. In Shiming, this device was described as like human clogs, which meant that it was as comfortable as wearing shoes. Li Wangyu was not short of money now, so he did not hesitate to use a lot of money to build the carriage for his beautiful boss. He used whatever was useful and did not care about the cost. Li Wangyu also followed the layout of carriages in the future and had people use leather, soft fur, and cotton to build comfortable seats. There was even a bed for lying down to rest. Even the 4 horses that pulled the carriage were fine horses that he had specially bought from Shi City. The only regret was that he could not make glass. The windows of the carriage could not be made to be transparent. The 4-wheeled carriage for his beautiful boss was built. When it was driven on the road, it was as eye-catching as the Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and other luxury cars in the future. His beautiful boss naturally liked the spacious and comfortable 4-wheeled carriage. After trying it again, she was so excited that she even took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, which made Li Wangyu feel that it was worth it. Since the unique, luxurious carriage of the Tang dynasty was built, his beautiful boss had been riding it between Dingzhou village and Chang'an City every day. She did not feel tired at all. Coincidentally, a few days ago, on the way to Chang'an in a carriage, his beautiful superior ran into a broken carriage by the roadside. The axle of the carriage was broken, and one of the wheels fell off. The coachman was so anxious that he stomped his feet, but it was useless. The beautiful boss immediately asked Niu Yong to stop the carriage and asked if he needed help. After asking around, he learned that there were women in the broken carriage who were on their way back to Chang'an City to visit their relatives in Hu County. They were worried about the broken carriage when it broke down. The beautiful boss warmly invited the young woman to get on her carriage and send her back to Chang'an City. The young woman led her maidservant and thanked her beautiful superior repeatedly before boarding the carriage. This wide four-wheeled carriage, which she had never seen before, made the young woman very surprised. After asking carefully, she learned that the carriage was personally built by County Count Hu, which made her even more surprised. The two chatted along the way and realized that they were actually close. This young woman was Yu Shernan's daughter-in-law, Yun. Of course, Madame Yun knew Li Wangyu, the County Count of Huxian. Not only was the County Count of Huxian famous in Chang'an, but her father-in-law often talked about him at home. This made her very curious about this young county count who founded the country. After learning that his beautiful superior was a relative of County Count Hu, he became even closer and even warmly invited her to his home. His beautiful superior had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and did not have many friends. Seeing Yun's enthusiasm, she did not refuse. The two of them became closer and closer as time went by. When his beautiful superior went to Chang'an City to take care of the underwear workshop and carriage business, she would often send people to invite Yun. Therefore, Yun naturally invited her to Yu Shernan's 70th birthday celebration. As a relative of County Count Hu, she would go to Yu Mansion to celebrate. In response, his beautiful superior naturally nodded happily. Therefore, his beautiful superior naturally wanted to give the birthday cake to Yu Shernan as a birthday gift. After understanding all of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could this work? Hehe, Changqing, let's consider the cake as a gift from both of us, okay? Li Wangyu asked with a cheeky grin. No way. We women are not here to celebrate our birthdays with you stinky men. If you take it and give it to Buddha, I'll be empty-handed. You're dreaming. His beautiful superior mercilessly rejected Li Wangyu's suggestion, making him very sad. He knew that his beautiful superior was right. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, the nobles still strictly followed Confucian etiquette. This was especially true for the birthday banquet of a grand scholar like Yu Shernan. Therefore, during the banquet, the madams and young ladies of the noble families who came to celebrate would sit alone in a hall. At that time, Yu Shernan, the birthday boy, would go and receive their blessings and gifts. What's so great about that? It's not like I can't think of a gift. Just you wait. The gift I've prepared will definitely be much better than that birthday cake. Li Wangyu said stubbornly, refusing to back down. How could the beautiful superior not see through his stubbornness? She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, then take your time to think about it. Be careful, or else your gift won't be as good as my birthday cake. That would be too embarrassing. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. She waved her hand and didn't take a single cloud with her. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand, wanting to stop her, but he put it down disappointedly. If he begged his beautiful superior again, he would lose face. He was still a bit of a male chauvinist. How could he be willing to lose face and beg his beautiful superior again at this time? He propped his head up with one hand and subconsciously tapped the table with the other. He was thinking hard about what gift he could give Yu Shernan. If he wanted to build a four-wheeled carriage, it would be quite suitable as a gift. He still remembered the first time he saw Yu Shernan, that old man. Yu Shernan had an old servant by his side and was sitting in a creaky old ox cart. Building a comfortable carriage for the old man would be the most suitable. But this carriage was completely handmade. It wasn't something that could be built in just a few days. He couldn't give the beautiful superior's carriage to Yu Shernan, right? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu patted his head in annoyance. When he was building the carriage, why didn't he think of building more? This was a good gift. Yu Shernan, Kang Yingda, Lu Quan, these big shots, he should have given one to them as a token of his sincerity. He decided to make a note of this matter and ask Carpenter Lu to build him more carriages to use as a gift. But it was too late to talk about this now. It was obviously not in time. If he wanted to give Yu Shernan a gift, he would have to think of another way. Li Wangyu racked his brains for a long time and finally slapped the table. Wahahaha, I really am a genius. Su Changqing, wait and see. Let's see what you have to fight with me. After thinking of what gift to give, Li Wangyu didn't care about the hot weather. He directly got up and called for Ox Warrior to prepare a horse. He was going to Chang'an City. Chapter 453. His beautiful superior had recently discovered that Li Wangyu had been acting all mysterious and busy, traveling between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village from time to time. She asked out of curiosity, but Li Wangyu refused to answer and only said that he was preparing a gift for Yu Shinan. Hee, it's a secret. Anyway, my gift will definitely be better than your birthday cake. I don't believe you. His beautiful superior naturally snorted in disdain, thinking that Li Wangyu was pretending to be mysterious. She didn't believe that Li Wangyu could have come up with anything good in such a short time. Time flew by and it was already the 5th day of the 8th lunar month. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior dressed up and prepared to go to Chang'an City's Buzheng Square for the birthday banquet. With the help of Aphrodite and Perrin, his beautiful superior had already prepared a huge cream cake. She put it in a box and asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to carefully carry the cake onto the carriage. Natural cream made from milk was the most resistant to heat. Once the temperature was too high, it would melt like ice cream. In order to prevent the cream from melting, she carefully found a lot of ice cubes and piled them around the cake box to cool it down. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was only holding a slender wooden box in his hand. Riding on the jade flower horse, he was very relaxed. His beautiful superior had already seen that the wooden box contained a painting scroll. If it wasn't Li Wangyu's sketch, then it must have been something that Yan Liben had drawn on his behalf. His beautiful superior made a funny face at him and stuck out her pink tongue. Hey, this is the birthday gift you prepared? Just a painting. Who was the one who said that his gift would definitely be better than mine? What's the rush? Just wait and see. If I say that my gift is better than yours, then it's definitely better. When have I ever spoken without thinking? Oh, is that so? I heard that someone named Carpenter Lu's grandson Lu Dehua Lu. Does that count as speaking without thinking? His beautiful superior winked at Li Wangyu mischievously. Her words made Li Wangyu's face turn red. *CK, didn't I blurt it out because of Carpenter Lu's questions that day? The fact that he didn't name Carpenter Lu's grandson Lu Jin was already very kind to him. Let's go. It's getting late. Take the carriage. Be careful of the cake. We have to let Niu Yong walk slower. Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. The beautiful boss raised her head smugly and beckoned Aphrodite and Perrin to get into the car. Today, the two of them, as the personal attendants of their beautiful superior, were brought along to the Yu residence to have some fun. Avro and Perrin often went to work in Chang'an with their beautiful boss, so they naturally knew Madame Yun. The two brothers, Niu Wu and Niu Yong, escorted Li Wangyu and the three women and set off for Chang'an City. When they arrived at Buzhengfang, the place was already filled with all kinds of carriages and horses. It was Yu Shinan's 70th birthday, and the guests who came to wish him well were as numerous as the clouds. The beautiful superior's four-wheeled carriage could hardly move, so she had no choice but to get off and walk. As for the huge cake box, it was carefully carried by the Niu brothers to the Yu residence. Today, the gates of the Yu residence were all open to welcome the guests. Li Wangyu immediately saw Yang Quan and Yu Chang standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. Younger brother Zio, you're finally here. Teacher has asked several times if you've arrived. Yang Quan immediately cupped his hands in greeting when he saw Li Wangyu. Yu Chang also bowed to Li Wangyu. Thank you, Count Hu, for coming to celebrate my lord's birthday. Please take a seat in the central room. Brother Jing Ming is too polite. These are the women of my residence. They were invited by Brother Jing Ming's wife to celebrate Duke Yu's birthday. Li Wangyu hurriedly introduced his beautiful superior to Yu Chang. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while before they were welcomed into the residence. The beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and Perrin were naturally received by Madame Yun, who led them to a small sitting room at the side of the main hall. The small sitting room was separated from the main hall by a curtain, so it was actually very transparent. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu was politely invited into the main hall of Yu Mansion by Yu Chang. "Brat, why are you so late? Come and drink." As soon as Li Wangyu entered the main hall, he heard Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice and subconsciously wanted to turn and run. Fortunately, he immediately reacted. This was not Duke Lu's residence, but Yu Shernan's birthday banquet. Qing Yaojin wouldn't be too presumptuous, right? This nephew greets Uncle Cheng. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Qing Yaojin and winked at the three brothers beside him as a greeting. "Brat, why don't you come to my residence to drink? I haven't thanked you for winning the gold yet." Qing Yaojin laughed. Li Wangyu was speechless. "Damn, are you going to thank me? You're clearly planning to repay kindness with enmity." If he went to Duke Lu's residence to drink, Li Wangyu suspected that he would die of alcohol poisoning sooner or later. Li Wangyu didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly used the excuse of going to greet the others and stayed far away from Qing Yaojin. Today, Yu Chang's main hall was filled with familiar faces. Li Wangyu even had an illusion that Chang Chao from Taiji Palace had been brought here. A room full of big shots, all of them high-ranking officials of the imperial court. As one of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's residence, Yu Shernan was very familiar with Pai Lupi's trusted ministers. They had all been officials of the imperial court for many years. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, so how could these big shots not personally come to congratulate him? Li Wangyu's status wasn't low, but he was the youngest. He could only hurry forward and greet these big shots one by one. After a round of greetings, Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't straighten his back. Not only were almost all of the big shots of the imperial court present, but even Li Wangyu's group of bad friends were present. They had all followed their fathers to Yu Chang's residence to give birthday greetings. When they saw Li Wangyu, they all winked at each other. It was very lively. What surprised Li Wangyu was that the patriarchs of the 5 surnames and 7 looks had also come today. He didn't know that Yu Yao's Yu clan was also one of the aristocratic families. However, Yu Shernan was more politically inclined towards Pai Lupi. He was Pai Lupi's trusted minister and one of the future 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. When Wang Renyu saw Li Wangyu, his expression turned cold. However, it wasn't good for him to flare up. He snorted coldly and no longer looked at him. On the other hand, a young man beside Wang Renyu was glaring at Li Wangyu provocatively. "Brother Yai, who's the one glaring at me?" Li Wangyu curiously asked Fang Yai. "He's the second son of Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziyu. His elder brother is that bastard Wang Ziqiao. He's not much different from his elder brother. He's also a bastard. Hee, Zio, it seems that he's very unhappy with you after you won so much money from Taiyuan Wang clan." Li Wangyu curled his lips in disdain. "So what if he's unhappy? Is he going to bite me? Hee, I like to see this kind of person the most. He's clearly unhappy with me, but he can't do anything about it." "Ha, Zio, you're so bad." Fang Yai laughed heartily. He kept patting Li Wangyu's back with his palm. Today, the Yu clan was celebrating the closing of the Yu clan. Just as the main hall was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wangyu was surprised to see another familiar figure enter the hall. Damn, Pai Lupi actually came in person. TSK, Yu Shernan really has a lot of face. Seeing Pai Lupi come in person, the main hall was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone stepped forward to greet him. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Today, I'm also here to celebrate Duke Yu's birthday. There's no need to be so formal." Pai Lupi smiled and waved at everyone. When Yu Shernan received the news, he immediately rushed to the main hall. "This old subject greets your majesty. Duke Yu, there's no need to be so courteous. Yu Chang, quickly help your lord up." Pai Lupi hurriedly stopped Yu Shernan from greeting him. "Duke Yu, I wish you a long life, as long as the South Mountain, as long as the East Sea, and as many children and grandchildren as possible." "Thank you, your majesty. Please take a seat." After the commotion, everyone finally sat down again. With the arrival of the sage, the Yu clan became even livelier. Chapter 454. When Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu, he gestured for him to sit next to him. "Zio, you bastard. How could you leave so much of your private money in my palace and not care about it? What are you trying to do?" As soon as Li Wangyu sat down, Pai Lupi asked quietly. Ever since Li Wangyu moved the 3 million caddies of money into Tai Chi Palace, he hadn't asked about it. This made Pai Lupi very depressed. Now that he finally caught him, how could he not ask him? I've been busy preparing a congratulatory gift for Duke Yu these few days and forgot about this matter. I'll tell you about it later. It's a good thing." "What good thing? Tell me." Pai Lupi wasn't going to let him go. "Hee, it's turning your money into official money. Are you interested?" Li Wangyu laughed. Pai Lupi glared at him and planned to ask more questions. But it was already time for the birthday celebration. The guests had already begun. Pai Lupi could only give up for now. He planned to ask Li Wangyu later. In the main hall of Yu Manor, Yu Shinan was wearing new clothes and a red ribbon. He sat facing the south, ready to receive the congratulations and bows of his relatives and juniors. The birthday celebration began. His eldest son, Yu Chang, lit the birthday lantern. The lantern was made of red candles. The god of longevity would light one every 10 years. There were a total of 7 red candles, similar to the birthday candles of modern times. There was a master of ceremonies. Yu Shinan's children and grandchildren walked into the hall in order of seniority. Yu Shinan had a son and a daughter. His daughter, Yu Xiuyao, was already married. Today, she brought her children home to celebrate her father's birthday. Yu Shinan's older brother, Yu Shiji, was killed by Yuan Huaji 10 years ago during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. However, he left behind 4 sons, all of whom were married and had families. As the head of the Yu Yaoyu clan, Yu Shinan was celebrating his birthday today. Naturally, these juniors had to come and kowtow to congratulate him and present their gifts. This was Li Wangyu's first time seeing a Tang celebrate a birthday, and he was all smiles as he watched, finding it extremely amusing. After Yu Shinan's relatives and juniors had finished paying their respects, it was now the turn of the guests. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that this birthday celebration seemed to have become a way for the aristocratic families to flaunt their wealth. Every time a guest presented a gift to Yu Shinan, there would be an MC loudly announcing the list of gifts. To give a gift, there must be a gift list. To receive a gift, there must be a gift account. Actually, Yu Shinan didn't accept all the gifts that were sent to him. According to custom, most of the time, the owner would accept a few items and return a few items. The gift list was marked with "respectfully received," which meant that the owner had accepted it. On the other hand, those who wrote "thank you" were returning the guests. After the gift list was marked by the owner, it had to be returned to the original owner as proof of receiving the gift. The gift account was naturally used by the owner to record the gift so that the owner could return the gift after the event. If the gift giver couldn't attend in person due to other matters, he would send someone to deliver the gift along with his name card. This was equivalent to him personally delivering the gift. As long as Yu Shinan nodded to accept the gift, there would be servants of the Yu residence who would bring the dazzling gifts into the main hall to display to the guests present. Many of the gifts given by the aristocratic families were all priceless treasures. Li Wangyu couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this. He felt that he was a rich man now, but compared to the gifts given by the aristocratic families, he seemed to be very poor. Li Wangyu cursed inwardly. No wonder Yang Zhua said that his teacher was rich. Just these congratulatory gifts, if converted to copper coins, would be worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. In fact, this wasn't Yu Shinan showing off. This was the custom of the Tang dynasty, and the old man couldn't do anything about it. Yu Shinan even had a headache. Since ancient times, China had been particular about, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Returning the gift was also a troublesome matter. The Wang clan of Taiyuan sends a 3-foot Langxian tree. When the master of ceremonies read out the gift list, his voice couldn't help but raise a few notches. It attracted the attention of everyone in the noisy main hall. When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and murmured, "This Wang clan of Taiyuan is really generous. They're willing to give such a treasure as a gift?" Li Wangyu didn't quite understand. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Uncle, is the gift given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan to Yugong very precious?" Pai Lupi rolled his eyes at him. "You don't even know about the Langxian tree. It's also called the pearl tree. It's produced in Mount Penglai and is shaped like a coral. Its texture is like a branch of ginger, and when hit, it will produce the sound of metal and stone. The Langxian tree is even more precious than a coral. Moreover, a 3-foot-tall Langxian tree is even more precious. It can be said to be priceless." When Li Wangyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he suddenly remembered an ancient poem about the Langxian tree. For example, the Langxian tree is not a tree in the mortal world. Where is the phoenix in the morning sun? There was also a poem by Du Fu, knowing that the Lord's plan will grow, the Ganoderma Langxian tree will grow day by day. The Langxian tree alongside the Ganoderma Langxian tree should be the Langxian tree given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan, right? Wasn't that the legendary immortal tree? Could it be that it really existed? When Yu Shinan heard the master of ceremonies read out the gift list and heard that it was a gift from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he couldn't help but stand up and cup his hands towards Wang Renyu. "Lord Wang, this gift is truly too precious. This old man is ashamed to accept it. Lord Wang, please take it back. This old man appreciates this gift in his heart. Thank you." Wang Renyu also stood up and laughed heartily. "Lord Yu, what are you saying? How can you take back a gift that has already been given?" This. Yu Shinan was somewhat hesitant. The Langxian tree given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan was truly too precious. A 3-foot-tall Langxian tree might be able to sell for 10,000 taels of gold. The value of this gift was truly too great. Although the gifts given by the many guests today were valuable, most of them were only worth 100 strings of copper coins. Dukes like Qing Yaojin had given gifts worth 1,000 strings of copper coins, which was already very precious. However, the Taiyuan Wang clan had given a gift worth 10,000 taels of gold. How could Yu Shinan not feel conflicted? Seeing Yu Shinan's hesitation, before Wang Renyu could say anything, his second son Wang Ziyu suddenly spoke up. "Lord Yu, this Langxian tree was specially chosen by our lord for you. Please accept it, Duke Yu. Otherwise, if word gets out, won't others think that our Taiyuan Wang clan of Taiyuan can't even afford to give out gifts? If we give you something that looks good to fool you, then our Taiyuan Wang clan's face will be completely lost." His words were extremely impolite. It was as if Yu Shinan's refusal to accept the Taiyuan Wang clan's gift was looking down on them. Yu Shinan was taken aback when he heard this. Why did Wang Renyu's second son speak so harshly? Wang Renyu didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, "My son is young and doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't blame him, Lord Yu. Please don't be so courteous and accept this Langxian tree." "Young your sister." Li Wangyu was also displeased by Wang Ziyu's impoliteness. He cursed inwardly, Wang Ziyu in his 20s. "Wang Renyu, you have the nerve to call him young. I'm the one who's called young, all right?" However, Li Wangyu's displeasure was one thing. Today was Yu Shinan's birthday banquet. He naturally couldn't disrupt Yu Manor's joyous occasion. He could only curse silently. Seeing the Wang father and son's attitude, Yu Shinan could only smile and nod. He thanked Wang Renyu again and accepted the gift. Seeing Yu Shinan accept the gift, Yu Manor's servants carefully carried the Langxian tree gifted by the Taiyuan Wang clan into the main room and displayed it for everyone to see. The Langxian tree was shaped like a coral, but under the illumination of the lights in the main hall, it sparkled with jewels. Li Wangyu was stunned by the sight of it. He hadn't seen this object in his previous life, whether in museums or on the internet. It was truly magical. It was indeed very rare and had been lost in the long river of history for more than 1,000 years. When the 3-feet-tall Langxian tree was revealed, the guests in the main hall all cried out in surprise. Even the women in the small hall were startled. Behind the bead curtain separating the small hall and the main room, the women all gathered around and pointed at the Langxian tree, discussing animatedly. Wang Ziyu of the Taiyuan Wang clan became even more proud. He looked around like a proud rooster. When he saw Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but stand up and salute Yu Shinan. Lord Yu, I heard. Chapter 455. Wang Ziyu glanced at Li Wangyu and then cupped his hands toward Yu Shinan. Duke Yu, I heard that County Count who has also prepared a congratulatory gift for Duke Yu's birthday. A few days ago, our Taiyuan Wang clan lost 50,000 taels of gold to County Count Hu, allowing him to make a fortune. Even though our Taiyuan Wang clan has lost so much money, we still have to give you a generous gift to celebrate your 70th birthday. Presumably, the gift that County Count Hu has prepared for you today should be even more extraordinary, right? Why don't we let County Count Hu give you his birthday first so that we can broaden our horizons and listen to County Count Hu's gift list? His words caused the noisy hall to quiet down a little. What was the Taiyuan Wang clan planning? Were they planning to humiliate County Count Hu? Everyone present knew of the conflict between the Taiyuan Wang clan and County Count Hu. Everyone felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan had eyes but failed to see. Originally, the two families had planned to become in-laws, and the Wang and Li clans had done the best for Qin and Jin. But in the end, Li Zhou had only been dead for a year, and County Count Hu was still a nobody, but the Taiyuan Wang clan impatiently came to cancel the engagement. The Taiyuan Wang clan had paid a compensation of more than 100 taels of gold to force County Count Hu to cancel the engagement. This matter was despised by all the noble clans and nobles of Chang'an. But no one had expected that after the Taiyuan Wang clan cancelled the engagement, in just a few short months, Li Wangyu would soar into the sky. From a nobody, he had been conferred the title of County Count of the founding county, and his nobility had been increased several times. Now, County Count Hu was in the heart of the emperor, and his talent was on full display. In Chang'an, every noble family with a young lady of the right age would want to marry this young county earl, who was the first county earl of the country. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had made themselves the laughingstock of Chang'an, and yet they were still entangled with County Count Hu. It was truly despicable. When the Count of Hu County won 50,000 taels of gold from the Taiyuan Wang clan, everyone felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan deserved it. Since your family's casino dares to open a bet and dare to accept the bet, then you have to accept your loss. The second son of the Wang clan, Wang Ziyu, saying these words at this time was rather petty. Everyone was well aware of the meaning behind Wang Ziyu's words. Wasn't it because their Taiyuan Wang clan had sent a great gift today, and wanted to use it to humiliate Li Wangyu? However, among all the people who came to celebrate Yu Shinan's birthday, which family could present a more valuable gift than the one from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Moreover, Li Wangyu was not the only one who had won gold in the Hall of Yu Mansion. Qing Yaojin, Chai Lingguo, Yuqi Jingda, these big shots, had also ruthlessly bitten off a piece of meat from the aristocratic families. Wang Ziyu's words were too offensive. All the big shots present showed displeasure, feeling that this second son of the Wang clan was too frivolous. However, due to their status, it was inconvenient for them to get angry with this junior, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. Thinking of this, Qing Yaojin and the other big shots suddenly realized that they were treating Wang Ziyu, who was already 20 years old, as a junior, so they didn't lower themselves to his level. However, when facing Li Wangyu, no one treated him as a 16-year-old youth. Whether it was Qing Yaojin or Yuqi Jingda, although they usually called him little brat and virtuous nephew, in their hearts, they treated him as an equal and trusted his words. Therefore, when Li Wangyu proposed to place a large bet on the empress giving birth to a child, these big shots agreed so quickly. Comparing the two, Qing Yaojin could only secretly mutter, "Freak." Then, he suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Qing Chumo and his two brothers, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. His expression, however, made Qing Chumo and his two brothers confused. What was the meaning of this? The one who spoke was that bastard Wang Ziyu. Why was their father glaring at them? How could they know that there was a kind of harm in this world called other people's children? Yu Shinan was also quite dissatisfied with Wang Ziyu's words. But today, the hall was full of guests, so he couldn't say much and could only laugh. Ha, no hurry, no hurry, Li Ziyo and I are friends, his gift is not worth much, it's most likely to be calligraphy or paintings or something of little value. Hearing virtuous nephew Wang's words, this old man now feels that he has lost out. They all say that the gift is light, but the thought is heavy. Ziyo, next time, don't be so sentimental with this old man, haha. His words were not only helping Li Wangyu out of his predicament, but also mocking himself, which made all the guests in the hall burst out laughing. He originally thought that this matter was over, but who knew that Wang Ziyu would not let it go and continued, Duke Yu still hasn't heard the list of gifts from the county earl. How do you know that the county earl didn't send a great gift today? Yu Shinan saw that this second son of the Wang clan was so stubborn and couldn't help but get angry. He raised his eyes to look at Wang Rinyu, wanting to see what he meant. But he saw that Wang Rinyu was minding his own business and drinking wine, as if he didn't hear his son's words. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange, even Pai Lupi's face stiffened. Today was Yu Shinan's 70th birthday, and in order to make Li Wangyu lose face, the Wang clan of Taiyuan actually disregarded Yu Shinan's dignity. It was truly infuriating. Li Wangyu stood up at this time. Ha, Yu Gong actually guessed what I was going to send. Yu Gong is right, but... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a woman's voice. However, my family's Lang Jun has prepared another gift, Yu Gong, I'm sure you won't be able to guess. The one who spoke was his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't she in the small hall next door? Why did she come out? Just as he was about to speak, his beautiful superior winked at him, then curtsied to Yu Shinan. This little girl is the older cousin of County Count Hu. Today, I've been invited by the Yun family to celebrate Yu Gong's birthday. I wish Yu Gong to leap like a tiger and cross the new era of 70 years, to soar through the mountains of poetry. The beautiful superior's older cousin was rather vague. Everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, couldn't help but smile knowingly, thinking that this young lady and Li Wangyu were simply deceiving themselves. Yu Shinan naturally knew of this Lady Su, and when they met today, he also laughed heartily. Haha, old me thanks Lady Su for her auspicious words. Lady Su said earlier that Ziyo had prepared a congratulatory gift for this old man. Is it something this old man can't guess? Hee, Yu Gong will know at a glance. The beautiful superior turned her head towards the entrance of the hall, and saw the two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, carrying a large wooden box into the hall. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Didn't his beautiful superior say that he was going to give this birthday cake to Yu Shinan? Why was it given in his name? He immediately reacted. This beautiful superior was angry with Wang Ziyu's words just now, and was afraid that he would lose face in front of everyone, so she said this. After thinking this through, Li Wangyu's gaze towards his beautiful superior became even more tender. The congratulatory gift from County Count Hu was directly carried into the hall by his own troops, and this was beyond everyone's expectations. There wasn't a list of gifts, and Yu Shinan didn't agree to accept this gift, so why was it carried in? This was against the rules. Yu Shinan smiled mischievously. Lady Su, are you sure that old me will accept this gift? The beautiful superior smiled and nodded. Hee, Yu Gong will definitely accept this gift. Oh, you're that confident? Then bring it out for everyone to see. This old man wants to see what kind of congratulatory gift Ziyu has prepared for this old man. Since Yu Shinan said this, the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all cast curious gazes towards the wooden box carried by the Li family's troops. Chapter 456. The huge wooden box was very ordinary. It was about 1 meter square and was square in shape. There were many ice cubes on top of the wooden box. This caused everyone, including Li Er and Yu Shinan, to be inexplicably surprised. No one understood why the gift was covered with ice cubes. Could it be a freshwater fish that Huxin County Count fished out from the river? Or was it a lychee from Izhou? During the Tang dynasty, Sichuan's Fuzhou, Bazhou, Tongzhou and other places were rich in lychees. The poem, Riding in the Red Dust, the concubine smiled, no one knew it was a lychee. It was actually referring to the lychees that were transported from Sichuan, not Lingnan. At that time, Tang Xuanzong had ordered people to build a road from Peizhou to Chang and to transport lychees. It was also called the Lychee Road. If it was lychees, it was rare. Especially during the early Tang dynasty, even Pai Lupi could not eat fresh lychees. However, it was only rare. Compared to the 3 feet tall Langxian tree that the Wang clan of Taiyuan gave, it was nothing special. Seeing the big wooden box, Wang Ziyu could not help but show a mocking expression. He was already thinking about how to mock Li Wangyu for being stingy. He wanted to make him lose face in front of everyone. Inside the wooden box was the birthday cake made by his beautiful boss. Because there would be many guests at the birthday banquet, if the cake was too small, it would not be enough for everyone. Their beautiful boss spent a lot of effort to make such a big birthday cake as a gift. The 2 brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, hated the birthday cake very much. They had already tasted the cake. It was very delicious and could be said to be the best in the world. However, the process of making the cake was like a nightmare to the 2 brothers. There was no other reason than that there were no mechanical devices in the Tang dynasty. The cream used to make the cake had to be spun and stirred continuously. In the future, it was simple. A few hundred yuan electric mixer could solve the problem. However, to make the cream now, it was all manual labor. The thought of stirring more than 10 kilograms of milk with a paddle made one's scalp tingle. Even strong men like the Niu brothers almost dislocated their hands because they had to whip the cream. Therefore, the Niu brothers both loved and hated this birthday cake. Li Wangyu leaned close to his beautiful boss's ear and whispered, "Changqing, what are you doing? Hee, are you afraid that I'll lose face?" The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. "Humph, you're so stubborn. I couldn't stand that Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance. Wasn't it just a precious gift? What's the big deal? At least, no one in the Tang dynasty has ever seen the birthday cake I made." Li Wangyu's heart was naturally warmed by his beautiful superior's protectiveness. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have hugged her and kissed her passionately. Removing the ice covering the outside, the wooden box containing the cake was carefully opened by the Niu brothers, revealing the true face of the birthday cake. When the huge cream cake was displayed in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. What was that? The people present could be said to be the most distinguished and knowledgeable group of people in the Tang dynasty, but none of them had ever seen this thing in front of them. This object was very big, flat, and round. Its entire body was pure white, and it looked a bit like white marble. There were many patterns on it, and it was very exquisite. Especially the huge longevity peach on the cake, which was even more eye-catching. The meaning of the birthday celebration was self-evident. There was also a birthday poem written on Noda's cake. Yu Shinan leaned closer to take a closer look and murmured the poem. More than 70 years have been a dream. The morning comes, the birthday comes, the children and grandchildren come. Worries are gone, no pain. The heart is unmoved. There is 1,000 pounds of weight here. Early years for the world to use. Middle-aged Zen doubts the heavens. When the stone tower is built, there is not a crack. Who will share it? Send it to heaven and earth. Good. Good poem. Zio, is this your new work? Yang Quan clapped his hands and applauded. The guests also praised. Yu Shinan was so excited that his beard trembled. He couldn't help but cry as he recited the poem. Wasn't this phrase describing Yu Shinan's entire life? Zio, you really know me well. Just based on this poem alone, this gift is the best this old man has seen today. With much difficulty, Yu Shinan was finally able to wipe away his tears under Yu Chang's coaxing. He held Li Wangyu's hand tightly as he spoke. This made Li Wangyu feel a little embarrassed. Hee hee, I didn't expect that plagiarizing a poem would make you Shernan so excited. Suja's poem, The Fisherman's Pride, Happy Birthday to his disciples, on the cake was obviously plagiarized by Li Wangyu. His beautiful boss asked him to write a birthday poem on the cake, so he copied the poem by Suja, one of the three Sus. It was quite suitable for the occasion, and it made the old man very excited. Li Erma carefully savored this poem and nodded his head repeatedly. Zio, this poem of yours really sums up Duke Yu's entire life. Kang Yingda, Lu Quan, Dai Zhou, and the other scholars all praised the poem after reading it. In the hall, everyone's praise made Wang Ziyu's expression change. Especially when he heard Yu Shernan say that this was the best gift he had seen today, his expression became even uglier. He couldn't help but ask in a loud voice, "Dare I ask County Earl Hu, what is this gift?" "It's a big white piece of cake." "Is it just to write a birthday poem?" "The words are really not very well written." Wang Ziyu's words were a bit of a wet blanket. Many guests secretly shook their heads. They felt that Wang Rinyo's poem was really ignorant and incompetent. But although Wang Ziyu's question was rude, it was indeed what many people were thinking. Up until now, no one had figured out what the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu was. If it was a birthday poem, shouldn't it be written on paper, framed, and sent out? What was this big white piece of cake in front of them? Li Wangyu didn't get angry. He chuckled at Yu Chang. "Brother Jing Ming, can I trouble you to bring me a clean saber and have your servants prepare some bowls and plates?" His words made everyone even more confused. Why did he suddenly want a saber? "County Earl Hu, what do you want a saber for?" Yu Chang didn't understand and asked. "To divide and eat it." "What?" "Zio, don't mess around." Li Er, who was at the side, could not help but say, "This is food. It looks like jade, but it's not jade. Although I can't tell what it's made of, how can this be food?" All the guests, including Yu Shernan, were stunned by Li Wangyu's words. Was such a beautiful object meant to be eaten? Only Wang Ziyu laughed out loud. He said with a mocking tone, "County Earl Hu, you only gave Duke Yu food for his 70th birthday. I've long heard that County Earl Hu is good at making money. Now it seems that it's true. You're too thrifty." He was mocking Li Wangyu for being stingy. It was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday and the county earl gave him some worthless food. It was really laughable. Li Wangyu ignored Wang Ziyu and pretended not to hear his mockery. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan and Pai Lupi. "Duke Yu, uncle, this is really food. I call it a birthday cake. It's eaten on the day of one's birthday." "Oh. It's really food. Then why is it eaten on the day of one's birthday?" "What do you mean? What is a cake? Is it a steamed biscuit?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. Pai Lupi's question made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He had never thought about this question before. In his previous life, people were used to eating cake on their birthdays. But why eat cake? He had never thought about it before. Yes, why must it be eaten on the day of one's birthday? Why is it called a birthday cake? It seemed that birthday cakes were introduced to China from the West after the 1911 revolution. Its origin was probably related to the legends of the West. Since ancient times, people in China had the custom of eating longevity noodles on their birthdays in hopes of living a long life. There was also the custom of eating boiled eggs. Peeling off the shell symbolized the removal of the bad past and a new beginning. But how should he explain the birthday cake made by his beautiful boss? He couldn't help but look at his beautiful boss. He saw that his goddess was also dumbfounded. Obviously, she hadn't thought about this either. Chapter 457. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu could only roll his eyes and rack his brain to make up a story. This birthday cake is round and symbolizes the sun and the moon. It means that it is as permanent as the moon, as rising as the sun, and as long as the South Mountain. Therefore, it must be eaten on the day of the birthday. The sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to drip down. Only then did he come up with such an unreliable explanation. Fortunately, neither Yushernan nor Pai Lupi bothered with this question. After realizing that he and his beautiful boss had almost made a mistake due to the customs of the future, Li Wangyu did not dare to light or blow out the candles. Those were Western traditions, which were different from Huaxia traditions. Since ancient times, people in Huaxia had used the saying, dying of old age, or dying is like a lamp going out, to describe people dying of old age. When using candles, they would use scissors to cut them out instead of blowing them out. Blowing out the candles was not a good sign in Huaxia. If Li Wangyu followed the example of the future and asked Yushernan to light the candles on the cake and then blow them out with a wish, he would be asking for trouble. Wouldn't that be the same as cursing Yushernan? Li Wangyu would not do such a stupid thing. Soon, a servant of the Yu mansion brought a long knife. Li Wangyu presented it to Yushernan with both hands. "Master Yu, please cut this birthday cake yourself." Yushernan held the knife and looked at the unbelievably beautiful cake, especially the birthday greeting on it. The old man was reluctant to cut it. "Zio, are you going to cut it just like that? I can't bear to do it. Why don't we just forget about it? Let me enjoy it for a few more days." "Master Yu, this birthday cake cannot be stored for long. It must be eaten in time, or the cream will melt. It has been covered with ice to prevent the cream from melting." After being persuaded, Yushernan had no choice but to raise the knife. With Yu Chang's help, he began to cut the cake. Then, he asked the servants of the Yu mansion to distribute the cake to the guests. The cake was delicious. Even in the future, people who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies still liked it very much, let alone the Tangs who were tasting cake for the first time. Historians of later generations once joked that the reason why the Tang dynasty was the Tang dynasty was because they liked to eat candy. Of course, this was a joke, but the Tangs really liked all kinds of desserts. Especially in the early Tang dynasty, the technology of making cane sugar had just been introduced. Sugar was still a luxury in the Tang dynasty, and was even more sought after by the nobles. When the guests received the plates of cakes delivered by the maidservants of Yu mansion, they hesitated for a moment before picking up their spoons, scooping out a piece of cake and putting it into their mouths. The rich milky fragrance was soft and tempting in the mouth. It had a unique flavor that was unforgettable. There was no need to chew at all. It melted in the mouth, leaving a faint fragrance between the lips and teeth. Savoring the aftertaste, the thick aroma of the cream swirled in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. The birthday cake carefully made by the beautiful boss instantly conquered everyone present. For a moment, the hall of Yu mansion quieted down. No one spoke. There was only the sound of wolfing down food and the clatter of spoons against plates. Even Wang Renyu and his son Wang Ziyu, who had been looking down on Li Wangyu, did not bother to find trouble with Li Wangyu at this time. Each of them held a plate of cream cake and ate happily. "Zio, your birthday cake is really delicious. This old man hasn't had such a good meal in a long time. Thank you, Zio, for making this birthday cake for this old man. This old man likes it very much." Yushernan was old. Although he was in good health, he still had some of the problems that old people usually had. For example, teeth falling out, blurred vision, and leg trouble. Although the Tang dynasty also had the technology of embedding false teeth, it was not very useful. Usually, Yushernan's diet consisted mainly of soft foods. This sweet and creamy cream cake was naturally to his taste. He, who usually had a bad appetite, made an exception today and ate 2 plates of cake. Yu Chang was grinning from ear to ear and repeatedly cupped his hands to thank Li Wangyu. Faced with Yushernan's gratitude, Li Wangyu quickly pushed his beautiful boss to the front of the table. "You flatter me, Mr. Yu. This birthday cake is actually not my gift, but my cousin's gift to Mr. Yu. In order to make this cake, she put in a lot of effort." "Oh. So it was Lady Su who made the cake." "Ha, this old man thanked the wrong person. Thank you, Lady Su, for your kindness. This old man appreciates it." Yushernan twirled his beard and laughed. Seeing that Li Wangyu actually told the truth, the beautiful boss could only look at him helplessly. She bent down and curtsied to Yu Shinan. I really don't deserve Mr. Yu's praise. Mr. Yu is too polite. Everyone was full of praise for the birthday cake. Many of the women in the side hall were prepared to inquire their beautiful boss about how the cake was made and wanted to learn. At this time, Wang Ziyu's discordant voice sounded again, causing Yu Shinan to frown. So this birthday cake wasn't a gift from the Count of Huxian? Ha, I was wondering why County Count who would be so stingy as to give food as a gift. I wonder what kind of gift County Count who prepared for Mr. Yu. Why don't you let me open my eyes? Li Wangyu glanced at Wang Ziyu, whose mouth was still covered in cream. He was thoroughly fed up with this Taiyuan Wang clan. Sure enough, Fang Yai was right. That Wang Ziqiao was a scoundrel, but his younger brother Wang Ziyu was still a scoundrel. At Yu Shinan's birthday banquet, this Wang Ziyu was like an annoying fly, constantly buzzing around his ears. He was really annoying. Because today was a festive day, neither Yu Shinan nor Pai Lupi could do anything about it. This made Wang Ziyu even more disregard for etiquette and provoke them again and again. Wang Rinyu didn't stop his son. Instead, he acted as if he didn't know anything and only watched from the sidelines. Li Wangyu had never been stingy with teaching this kind of overage brat, who lacked discipline. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Yu Shinan and said, Mr. Yu, since the Taiyuan Wang clan is so concerned about my gift, I hope Mr. Yu and everyone else will forgive me and allow me to give Mr. Yu my birthday congratulations first. Zio is so considerate. Then this old man will be disrespectful. Yu Shinan naturally nodded in agreement. After eating that delicious cream cake, the guests were very curious about what Li Wangyu's gift would be. In response, Wang Ziyu coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. Ever since the aristocratic gambling house lost a large sum of money, Chang'an City had been full of ridicule for the aristocratic gambling house. In particular, the Taiyuan Wang clan, who was the first to accept Li Wangyu's bet, was sneered at. Even the aristocratic families had many complaints. That was why the Taiyuan Wang clan threw in so much money today, sparing no expense to give away the Langxian tree that the family had treasured for many years. Although Wang Rinyu felt the pinch, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the power of the Taiyuan Wang clan in front of the aristocratic families in Chang'an City. So what if the Taiyuan Wang clan lost the bet? How could the foundation of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family be shaken by 50,000 taels of gold? Throwing in so much money to give away a gift, this kind of confidence was unparalleled in Chang'an City. That was why Wang Rinyu's second son, Wang Ziyu, did this today under Wang Rinyu's instructions. His goal was naturally to humiliate Li Wangyu and regain the face he had lost from losing the bet. After Yu Shinan had spoken, the master of ceremonies for the birthday banquet naturally took out Li Wangyu's gift list and began to read it out loud. The founding uncle of Hu County congratulates Mr. Yu on his birthday. He presents a painting scroll and a painting. Chapter 458. Li Wangyu's gift list left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Everyone knew what a picture scroll was. But what the hell was Bai En? Everyone knew what Bai En meant. It referred to thick clouds that covered the sun. Pan Ni of the Western Jin dynasty had a poem that said, "The morning clouds are Bai En, the morning dew is not yet dawn." This was something everyone knew. But how could Bai En be a congratulatory gift? Clouds and mist as a congratulatory gift? Was Li Wangyu going to perform an immortal spell in front of everyone? Hearing the gift list announced by the MC, everyone was confused. They looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Yu Shinan, the birthday boy, didn't know whether he should say, accept, or thank at this time. Just now, no one knew what the birthday cake was. Now, this county man was creative and gave out something no one had ever heard of. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, Master Yu, you won't thank me for my gift, right? Ha, since it's from Li Wangyu, this old man will naturally accept it. Although Yu Shinan didn't know what Li Wangyu had given him, he still accepted it with a smile. Li Wangyou's 2 gifts were placed in a long wooden box and a small copper box. Seeing their master nod, 2 maidservants of Yu Mansion immediately carried them into the hall, ready to show them to the guests. The beautiful superior hadn't returned to the side hall yet. She asked curiously in his ear, "Wangyu, what's that baihan? Why haven't I heard of it?" "Hee, you must know, but I won't tell you. See for yourself." Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer the question directly. At this time, the maidservants of Yu Mansion had already taken the picture scroll out of the wooden box. They carefully unfolded it, revealing the true appearance of the picture scroll. When the picture scroll was displayed in front of Yu Shinan and everyone else, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yu Chang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the picture scroll, dumbfounded. This is my master." The other guests had similar expressions, as if they had seen something unbelievable. On the scroll was Yu Shinan himself. It was a full-body portrait of Yu Shinan drawn by Li Wangyu. There was a poem beside it. It was the same poem that was written on the birthday cake. Many of the guests present had seen this sketch before at the birthday banquet of Zhang Liang, the Duke of Changping. Everyone believed Li Wangyou's nonsense, thinking that it was an ancient painting passed down from ancient times, a peerless painting technique that had long been lost. Only Pai Lupi later found out that the goddess Luo's portrait he hung in the Hall of Governance was actually drawn by Li Wangyu, which made him very depressed. At this moment, everyone was once again witnessing the miraculous drawing skills of Yu Shinan, who was standing right in front of them. Everyone was stunned. Looking left at Yu Shinan, then right at the portrait, it really looked exactly the same. It was as if Yu Shinan had walked out of the painting. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Could this portrait have been drawn by County Count Hu? Hasn't this painting technique been lost for a long time? Where did County Count Hu learn it? Miraculous. It's truly miraculous. This is the painting technique of the goddess Luo's portrait. Who would have thought that County Count Hu would know such an ancient technique? There were also those who were quick-witted and immediately connected the dots. The so-called goddess Luo's portrait painting from that day had also been presented by County Count Hu. In that case, the goddess Luo's portrait that had been collected by the sage must have also been drawn by County Count Hu. This sketch of Yu Shinan caused Wang Rinyu and Wang Ziyu's expressions to become somewhat unsightly. Although the value of this painting wasn't high, and even if it had been drawn by Li Wangyu, it would only be worth 100 strings of coins at most. However, this extraordinary technique was exceedingly precious. When Pai Lupi saw this portrait, he even had the thought of having Li Wangyu draw a portrait of him and Empress Xiangsun. This kind of vivid and lifelike portrait was much more meaningful than the goddess Luo's portrait. He couldn't help but glare at Li Wangyu, feeling extremely vexed. Since he knew that the goddess Luo's portrait had been drawn by Li Wangyu, why hadn't he thought of using this technique to draw a portrait of him and Empress Xiangsun? There were many other bigwigs who had the same thoughts as Pai Lupi. Just like how people in the future loved to take selfies, how could a general like Qing Yaoji not want to have such a realistic portrait? For a moment, everyone looked at Yu Shinan with gazes filled with jealousy. They hated that they couldn't hold their own birthday banquets tomorrow. That way, they could ask County Count Hu to draw a portrait for them. Qing Yaojin bluntly asked, "Li family's brat, did you draw this portrait of Duke Yu?" What did he mean? Li Wangyu was just about to nod and admit it when he suddenly noticed that the surrounding guests all had an eager attitude. He was immediately shocked. What the hell was the meaning of this? Could it be that after seeing Yu Shinan's portrait, they also wanted it? It seemed that giving Yu Shinan this congratulatory gift was a bit of a mistake. Had he underestimated the attractiveness of a portrait sketch to these bigwigs? If these bigwigs all came to ask him to draw a portrait, should he refuse? Or should he refuse? If he agreed, he really wouldn't have to do anything. Moreover, with Li Wangyou's lazy personality, how could he be willing to sit in front of a drawing board and draw portraits every day? He might as well be killed. How could Li Wangyu still dare to admit it? He hurriedly shook his head. No, this was done by my little nephew's disciple, Yen Liben. Although he studied under me, he has already surpassed me. Even your little nephew is ashamed of his painting skills. Today, Ma Zhou and Yen Liben were naturally also among the guests. When Yen Liben heard his teacher's words, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Could it really be like this? Was there no trust between people? This portrait of Yu Shinan was clearly drawn by Li Wangyu himself. But now he had directly pushed the blame to his own disciple. How could Yen Liben endure this? Faced with the heated gazes of the surrounding guests, Yen Liben's heart was filled with tears as he nodded his head in grievance. Li Wangyu gave him a "thank you for your hard work" look, but he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. When a teacher has something to do, the disciple naturally has to do it for him. Otherwise, why would he accept a disciple? Of course it was to use him as a scapegoat, wahahaha. Yu Shinan was naturally very satisfied with this congratulatory gift. He leaned forward and carefully examined it for a long time before he asked Yu Chang to carefully put it away. Zio, you really put a lot of effort into this congratulatory gift. This old man doesn't deserve it. I respectfully accept it, Many thanks, Zio. To the side, Yu Chang also repeatedly bowed to Li Wangyu. This portrait of Yu Shinan would undoubtedly become the family heirloom of the Yu Yaoyu clan. After Yu Shinan's death, this portrait would definitely be hung in the Yu Yaoyu clan's ancestral hall to receive incense and worship from the Yu clan. After Yu Shinan's portrait was put away, everyone's gaze turned to the other servant girl holding a copper box. The congratulatory gift from the county count's estate was truly an eye-opener. Naturally, everyone was even more curious about the last congratulatory gift named Bai-en. Chapter 459. In the main hall, everyone's anticipation vanished as soon as the copper box was opened. The item that Yu Residence's servant girl took out from the copper box was nothing special. In fact, it even looked a little shabby. Two transparent objects were embedded in a thin wooden frame. Some of the guests with good eyesight could tell at a glance that they were two thin transparent crystal pieces. Natural crystals weren't rare in the Tang dynasty. Although it was rare for a craftsman to grind them into thin crystal pieces, it didn't seem that surprising. At the very least, no one could tell the value of this little thing. Was this the so-called Bai-en? Everyone looked disappointed when they saw the gift in Yu Residence's servant girl's hand. The second gift from County Count Huxian seemed very ordinary and mediocre. Only the beautiful superior covered her mouth in shock when she saw Li Wangyu's gift. Wangyu, you can actually make glasses? How did you do it? She asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu's second gift was a pair of glasses commonly seen in the future. Li Wangyu smiled proudly and whispered into her ear, of course. What do you think? This gift isn't bad, right? It can't compare to your birthday cake, right? The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. She really didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to make glasses in the Tang dynasty. She had always assumed that glasses couldn't be made before the invention of glass. But in fact, glasses made of polished crystal had appeared a long time ago in ancient China. At the very least, there were records of glasses in the Song dynasty. And in the Ming dynasty, optometry technology was invented. It was possible to make glasses for myopia, hyperopia, and presbyopia. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Li Wangyu to make glasses with the technology of the Tang dynasty. That day, Li Wangyu was thinking hard about what gift to give Yu Shinan. In a flash of inspiration, he thought of presbyopia glasses. Li Wangyu had noticed before that Yu Shinan's eyes were a little presbyopia due to his old age. When he read an article, he would look very far away. When his grandfather was still alive, he was also like this, so Li Wangyu knew very well that Yu Shinan's eyesight was bad. Presbyopia was not a disease, but a normal physiological phenomenon. The only way to treat presbyopia was to wear reading glasses. Under these circumstances, giving Yu Shinan a pair of reading glasses was obviously the most appropriate choice. Because he had to help Sun Simiao make a microscope, Li Wangyu had to go to a lot of supervisors to grind the lenses for the microscope. The craftsmen who were going to be supervisors now had some experience on how to grind natural crystals and make them into lenses. The microscope hadn't been made yet because the focal length of the convex lens in the microscope had to be constantly adjusted. This was a delicate task. Without any reference, he could only try slowly. However, it was much easier to make reading glasses for presbyopia. Of course, reading glasses also had a certain degree, which Li Wangyu couldn't grasp. He could only have the craftsman grind out several different kinds of convex lenses for him. When the time came, he would let Yu Shinan experiment to see which lens suited him best. The Tangs had naturally never seen glasses before, so they were somewhat disappointed by the glasses that Li Wangyu had given them. Naturally, no one in the crowd thought that these glasses, which were commonplace in the future, were used to adjust one's eyesight. They all thought that it was just a decorative ornament. How could County Count who have the nerve to give away such a small crystal ornament? This was the first reaction of all the guests present. Today was Yu Shinan's 70th birthday, and all the guests who had come were the nobles and aristocratic families of Chang'an. Wasn't County Count who afraid of being ridiculed for giving away such a small toy? Putting aside the priceless Langxian tree that Wang clan of Taiyuan had given away, the other guests had also given gifts of pearls, agate, jade, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Putting aside how rare these things were, at least their value was there for all to see. Almost none of the gifts were worth less than 100 strings of copper coins. Compared to the birthday cake and the portrait of Yu Shinan that had been given to him by the county magistrate's estate, this little thing was far too shabby. Wang Ziyu had been sullen and silent for a long time. Now that he realized that he had caught Li Wangyu's sore spot, he immediately raised his voice and laughed. "Ha, County Count Hu, your crystal ornament is quite exquisite. How many strings of copper coins would you have to spend to buy it?" Li Wangyu glanced at him and indifferently replied, "That's right. I spent a total of 10 strings of copper coins to make this buy-in." Speaking of which, 10 strings of copper coins was quite a lot. If he used it to buy cattle, he could buy 2 or 3 of them. But in the eyes of the aristocratic families and the nobles of Chang'an, 10 strings of copper coins was a joke. Wang Ziyu laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth, tears even coming out of his eyes. "I'm dying of laughter. County Count Hu is truly thrifty. Today is Duke Yu's 70th birthday, and the birthday cake you sent over was made by your own residence, and the portrait was drawn by your disciple. Yet you spent 10 strings of copper coins on this buy-in? TSK, you really are extravagant." Wang Ziyu's words made many of the guests frown inwardly. How could one's sincerity be measured only by money when it came to gifting? But when they looked at the crystal ornament in the hands of the Yu residence's maidservant, they didn't know what to say. This gift was indeed a little shabby. Qing Yaojin and the other big shots who were familiar with Li Wangyu were also secretly blaming Li Wangyu. Yu Shinan's portrait should have been enough. Why did he have to go the extra mile and give this crystal ornament? Originally, everyone had been shocked by the portrait and were looking forward to Li Wangyu's next gift. But in the end, it was a bucket of cold water that had been poured over them. Even the congratulatory gift that he had sent out earlier had dimmed a little. When Yu Shinan saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Ha, Zio is too considerate. This old man really likes this buy-in. I respectfully accept it." When he finished speaking, he motioned for the maidservant to put the glasses back into the copper box and prepare to put it away. Li Wangyu was about to speak and explain the use of the glasses to Yu Shinan, but Wang Ziyu spoke up again. "Duke Yu, this nephew still hasn't seen the gift from County Count Hu clearly. Could you have your maidservant bring it over so that we can take a good look at it?" Yu Shinan couldn't refuse his request and could only nod helplessly. He motioned for the maidservant to take out Li Wangyu's gift and hold it in her hands to show it to everyone. The maidservant had just walked over to Wang Ziyu's side when she saw Wang Ziyu's body suddenly sway and bump into the maidservant. The maidservant was very petite, so how could she withstand such a bump? Her body slanted, and she cried out in surprise before falling to the floor. Her fall wasn't a big deal, but the crystal glasses in her hands also slipped and fell to the floor. "Pa!" A light sound was heard, and the two crystal lenses were smashed into pieces. Chapter 460. This sudden turn of events shocked Yu Shinan and the others. Li Wangyou's gift had been smashed to pieces just like that. Wang Ziyu shrugged and cupped his hands towards Yu Shinan. Duke Yu, I'm truly sorry. I lost my footing just now and bumped into this servant girl of yours. He then pretended to look at the crystal shards on the floor and feigned regret. Aya, Count Huxian's gift was smashed to pieces. What a pity. This is all my fault. Please forgive me, Duke Yu. I'm willing to compensate. Count Huxian said he spent 10 strings of copper coins, so I'll compensate Duke Yu with 10 times that amount. Haha, I'm not as thrifty as Count Huxian. It was obvious that Wang Ziyu had deliberately bumped into the maidservant of Yu Mansion. His purpose was to humiliate Li Wangyu. His actions angered Yu Shinan so much that his expression turned ugly. Although Li Wangyou's crystal ornament wasn't very precious, it was still a birthday gift from Li Wangyu. Its value didn't matter. How could he not be angry that Wang Ziyu had purposely smashed it to pieces? Not to mention, Wang Ziyu's pretense of asking for 10 times the compensation was an insult to Li Wangyu and to Yu Shinan himself. Wang Ziyu's actions caused Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others to glare angrily at him. However, today was Yu Shinan's birthday and they couldn't afford to lose their temper with a junior from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Yu Shinan was the master of Yu Manor and also the birthday boy. He couldn't say anything to Wang Ziyu who'd come to offer his birthday congratulations. Wang Ziyu's claim of 10 times the compensation was a joke in everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu had said just now that he'd spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this jade ornament. 10 times the compensation would only amount to 100 strings of copper coins. Did Yu Shinan lack these 100 strings of copper coins? Yu Shinan sighed and glanced apologetically at Li Wangyu. He was just about to wave his hand at Wang Ziyu, indicating that he did not intend to pursue this matter. Li Wangyu suddenly cupped his hands towards Wang Renyu and said, Lord Wang, is what your second son said true? Is Duke Wang really willing to pay 10 times the price to compensate Duke Yu? His words stunned everyone. What did Li Wangyu mean? Was it because his gift was broken by Wang Ziyu, and he felt indignant? But even if the Taiyuan Wang clan really paid 100 strings of copper coins, the one who would be embarrassed would be him, Li Wangyu. Wang Renyu was also slightly taken aback. Then, he pretended to be generous and nodded. That's right. Since my son did something wrong, he naturally has to compensate. 10 times the compensation is very reasonable. I will have someone send 100 strings of copper coins to the Yu residence as an apology from the Wang clan. Wait, since it's 10 times the compensation, why is it only 100 copper coins? Li Wangyu pretended to be puzzled and asked. Wang Renyu smiled and said, Didn't County Count who say that you spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this crystal object? What, did County Count who forget so quickly? Li Wangyu shook his head. That's not it. How can the value of this object be calculated by the cost of my production? Oh. Then what does County Count who think? Wang Renyu asked calmly. This is naturally determined by the market price. For example, if Wang Yu's army wrote a copybook, the cost might be a few copper coins. Could it be that Duke Wang can use a few copper coins to buy a copy of Wang Yu's army's copybook? Li Wangyou's words were not nonsense. When Wang Shiji wrote a copybook, other than paper and ink, he didn't have any other capital. However, its value was not determined by the cost alone. Before Wang Renyu could say anything, Wang Ziyu interrupted and said, How can this be compared? Wang Yu's army's copybook is an antique. Speaking of which, could it be that County Count who thinks he's better than Wang Yu's army? Although that crystal ornament of yours has an unknown name, it's still a piece of junk. How can County Count who not be satisfied with 100 strings of copper coins? That's a joke. Li Wangyu looked at him like he was an idiot. Oh. Is that so? Then I'd like to see whether or not the buy and I gave Duke Yu is a piece of junk. After he finished speaking, he waved at Niu Wu, who was waiting outside the hall. The presbyopic glasses had a certain degree. The congratulatory gift he gave to Yu Manor's housekeeper could only be considered a sample. Li Wangyu had originally planned to wait until the banquet was over before taking the real gift for Yu Shinan to try on. He would then choose a suitable pair of presbyopic glasses for Yu Shinan's eyes and give it to him. At this time, Niu Wu was wearing 5 or 6 pairs of presbyopic glasses of different degrees. The reason why Li Wangyu named these presbyopic glasses Bai and wasn't because he came up with it himself. It was because presbyopic glasses had been called this way ever since presbyopic glasses were invented in China. The Southern Song dynasty's records of heavenly caves recorded, Bai and old people can't distinguish between fine books. They use this to cover their eyes and see clearly. The Ming dynasty's Luqing Rizhi also recorded, every time I read an article, my eyesight becomes dizzy and I can't distinguish the details. I use this to cover my eyes so that my spirit doesn't scatter and my strokes are clear. I use a piece of silk to tie it behind my head. I don't recognize it and raise it to ask you. You said, this Bai An also. Therefore, Bai An was the ancient name for presbyopic glasses. Li Wangyu looked at the guests in the hall again. Dare I ask, is there anyone who has poor eyesight and can't see clearly at close range? The idiom, old eyes are dizzy, was used to describe the symptoms of presbyopia. There were quite a few elderly officials in the hall, and Yu Shinan wasn't the only one with presbyopia. Although the crowd didn't know why County Count who would ask such a question, many of the elderly officials, including Kang Yingda and Dai Zhou, expressed that they had such a disease. Li Wangyu nodded and turned around to take out a pair of presbyopic glasses from the wooden box in Niu Wu's hands. Another pair of Bai An? When the crowd saw that Li Wangyu had taken out another pair, the crystal ornament that he had given to Yu Shinan as a congratulatory gift, they became even more curious. Could it be that this thing had other uses? Li Wangyu took the presbyopic glasses and walked directly in front of Kang Yingda. He bowed and said, Duke Kong, I have a pair of Bai An here. It can cure Duke Kong's eye disease. Would Duke Kong be willing to give it a try? This crystal can cure eye disease? Not only was Kang Yingda stunned, but the other guests were also dumbfounded when they heard Li Wangyu's words. How do I use this thing? Kang Yingda was troubled by eye disease. When he heard Li Wangyu say this, he couldn't help but become excited and hurriedly ask. Li Wangyu put the glasses on the bridge of his nose and showed Kang Yingda how to put them on. Then, he handed the presbyopic glasses to him and said, Duke Kong, you'll know once you try it. Kang Yingda took the presbyopic glasses and clumsily put them on in front of his own glasses. He looked around in confusion. In the next moment, the old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of immortal technique is this? This old man can actually see clearly. Tao ancestor above. This old man's eyes can actually see clearly again. Quick, give this old man a book. Kang Yingda was so excited that his beard trembled and his body trembled. If one wasn't a myopic person or someone with presbyopia, it would be very difficult to understand the feeling of being able to see clearly. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like watching a movie. What was originally a blurry image that wasn't in focus suddenly turned into a high-definition Blu-ray version. How could one not be excited? Kang Yingda's excited expression after putting on the glasses gave everyone a fright. Was this old man crazy? Chapter 461. Kang Yingda was shouting and yelling like a madman, scaring the servants and maids of Yu Mansion. None of them dared to neglect him, as they immediately obeyed his order and ran to fetch a book. The book was the Analects of Confucius. Kang Yingda was not picky. He took the book and flipped it open. He shook his head and read aloud. Confucius said, if a gentleman is not serious, he will not be powerful. If he learns, he will not be strong. Ha, this old man can see it clearly. It's really a divine tool. What is this thing, Brother Zio? It's so magical, it's really incredible. Li Wangyu was speechless. Kang Yingda must be crazy with joy, right? Why is even Brother Zio here? There's a difference in seniority, old man. This is by an Duke Kong, have you forgotten? Oh, right, by an. Ha, this name is exquisite. It's really by an. Kong Yingda put on the reading glasses and was unwilling to take them off. His behavior made the other old officials, who were also suffering from presbyopia, even more curious. Duke Kong, can you let this old man try it? Brother Chong Yuan, can you let this old man wear this bai-en? Kong Yingda shook his head like a rattle drum. No, this bai-en was given to me by Brother Zio. How can I let you wait for it? Li Wangyo's face darkened even more. Damn you, stinking bastard. When did I say I was going to give it to you? I clearly said I was going to try it on. Don't you understand the meaning of trying it on? Kong Yingda's attitude made the old officials even more curious. They surrounded Kong Yingda and forced him to take off his glasses. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu did not dare to take out the other glasses. Otherwise, they would definitely be gone forever. Brother Chong Yuan, this is a congratulatory gift from Zio. How can you wear it? Quickly take it off. When Yu Shinan heard Kong Yingda say that the bai-en could let his eyes see clearly, how could he not understand? He immediately shouted. This was a divine tool. Yu Shinan was also suffering from eye problems. How could he not be anxious when he heard Kong Yingda's words? Kong Yingda waved his hands. No, Brother Bashi, your gift has already been smashed by the Wang family's kid. This painting is not a congratulatory gift from Zio, my younger brother. Yu Shinan was taken aback by Wang Ziyu's words. He immediately turned to glare at Wang Ziyu. The commotion caused by Li Wangyu and Kong Yingda was naturally noticed by Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu. The two of them were a little stunned, not understanding why Kong Yingda and the others were so excited. Wang Renyu had a bad feeling in his heart. Being glared at by Yu Shinan made Wang Renyu even more flustered. Things seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. On the other side, the group of old officials that surrounded Kong Yingda finally took the reading glasses away from his face. Kong Yingda was so angry that he stomped his feet. Unworthy of being a son. You guys are really despicable. Bandits. Lu Quan, Dai Zhou, Yu Shinan, and the others paid no attention to his curses. Each of them impatiently put on the reading glasses and made a big fuss again. None of the scholars who put on the glasses could bear to take them off again. The others were forced to argue and quarrel again before someone else tried on the glasses again. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other guests who came to offer birthday wishes, they almost thought that they were hallucinating. Whether it was Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, or Dai Zhou, these people were all great scholars of the present age or big shots of the imperial court. Why would the normally cultured, refined, and gentlemanly scholars make such a fuss over such an unremarkable crystal accessory? Could it be that bai-en was really so miraculous? After the ruckus, Li Wangyu cleared his throat and asked in a clear voice, Gentlemen, how much is the bai-en I gave to Duke Yu? How many copper coins are you willing to pay for it? Kong Yingda replied without hesitation, This old man is willing to pay 500 strings of cash. My brother Zio, please sell this bai-en to me. Move aside, this old man is willing to pay 1,000 strings of cash. This old man will pay 1,000 taels of gold. County Count Hu, please part with this bai-en to old me. 1,000 taels of gold it is. Zio, you must keep this bai-en for this old man. Don't be rude, today is this old man's birthday banquet. Zio, this old man will also pay 1,000 taels of gold. Give this old man another bai-en. Yu Shinan was not to be outdone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This group of old officials actually knew how to make an auction on the spot without a teacher, however, he also got the answer he wanted. He turned his head to look at the stunned Wang Renyu. Duke Wang, you also saw it. This old man is willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold to buy the junk that your noble young master spoke of. I wonder if Duke Wang's words of being willing to pay 10 times the compensation still stands. You Wang Rinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu clearly said that he spent 10 strings of cash to make this item. Why were these old officials willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it? Did they have so much money that they didn't know where to spend it? Wang Rinyu didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu had colluded with Kong Yingda and the others. If he said that, it would only make him a laughingstock. No one would believe him. Even Pai Lupi might not be able to make Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, and Dai Zhou lie at the same time. Wang Ziyu was also anxious. His face was flushed red as he shouted at Li Wangyu, "County Count Hu, this thing of yours is clearly made from 10 strings of cash. Why do you want our Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold? I think you're crazy, aren't you?" Li Wangyu smiled contemptuously. "Then why don't I give young Master Wang 10 strings of cash and you go make me a bai-en?" Wang Ziyu was speechless. How would he know how to make bai-en? He also didn't understand why Kong Yingda and the others would fight over it so fiercely, even willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it. Wang Rinyu was also in a bit of a predicament. He had just spoken big, but now it was difficult to clean up the mess. If they really wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold to Yu Shinan, they naturally wouldn't be willing. The 50,000 taels of gold that they had lost to Li Wangyu was already a huge loss. If it weren't for that fool Li Wangyu being willing to accept private money, that 50,000 taels of gold really would have emptied the Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury. Don't look at how the Taiyuan Wang clan was very generous today and gave Yu Shinan the Langxian tree. It was called a treasure and was worth 10,000 taels of gold. But in reality, this kind of treasure was priceless. It was very difficult to sell it and exchange it for gold. If they wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold, then it would be too much. But just now, Wang Rinyu and Wang Ziyu had spoken so confidently, but now it was hard to take back what was spilled. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wang Rinyu's old face flushed red. He didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyu's question. It was Yu Shinan who laughed and helped him out of the predicament. "Zio, don't joke with Lord Wang. What compensation or not, it's all a joke and can't be taken seriously. Since that Lang Xian tree is a congratulatory gift from Zio, naturally it's up to me to deal with it. This compensation can't be taken seriously, Lord Wang, don't mention it again. Today is my birthday banquet, and I can't thank all of you enough for coming to congratulate me. Come, everyone, let's drink." Since Yu Shinan, the host, had said so, Li Wangyu naturally didn't have any objections. Originally, he just couldn't stand the Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance and Wang Ziyu's domineering attitude. Now that he had taught them a lesson, he naturally wouldn't continue to pester them. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. As for the Taiyuan Wang clan, although Yu Shinan helped Wang Rinyu out of the predicament, Wang Rinyu was sitting on the edge of the seat. However, Wang Rinyu felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. He kept feeling that the guests around him were talking about him. The hatred he had for Li Wangyu in his heart grew even stronger. When he thought about how he had been slapped in the face by Li Wangyu, he felt his face burn and his heart become even more stifled. "Father, that Li guy." Wang Ziyu was indignant. He lowered his voice and wanted to say something. In the main hall of Yu Manor, the guests were toasting each other when they heard a loud slap. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was Wang Rinyu who had slapped his second son, Wang Ziyu, on the face, causing him to fall to the floor. Chapter 462. Wang Rinyu's sudden outburst shocked the guests. The family heads who were familiar with him all tried to comfort him. "Why is Lord Wang so angry? Your family's second son is still young. If there's anything wrong, just teach him well. Isn't it just an accident that he broke that bai? Why is Lord Wang so angry at second son? Since Lord Yu doesn't care about this matter, Lord Wang shouldn't blame second son." The words of these family heads didn't ease Wang Rinyu's expression. Instead, it turned even more ashen. Obviously, he could clearly feel that these patriarchs were comforting him on the surface, but in fact, they were laughing at the Wang family of Taiyuan. When Wang Renyu thought of the Langxian tree he gave to Yu Shinan as a gift today, he suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Although the Langxian tree he gave couldn't be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold, it was undoubtedly a treasure. For the Taiyuan Wang clan to generously give it to Yu Shinan as a gift, they naturally wanted to be in the limelight and regain the face they lost because of the bet a few days ago. But they didn't expect that bastard surnamed Li to turn the Langxian tree given by the Taiyuan Wang clan into a joke with just a portrait and a buy that cost 10 strings of coins. Now, all the guests in the hall were talking about the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu, but no one mentioned the Taiyuan Wang clan's Langxian tree that was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Wang Renyu could even foresee that tomorrow in Chang'an City, the Taiyuan Wang clan would be rumored to be a fool. Wang Renyu only felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was too late for regrets. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Yu Shinan. Lord Yu, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll take my leave first. My son was rash and disturbed Lord Yu's mood. Please forgive him. Why would Lord Wang say that? It's this old man's fault. Wang Renyu didn't say much. He nodded and walked out of the hall. He didn't have the face to continue staying in Yu Mansion today. Wang Ziyu was stunned by his father's slap and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Seeing his father leave in a huff, he could only glare at Li Wangyu with hatred. He covered his face and lowered his head, not daring to say a word as he chased after his father. After the Wang family father and son left, the atmosphere in the hall became livelier. In particular, Kang Yingda and a few other old ministers had been surrounding Li Wangyu and pestering him about the Bai-en. Li Wangyu had no choice but to take out his other reading glasses and give them to Yu Shinan so that they could discuss how to distribute them. At Yu Manor's birthday banquet, all the guests were enjoying themselves. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily at the banquet. It was very lively. Fortunately, today Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others could still be considered to have restrained themselves. They did not drink too much and put on a show of fighting. Yu Manor's main hall finally did not suffer these old ignorant people's evil schemes. The birthday banquet lasted from noon until the evening drum sounded in Chang'an. Then, the guests left one after another. Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and drank a lot of wine. He originally wanted to catch Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to ask about the private money, but he was not in the mood to do so. Zio, come to the legislative hall after the court tomorrow. I have something to ask you. Pai Lupi was carefully helped onto the horse by Mitua, but he did not intend to let Li Wangyu go. He shouted at Li Wangyu who was about to slip away. Li Wangyu stopped helplessly and bowed to Pai Lupi. Yes. I understand. He was not a diligent person, especially after coming to the Tang dynasty. Now, he had a house, money, and a beautiful woman to accompany him. Li Wangyu felt that he had no goals in life now. He was very lazy and only wanted to eat and wait for death every day. At that time, he was impulsive and accepted so much money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Now, he regretted it. How troublesome. He thought of his previous idea. Making money was making money, but it would give him a lot of things to do. He was not short of money now. Why would he make trouble for himself? Li Wangyu wondered if his brain had been kicked by a donkey at that time. That was why he thought of accepting private money. But now, it was too late to say anything. He had to continue his bad idea even if he wanted to cry. The next day, Li Wangyu went to Chang'an again helplessly to meet Pai Lupi. Before Li Wangyu finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi could not wait to ask, Zio, tell me clearly today. Why did you accept so much private money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan? He had been holding this matter in his heart for a few days. He had discussed it with Mitua and Empress Zhangsun, but no one knew what Li Wangyu meant by doing this. This made Pai Lupi feel like a cat was scratching his heart. He had been holding it in for a few days, but Li Wangyu did not come to the palace to explain. Yesterday was Yu Shinan's birthday. He had finally caught Li Wangyu. How could he let him go? Hey, uncle, don't worry. Let me tell you slowly. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and said under Pai Lupi's angry gaze, Uncle, how much is the Kaiyuan Tongbao cast every year in the Tang dynasty? About 300,000 strings of string of cash. So, our dynasty is short of copper coins. Uncle, you acquiesce to these aristocratic families casting private money for circulation, right? Li Wangyu continued to ask. Yes, that's right. Speaking of this, Pai Lupi was a little helpless. He was well aware that the Tang dynasty was short of copper coins. However, no matter how hard the Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of General Works tried, they could not increase the number of copper coins cast. Casting copper coins was actually very expensive. Casting 300,000 strings of cash every year was actually a huge expense for the imperial court. This was also a headache for Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why the imperial court of the Tang dynasty acquiesced to the circulation of private money. The lack of money was not only limited to the Tang dynasty. It was the same for all the dynasties. In addition to the lack of copper, the main reason was the limitation of casting technology. Since the aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan could cast private money, it meant that the lack of copper was not the only reason. In the Song dynasty, the number of copper coins cast had increased by 10 times compared to the Tang dynasty. This was the increase in the production of copper coins brought by casting technology. The process of casting copper coins in Huaxia was very complicated. First, the coin had to be made. Then, the coin had to be put into a mold. After the mold was formed, the coin had to be taken out and poured with copper water. After the copper water had solidified and cooled, the sandbox was opened and the cast copper coins were taken out. The copper coins that were poured out were not scattered copper coins, but a whole string of copper coin trees. These copper coins had to be broken off one by one and then polished by hand. After going through more than 10 procedures, the final product was the Kaiyuan Tongbao that could be circulated. Therefore, casting copper coins was very complicated and required a large number of skilled craftsmen. Even so, it was difficult to increase the production of copper coins. The annual production of copper coins was 300 strings of cash. The average daily production of copper coins was only 800 strings of cash. However, the number of craftsmen needed was in the tens of thousands. Li Wangyu naturally knew all of this. He grinned, revealing 8 white teeth. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, if I only need a few dozen craftsmen to turn this private money into official money, and the daily production is no less than 1,000 strings of cash, would you be interested? What? Zio, what did you say? When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up. In a moment of excitement, he even knocked over the tea on the table in front of him. Chapter 463. Pai Lupi was so excited because Li Wangyu's words were too incredible. Dozens of craftsmen could make thousands of copper coins in a day. This efficiency was too amazing. The Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of Generals had nearly 10,000 craftsmen who cast the copper coins. If more craftsmen were arranged to cast the coins according to this ratio, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be able to solve the problem of money shortage? How much is the expense? Pai Lupi's voice was trembling. It was very important for the Tang dynasty to have enough copper coins. The consumption is very low. It's mainly the consumption of melting the copper and the craftsman's salary. Li Wangyu said with certainty. Really? Tell me clearly, how did you do it? Li Wangyu smiled and asked Pai Lupi first, Uncle, do you still remember the water wheel I built in Dingzhou village? Of course I remember. That water wheel is even more magical. It can raise water to a high place by itself and use it for irrigation. Ha, Uncle, don't you think that water wheel has other uses? Pai Lupi was puzzled. He didn't understand the meaning of his words at all. Li Wangyu took out a drawing that he had drawn in advance and presented it to Pai Lupi. Uncle, please take a look. If the bamboo tube that fetches the water from the water wheel is removed and replaced with a baffle, the water wheel will still rotate under the push of the water flow. Yes, that's right. So, you can use the power of the water flow to do many things. Uncle, please take a look here. Li Wangyu pointed to a device drawn on the drawing and introduced, this nephew has designed a hydraulic forging hammer press. It uses the water flow to drive the water wheel to rotate. When the central axis of the water wheel rotates, it can constantly lift and drop the forging hammer. This nephew calls it the hydraulic forging hammer. Pai Lupi was still a little confused. He looked at Li Wangyu with a blank face. Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. Damn, this technological illiterate. He doesn't have any scientific awareness. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Uncle, the copper coins of the Tang dynasty are all cast, which takes a lot of time and effort. The hydraulic forging hammer that little nephew designed can directly punch copper into coins. Strike copper into coins? How is this possible? Pai Lupi was still in disbelief. Li Wangyu was speechless and facepalmed. Explaining technology to an illiterate was simply too painful. Since ancient times, Huaxia had always minted coins. Even in the Qing dynasty, it was still the same. The West, on the other hand, began to use stamping to make money during the Greek and Roman periods. Not only was the design of the stamped coins clear and distinct, but because of the technical advantage, it was very difficult for people to imitate it. It also had a very good anti-counterfeiting function. Of course, the most important thing was that the cost of stamping coins was much lower than the cost of casting coins. Moreover, it was faster. The coins were formed in one go, so there was no need to waste time and effort on subsequent processing. Li Wangyu spent a lot of effort to make Pai Lupi understand the meaning of the drawing in front of him. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. If we use this hydraulic forging hammer to make coins, the money shortage of the Tang dynasty can be solved. Pai Lupi was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if he could already see the scene of the national treasury being piled up with shiny yellow copper coins. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, what does this have to do with you receiving so much private money? Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes and could only patiently explain. Uncle, coins require copper. When he said this, Pai Lupi immediately understood. The copper coins of the Tang dynasty not only required copper, but also contained other metal components. The materials used in the early Tang dynasty were bronze, white copper, and some other metals. As for the private money, although the casting process was not as good as the official money, the materials used were very particular and were almost the same as the official money. If there was a new method of coinage, the private money could be smelted again and cast into official money. Li Wangyu exchanged 3 million caddies of private money from the Wang clan in Taiyuan. According to this method, it could be cast into 3 million caddies of official money. That was equivalent to 600,000 strings of cash. Even if there were losses and expenses in the process of coinage, at the very least, coins worth 500,000 strings of cash could be cast. Back then, the copper coins that the Wang clan in Taiyuan lost to Li Wangyu only amounted to 300,000 strings of cash. In this way, the profit was close to double. After understanding the key point, Pai Lupi's breathing quickened. Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure? Li Wangyu nodded. As long as Uncle can let the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Works cooperate with me, I can quickly set up this mint. At that time, Uncle will know when you try it. If I am lying, I am willing to compensate Uncle for the 3 million caddies of private money in the palace. Naturally, he dared to say such words because he was very confident. Before Li Wangyu's rebirth, he had a friend who made fake money. In fact, it was not considered fake money. Instead, it was made with a punching machine to forge antique copper coins and sell them as handicrafts. Therefore, he was very familiar with how to cast coins. At least in this era, he was definitely at the level of a master craftsman. Li Wangyu's confident answer made Pai Lupi ponder. He kept pacing back and forth in the hall. After a long while, Pai Lupi stretched out his hand and beckoned Mito into the hall. Mito, I have a task for you. Mito was so scared that he quickly knelt down. If your majesty has any orders, I will do it with my life. Alright, it's not a matter of life and death. I am going to let you transfer all the copper and gold coins in the palace and exchange them all for private money. What? Mito thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Was he hallucinating? Pai Lupi wanted him to exchange gold and copper coins for private money. Was he crazy? What was private money? It was all copper coins made by aristocratic families. The craftsmanship was rough. When used outside, there were only 2 or 3 coins, which could be used as an official coin. Even aristocratic families were not willing to use this private money. But now, His Majesty wanted him to exchange the gold and private money in the palace for private money? Remember, don't make this matter public. Let the cavalry department do it. Convert all the gold and copper coins in the palace into private money and transport them into the palace. Do you understand? Pai Lupi ordered again. This time, Mito finally understood and confirmed that he was not hallucinating. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyu, hoping to get an explanation from him. Pai Lupi's request was really against common sense. Li Wangyu was also shocked by Pai Lupi's generosity. This guy was even more black-hearted than him. He remembered that last time when Pai Lupi wanted to go to the aristocratic family's gambling house to bet, he asked Mito and found out that there were more than 80,000 taels of gold in the palace. If he were to exchange all of this for private money and then melt them into copper coins, the profit would be an astronomical figure. However, Li Wangyu would not stop Pai Lupi. After all, most of the private money was made by aristocratic families. Pai Lupi was sucking the marrow out of the aristocratic families. He was naturally happy to see this happen. Li Wangyu did not forget to give Pai Lupi an idea. Uncle, you can let the cavalry department take the gold and copper coins to various counties to exchange. I heard that the more remote a county is, the higher the exchange rate of official money for private money. When Mito heard him say this, he was really about to cry. He racked his brain, but he could not figure out what this uncle and nephew wanted to do. Chapter 464. In recent days, many merchants in Chang'an City realized that the amount of private money they had was much less. There were even rumors that someone was buying up large amounts of private money. Moreover, the exchange rate was 1 to 2, which tempted many merchants who had private money. They discussed amongst themselves. How could there be such an idiot? When the private money of the aristocratic families was used, in Chang'an City, it was usually 5 copper coins for 2 official coins. As for the provinces and prefectures further away, 3 to 1 was the normal exchange rate. As for the aristocratic families who had large amounts of private money, they knew about this long ago. There were even merchants who came to ask if they were willing to exchange. Regarding this, these aristocratic families naturally did not reject anyone. If they rejected such a good thing, they would be stupid. In less than a month, there was almost no trace of private money in Chang'an City. Without a doubt, all of this private money had been silently moved into the treasury of the Taiji Palace. This was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Li Wangyu patted his chest and promised Pai Lupi that he would definitely create the hydraulic forging machine. Then, Pai Lupi gave an order for the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor to cooperate with County Count Hu. Li Wangyu used the excuse that the mint needed to be kept a secret and that they needed an abundant water source to suggest that the mint be built in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains, near the Imperial Palace. Near the palace, there was a river that flowed out of the Qinling Mountains. The river water flowed rapidly and was very suitable for moving water wheels. Moreover, it was located in the Yellow Valley and was guarded by the palace guards, so keeping it a secret and safe was not a problem. As for whether or not the smoke from the blast furnace would pollute the environment, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to consider it. The main reason he suggested this to Pai Lupi was because it was close to home. 20 miles was only a matter of 15 minutes on horseback. For Li Wangyu, who was getting lazier and lazier, the most important thing was to be close to work. How could Li Er have thought of his cunning scheme? Naturally, he nodded his head in agreement. As a result, the area near the royal palace, Tsueiwei Palace, became a bustling construction site. Countless craftsmen from the Bureau of Works were like diligent worker ants, carrying all kinds of wood and bricks, preparing to construct a workshop here. Fortunately, with the four-wheeled carriage and the mirage mud that could be considered a divine artifact, it was very easy for the Ministry of Works to build a workshop of this scale. It didn't take much time at all. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and the craftsmen under the works supervisor had to spend a lot of time and effort to develop the hydraulic press forging machine. Li Wangyu was very annoyed by this. He felt that it was wasting his time. He still had other things to do. Fortunately, he had a disciple like Yan Liben, who was proficient in mechanisms and construction. Although Yan Liben had never seen the hydraulic stamping forging machine mentioned by Li Wangyu, he quickly understood its operating principle after looking at the blueprint. Division Commander, wonderful. Through the flow of water, this item could be continuously hammered and forged without the need for manpower. TSK, this means that not only can it be used to mint coins, but the weapons and armor used by the soldiers of the Tang dynasty can also be forged through this hydraulic press. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Yan Liben held the blueprint as if he had received a treasure. He was full of praise for Li Wangyu's invention of the hydraulic press forging machine. Ha, Liben, as expected, you saw through Master's good intentions. I'll leave the construction of the mint in your hands. If there is anything you don't understand, go to Dingzhou village and ask Master. Li Wangyu very shamelessly pushed this matter to Yan Liben. His time was so precious, how could he waste it on this construction site to figure out how to make the hydraulic press forging machine? It was still the same saying, if Master has something to do, the disciple will do it for him. Yan Liben did not see through Li Wangyu's sinister intentions. He was still happily holding Li Wangyu's blueprint and continuously studying it. He had always had a strong interest in painting, mechanisms, and construction, so he was naturally happy to do it. Yan Liben now worshipped his little teacher to the extreme. He treated every task Li Wangyu gave him as if it was an imperial edict and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Li Wangyu was naturally in a good mood after getting rid of the burden of building the mint. After leaving Huangyu, he did not head in the direction of Dingzhou village. Instead, he turned his horse around and headed straight for Chang'an. Li Wangyu had to go to a place he had originally sworn to never go again, Duke Lu's residence, Qing Yaojin's residence. There was no other reason other than the fact that his manor had already been completed. It had to be said that the Ministry of Works was really efficient. A manor in Noda was actually completed in 5 months with only manpower and simple construction machinery without the help of modern machinery. Li Wangyu, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others had already visited the new residence several times. Everyone was extremely satisfied. According to Li Wangyu's original intention, since the manor had already been completed, they should move immediately. In any case, there were no harmful substances such as formaldehyde when building houses in this era. The interior decorations were all made of natural and environmentally friendly high-quality wood. If he moved earlier, the villagers in Dingzhou village who had been eagerly waiting for a long time could also move into the new residence. But the old butler Li Heng did not agree no matter what. In Li Heng's words, moving the county count's residence was a big matter and they had to choose an auspicious day to move. In addition, they had to pay respects to the old master Li Zhou and send out invitations to the guests. There was also the need for the number of maids and servants in the manor. During this period of time, the old butler Li Heng followed his beautiful boss to Chang'an almost every day in order to go to the Shi city to select the maids. And these maids and servants bought from the human market had to be carefully trained and the old man was extremely busy. But Li Heng was not tired of it and the smile on his face did not disappear every day. In this regard, Li Wangyu could not win against the old man and could only let him do whatever he wanted. In fact, Li Wangyu also felt that it was a bit ridiculous. Half a year ago, when he had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he pitted these maids and servants in order to prevent Yang Quan from using them to pay off the debt. He even did not hesitate to bear all the debts and let all the maids and servants in the manor go free. But now, In just half a year, he had thrown out a large amount of copper coins and bought more maids and servants. This was really ironic. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly shake his head. But he did not intend to be a saint. As long as he did not mistreat these maids and could live with his conscience, he could only let it be. This time, the old man Li Heng did not save at all. He bought nearly 100 maids and servants and sent them all to the manor. The old man also asked Li Wangyu to go to the Taiji palace and borrowed a few servants and maids who were proficient in etiquette from Mitua to train the maids and servants he had just bought. In short, in order to move to a new home, Li Wangyu was tortured by Li Heng a lot. He also specially asked the old Taoist Yuan Tiangang to calculate an auspicious day for him. The 31st day of the 8th lunar month in the second year of Zhengguan was an auspicious day and easy to move. After confirming the time to move to the new mansion, Li Wangyu still had a lot of things to do. Naturally, he could not take care of the matters of the mint, so he threw it all to Yan Liben. Today, the reason why Li Wangyu braced himself and prepared to go into the dragon's den and tiger's den was naturally to collect the debt from Qing Yaojin. Chapter 465. That day, when Qing Yaojin and his group of old men came to the Li family's old residence to drink and make a scene, they personally promised him that when his county magistrate's mansion was completed, they would give him 50 troops. Now that the county magistrate's mansion, oh, no, it was already the county magistrate's mansion, they could only move on an auspicious day. Li Wangyu naturally had to find Qing Yaojin and ask for people. He couldn't just rely on Niu Yong and Niu Wu to build such a large manor, right? Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't have time to fear Qing Yaojin, that old scoundrel, and could only brace himself to ask for the debt. Wahaha, nephew, what wind blew you here today? You came at the right time. Come, accompany me for a few drinks. As soon as Li Wangyu stepped through the door of Duke Lu's residence, he heard a voice that made his scalp go numb. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Nephew greets Uncle Cheng, but nephew can't accompany Uncle Cheng to drink today. I hope Uncle Cheng can forgive me." "Oh. Why is that?" Qing Yaojin's eyes immediately widened. In his opinion, coming to Qing Yaojin's residence without drinking was simply heinous. There was no ceremony without wine, no joy without wine, no banquet without wine, no respect without wine. These were the family rules of Duke Lu's residence. Since Li Wangyu dared to come, he naturally thought of an excuse. Nephew has recently been following old immortal son to practice a kind of magic, so I need to abstain from drinking. Therefore, I can't accompany Uncle Cheng to drink today. It's really regrettable. Learning magic from Sun Simiao was naturally Li Wangyu's nonsense, using the tiger's skin as a banner. He was purely afraid of Qing Yaojin, that old scoundrel, forcing him to drink, so he came up with this excuse. Although it was a fabricated excuse, Qing Yaojin had nothing to say. When he heard that Li Wangyu didn't drink, Qing Yaojin's face, which was brimming with enthusiasm, immediately darkened. He asked in a low muffled voice, "Li family's child, since you didn't come to drink, why did you come today?" *CK, just now he was still a virtuous nephew, and now he was a child of the Li family. Li Wangyu's fingers couldn't help but tremble a few times, and he suppressed the urge to raise his middle finger with great difficulty. Uncle Cheng, that day when we were drinking in my mansion, you promised to give me 50 troops. I wonder if Uncle still remembers." Li Wangyu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Qing Yaojin rolled his eyes. "Is there such a thing? Why can't I remember? Li family's son, you must have remembered wrongly." Seeing that Qing Yaojin was planning to go back on his word, Li Wangyu could only curse the old gangster for being shameless. "Isn't it just that I didn't drink with you?" He actually turned his back on him and refused to acknowledge him. He was truly inhumane. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was not unprepared for this. Uncle Cheng, I'm actually here to give you a gift." As Li Wangyu spoke, he reached into his waist and took out an item. He wore it in front of his eyes. "Uncle Cheng, look at this item. I specially made it for you." Qing Yaojin took a closer look and flew into a rage. Isn't this the one you made? Boy, my eyes are very good, and I'm not old and dim-sighted. Why are you giving me this? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? No, no. This item is called sunglasses, and it's definitely not one. Uncle Cheng has misunderstood me. I feel that Uncle Cheng has to endure the scorching sun every day to go to the army and train the soldiers. It's very tiring. That's why I specially ordered people to make these sunglasses for Uncle Cheng to block the sun and make Uncle Cheng look even more heroic and heroic. When he said this, Cheng Yaojin finally noticed that the one in front of him was indeed different from the other sunglasses Li Wangyu was wearing. The outer frame was made of metal, and the crystal embedded inside was actually blue. Li Wangyu had thought of giving Yu Shinan a pair of reading glasses. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about these pretentious divine tools like sunglasses. Natural crystals, other than being transparent, had different colors such as purple, blue, yellow, and red. When Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to help him grind the reading glasses, he also used different colored crystals to grind out flat lenses to act as sunglasses. As a must-have summer artifact for handsome men and beautiful women, sunglasses naturally had their own uniqueness. What kind of sunglasses are you wearing? It's quite interesting. Hurry up and let me try it. Cheng Yaojin's interest was piqued as he impatiently reached out to Li Wangyu. This is a small gift from your nephew. I hope Uncle Cheng will accept it. Li Wangyu very obediently handed over the sunglasses with both hands. Cheng Yaojin immediately placed it on the bridge of his nose. The dazzling light in front of him suddenly dimmed. Through the blue crystal, the scenery outside made people feel exceptionally refreshed. Wahaha, not bad. These sunglasses are very interesting. It's rare for you to be so filial. You still think of me when you have such a good thing. Someone, bring me the bronze mirror. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. His palm leaf fan-sized palm landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder, slapping Li Wangyu until he grimaced in pain. Cheng Fu's servant girls immediately brought over the bronze mirror. Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, wore the sunglasses and looked left and right in front of the mirror. He was very satisfied. Narcissist. Li Wangyu inwardly ridiculed. He had been looking at the bronze mirror for a few minutes, but Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, still hadn't had his fill. Wahaha, not bad. Someone, prepare the horse. I'm going to the Duke of Yi's estate. Cheng Yaojin was in a very good mood. He called for his troops to prepare the horse and prepared to go to Yuqi Jingda's estate to show off. Seeing Cheng Yaojin take his things and want to run, Li Wangyu couldn't help but panic. Uncle Cheng, this nephew's troops, you stinking brat, you really won't act until you see the hair. Your family's Duke Li is such a loyal and honest person. How did he give birth to such a slippery brat like you? Don't worry, I've already prepared those 50 troops. In a moment, I'll have Chumo take you to pick them up. Alright, scram, scram, scram. I'm annoyed just by looking at you. Scoundrel, why aren't my 3 disgraceful brats as smart as you? After Cheng Yaojin finished cursing, he no longer paid any attention to Li Wangyu. Wearing the sunglasses, he arrogantly walked out the door. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to him and sent him off with his eyes. This old scoundrel had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He had already prepared troops to watch over the house, but he still insisted on scaring the little children like this. Cheng Chumo had naturally already been notified by the servants in the estate. When he rushed to the front courtyard, he saw his father carrying a blue cloak and walking out the door with his head held high. Ziyu, what did you give my family's Darren? It's quite interesting. Cheng Chumo immediately asked Li Wangyu. Needless to say, this kind of thing was definitely his doing. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to speak. He first took out a folding fan from his waist and opened it with a schwa sound. After being angered by the old scoundrel, he naturally had to make it up to his son. Brother Chumo, this thing is called sunglasses. Do you want it? Sunglasses? Ziyu, you made them. They look just like Bai Hen. Quickly bring them out and let your older brother see. Brother Chumo, I naturally have sunglasses, but... Chapter 466. Li Wangyu did not finish his sentence, which made Ching Chumo's heart itch. He saw his father wearing sunglasses and thought it was very interesting. Naturally, Ching Chumo wanted to get a pair. But what? Ziyu, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not hesitate. Ching Chumo patted his chest loudly. Li Wangyu heard him say this and could not help but smile until his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if there was a fox's tail wagging behind him. Hee, since Brother Chumo said so, I will not be pretentious. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he pulled out a large stack of invitations like magic and stuffed them into Ching Chumo's arms. I am moving to a new house on the 31st of this month. Brother Chumo, please help me with these invitations, please. The nobles of the Tang dynasty naturally had to formally hand over invitations if they wanted to treat someone to a meal. Moreover, these invitations could not be casually sent by the servants. They had to be of a certain status. This was basic etiquette. Now that Li Wangyu was in Noda's Chang'an city, he knew a lot of rich and powerful people. Since he was moving to a new house, he naturally had to invite many guests. Therefore, on such a hot day, running all over Chang'an city to deliver invitations was definitely a difficult task. Ching Chumo was naturally aware of this. Hugging the stack of invitations in his arms, his expression was bitter, but he was also curious. Zio, you have too many invitations. Where did you get them from? That's not important. Like Doraemon, Li Wangyu reached into his waist and pulled out a pair of purple crystal sunglasses and put them on his face. Brother Chumo, what do you think of these sunglasses? Ching Chumo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied with difficulty, Ziyu, leave this matter to me. Hee, these sunglasses. Li Wangyu was not stingy and immediately pulled out 3 more pairs of sunglasses and handed them to Ching Chumo. In fact, these sunglasses were originally prepared for the rich. Now that they could exchange them for free labor, it was a huge profit. Ching Chumo was just like his father. After putting on the sunglasses, he immediately asked the servant girl to bring him a bronze mirror. In front of the bronze mirror, he stroked his hair and flirted for a long time. Finally, the flirtatious man was satisfied and put down the bronze mirror. Li Wangyu was about to ask him to take him to see the troops that Qing Yaojin had given him, when he saw Ching Chumo waving his hand to summon another maidservant. Go get Erlang and San Lang. Yes. Under Li Wangyu's puzzled gaze, Ching Chumo made a shushing gesture to him, indicating that he should not speak. After Ching Chuyang and Ching Chubi were called over, they exchanged greetings with Li Wangyu. Then, they saw the rainbow-colored crystal sunglasses that Li Wangyu and his elder brother were wearing. Dalong, what are you carrying? Hee, these are the sunglasses that Zio gave me. These sunglasses can block the sun after you wear them. It's amazing. The most important thing is, don't you think that your elder brother has become a lot more handsome? Ching Chumo laughed and began to explain the benefits of the sunglasses to his 2 younger brothers. Good stuff, Dalong, lend it to me. When Ching Chuyang heard this, he could not hold back and reached out to grab it. Ching Chumo was already prepared and dodged. Do you want it? Yes. But there is no free lunch in the world. Ching Chumo turned around and stuffed the stack of invitations into the arms of his 2 younger brothers. Zio will be moving to a new house in a few days. You go and help him deliver these invitations. This elder brother will give you 2 these sunglasses. Ching Chumo's actions left Li Wangyu dumbfounded. F***ck, this is too shameless. Very Qing Yaojin style. Deceiving his 2 younger brothers like this, really despicable. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to expose Ching Chumo. He just watched from the sidelines and watched the show with peace of mind. As long as someone helped him deliver the invitations, he did not care whether it was Ching Chumo or Ching Chuyang. When Ching Chubi heard his elder brother's words, he was just about to nod and agree, but he was stopped by Ching Chuyang. Wait, it's just a pair of sunglasses. How can San Lang and I split them? Then let's add another set. One for each of you. That should be fine, right? Cheng Chuliang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then it's settled. Give us the sunglasses first. After the two sides agreed on the terms, Cheng Chumo immediately took out 2 pairs of sunglasses and gave them to his younger brothers. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi immediately put on their sunglasses, hugged the stack of invitations, and laughed as they walked out. Erlang, you are really smart, otherwise Dalong would have deceived us again. Humph, of course, I have seen through Dalong's trick long ago. The 2 brothers walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaving Li Wangyu sweating like a waterfall. It seems that Uncle Cheng's stupid sons have a worrying IQ. Cheng Chumo, on the other hand, was not the least bit ashamed of deceiving his younger brothers. He hooked his arm around Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Zio, let's go. My father has already told me to bring you to meet those old ruffians. Wait, Brother Chumo, what veteran ruffians? Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Cheng Chumo, who felt that he had misspoken, immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha, today's weather is really good, the sky is really blue, Cheng Chumo. Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu was angry. This bastard, he dared to play dumb with him. There must be something wrong. That, hee, it's nothing. Don't you want a troop? Let's go. The Jinwu guards, my family has already prepared it for you. Cheng Chumo still wanted to talk about other things. Li Wangyu was so angry that he grabbed Cheng Chumo's collar. Tell me clearly, what veteran ruffians are you talking about? Uncle Cheng, what troop did you prepare for me? That, hee, actually, there are some people, but whether you can take them with you or not, it's hard to say. Zio, I'll tell you the truth. In Chang'an, it's actually not easy to recruit troops. Cheng Chumo saw that he could not hide it from Li Wangyu, so he might as well tell him everything. The military system of the Tang dynasty, at the beginning of the Tang dynasty, was the government army system. In normal times, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land. They trained during the farm breaks, and in times of war, they fought in the army. Moreover, the government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses. In other words, in the Tang dynasty, those who could raise government soldiers had to have good family conditions. Otherwise, they would not be able to afford weapons, clothing, and horses. These soldiers were conscripted from the various military prefectures and prefectures. All middle-aged men above the age of 21 to 60 were conscripted. The imperial guards of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen were all selected from the government soldiers and took turns to serve. Therefore, there were not many government soldiers who were willing to join the noble families and become part of their troops. After all, being part of a troop was dependent on one's status. How could these government soldiers with good family conditions be willing to be part of someone else's troop? Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Among the government soldiers, there were naturally many whose families went bankrupt for various reasons, or who were unwilling to return to their hometown after the death of their parents. There were also some who wanted to join the noble families and fight for a future for themselves. In Chang'an City, most of the troops of big and small dignitaries and aristocratic families joined the troops because of these reasons. This time, Qing Yaojin found dozens of veterans who were unwilling to return to their hometown and were willing to join the noble families for Li Wangyu. However, it did not mean that these veterans would listen to Qing Yaojin's words and join Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country. After all, in Chang'an, there were many nobles and noble families who wanted to recruit troops. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a good minister chooses a master to serve. This group of veterans were all very capable, but Li Wangyu might not be able to recruit them. The only thing Qing Yaojin could do was to connect the two parties. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on Li Wangyu's own ability. After listening to Qing Chumo's explanation, Li Wangyu could not help but curse in his heart. Damn it, he was tricked by Qing Yaojin again. In the past, he, Yuchi Jingda, and the others had bragged so much. He really took it for granted that with Qing Yaojin's word, his government would have dozens of loyal troops. It turned out that this was the same as the recruitment in the future. It was a double selection. Chapter 467. Qing Chumo's words made Li Wangyu feel a little conflicted. The imperial guards were in charge of patrolling the palace and the capital city day and night. They were also responsible for the safety of the emperor. In the words of the later generations, it was equivalent to the Central Guard Bureau. Therefore, the old soldiers of the imperial guards were outstanding and were favored by the nobles and aristocratic families in Chang'an. He was just a powerless county earl who founded the country. How could these old soldiers be willing to submit to him? Compared to those nobles and aristocratic families, he did not seem to have any advantages. Although he was the county earl who founded the country, there were many dukes, county dukes, and aristocratic families in Chang'an. Moreover, they all held military power or were officials in the imperial court. If he were one of these old soldiers, he would not choose to submit to an empty shell like him. No wonder Qing Yaojin was not prepared to show up. It seemed that this old hooligan also felt that the old soldiers under his command might not be interested in him. In fact, it was not impossible for Li Wangyu not to recruit these imperial soldiers as his troops. If it was not possible, he could go to the market and buy some strong servants to guard the house. Most of the rich families in Chang'an were like this. It was rare to find someone like Li Wangyu who had two subordinate troops. Those who were not dukes, county dukes, or aristocratic families were not qualified to have troops. However, Li Wangyu felt that those servants were just for show. They looked strong, but they did not have much fighting power. Niu Wu once said that it was not a problem for him to fight 7 or 8 of such strong young men. Li Wangyu was not willing to entrust his safety to such people. He had another choice, which was to recruit troops from Dingzhou village. In Dingzhou village, there were more than 500 villagers and about 200 young men. Most of these young men had been trained by the old soldiers and could be considered skilled in archery and horse riding. Moreover, they were very loyal to Li Wangyu and were on his side. It was easy to use them. However, Li Wangyu could not bear to let them go. The villagers of Dingzhou village were like family to him and his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu did not wish for the villagers to join the vassal forces and become part of the troops. They would also have to protect their homes and courtyards, and they might even face other dangers. After figuring out all of this, Li Wangyu was speechless. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, those old scoundrels, back then their big talk shook the heavens, as if they could casually gift him some troops. He actually believed it. Now that he thought about it, he was really naive to have been tricked by these shameless old hooligans. But now, even though Qing Yaojin was unreliable, Li Wangyu could only give it a try. Let's go with Qing Chumo to try to recruit those veteran ruffians and see if our small company can move them. Brother Chumo, let's go. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Alright, let's go then. On the left and right of the Jinwu guards, there were a total of 73 old soldiers who expressed their willingness to join the army. Most of these people have served in the army for many years and their abilities are indisputable. How many troops you can recruit will depend on your ability, Brother Chumo. I have high hopes for you. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Are you Constable Xing? You have high hopes for me. He was too lazy to say anything else. He placed the crystal sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and snapped his fingers, indicating for Qing Chumo to lead the way. The two of them left Duke Lu's estate. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu and the three of them rode toward the Jinwu guards' encampment. When they dismounted at the entrance of the Jinwu guards' encampment, an imperial army captain immediately bowed to Qing Chumo. As a trusted subordinate of the Jinwu guards, even though it was just a nominal position, Qing Chumo was still a 6th-rank Jinwu guards general. Furthermore, Qing Yaojin was his old man, so there were no taboos in the Jinwu guards. With him leading the way, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Qing Chumo gave a few instructions and the imperial army captain immediately had his subordinates run to the entrance of the encampment to inform the old ruffians. The guard's army lieutenant led the way in front, preparing to lead the three of them to a small drill ground. After taking a few steps, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Ching Chumo turned his head and his face couldn't help but turn unsightly. However, he still respectfully greeted the person who had come. This child pays respect to grandfather. Greetings to Duke Lu. Why are the two of you free to come to the Jinwu Guard's encampment today? Are you looking for my lord? He isn't in the encampment today. The person who had come was Ching Chumo's mother's father, Ching Yaojin's convenient father-in-law, the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Xian. The other person was Duke Lu, the general of the Right Guards, Ho Junji. Ching Chumo and his two brothers were born from Ching Yaojin's first wife, Madame Sunday. They had a good relationship with their father's second wife, Madame Chui, but they didn't have a good impression of this convenient grandfather. But regardless, Chui Xian was still their senior, so they naturally had to show him some courtesy. And Ho Junji was Ching Yaojin's colleague, a big shot in the army, so they naturally had to treat him with respect. Although Ho Junji's relationship with Ching Yaojin wasn't that bad, they were both officials of the court, so their relationship wasn't too stiff. Ching Chumo was very curious as to why these two had come to the Jinwu Guard's encampment today. When Li Wangyu saw the two of them, he naturally went up to greet them. This one pays respect to Duke Lu and Duke Chui. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the great clans, he still had to show the necessary courtesy. As for Ho Junji, they didn't seem to have much interaction. But Li Wangyu knew that this fellow was extremely arrogant and proud, and his future wouldn't be very good, so he had no intention of getting too close to him. But upon seeing Ho Junji, Li Wangyu suddenly had an interesting idea. If Li Qingqian, under his tutelage, became a loving father and filial son with Pai Lupi, Li Qingqian probably wouldn't try to rebel again. What would happen to Ho Junji then? It was rather interesting. Chui Xian and Ho Junji naturally had to return Li Wangyu's greeting, but their tones and attitudes were extremely flat. Paying respects to County Earl Chumo. After this simple greeting, the two of them turned to Ching Chumo. Chumo, we didn't come today to find your lord. Rather, we heard that many old soldiers of the Imperial Army in the Jinwu Guards intend to stay in Chang'an and join the vassal army. Thus, we came today to recruit these old soldiers. Nanny? These two fellows also came to recruit those old ruffians. Li Wangyu's face instantly turned rather nasty. Fuck, this damned Ching Yaojin. How could a woman get married so many times? It seemed like this recruitment had become a recruitment meeting. Even competitors had come out. In truth, Ching Yaojin had no other choice. No matter what, Chui Xian was still his father-in-law. And Ho Junji was a fellow duke in the army, so he naturally couldn't give these two any face. The fact that some old soldiers of the Jinwu Guards wanted to join the vassal army naturally couldn't be kept a secret, and quite a few people knew about it. Hearing this, Ching Chumo's face turned ugly. He looked at Li Wangyu with a troubled expression, but he could only nod his head and say, if that is the case, then I ask grandfather and Duke Lu to travel with us. County Count who has also come today for this matter. Chui Xian couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression when he heard this. He snorted coldly but didn't say anything. Ho Junji, on the other hand, had a playful smile on his face as he looked at Li Wangyu. County Count who, you also want to recruit soldiers? That's truly interesting, heh. After saying this, Ho Junji strode back into the Jinwu Guard camp, leaving Li Wangyu with a pained expression as he mentally cursed, interesting your sister. Chapter 468. On a small drill ground in the barracks of the Golden Guard, the old soldiers of the Golden Guard who had received the notice had already gathered. The 73 old soldiers were either standing or squatting, chatting in groups of twos and threes as they waited for Wang Chong and the others to arrive. When they saw Ching Chumo, a general of the Imperial Guard, arrive, they simply stood up and gave a casual bow. But they were more interested in Chui Xian, Ho Junji, and the others behind Ching Chumo. They were well aware that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be the main family they would be joining in the future. As for Li Wangyu, he had long been ignored by this group of ruffians. They all thought that he was just here to watch the show and was a descendant of some noble family. Li Wangyu followed Ching Chumo into the drill ground. When he saw the ruffian appearance of these old soldiers, he couldn't help but be speechless. Are you sure that these are valiant soldiers? What difference was there between this group of people and the villagers who had finished their farm work and gathered together to chat? In his imagination, shouldn't these elite soldiers have bright armor, imposing appearances, and valiant spirits as they crossed the Yalu River? Ah, pooey, wrong, should they be majestic and valiant? These fellows wrapped in jackets and wearing scarves, standing and sitting without a proper posture, were they really the valiant soldiers of the left and right Golden Guards? Li Wangyu cast a doubtful glance at Ching Chumo, wondering if this old hoodlum Ching Yaojin was trying to trick him again. Ching Chumo could see the doubt in his heart and chuckled. Before he could explain, Niu Wu suddenly spoke. Lang Jun, these people are incredible. They are all valiant soldiers who have killed and seen blood. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned by Niu Wu's words. These village-like people were valiant soldiers? Niu Wu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Niu Wu nodded with certainty. There's no mistake. When I was in the army, I saw many valiant soldiers like this. These valiant soldiers seem casual, but they can actually go on a rampage at any time. They seem undisciplined, but they are actually valiant and have a fierce aura. If Lang Jun can recruit these people, it would be quite good. Li Wangyu naturally believed Niu Wu's words. No matter what, the Niu brothers were the kings of the special forces in the Sui army. To be able to become a member of the Ta Bai army, all of them were elites. Furthermore, the Niu brothers were Turks who had fought bloody battles on the battlefield. They were veterans who had survived hundreds of battles. Speaking of which, he was really lucky to have the Niu brothers wholeheartedly attach themselves to him as part of the troops. Li Wangyu suddenly asked curiously, Niu Wu, how do these people's skills compare to yours? Niu Wu, on the other hand, was not polite at all. He raised his head proudly and said, bare-handed, I can fight 1 against 2. If I have a suitable weapon, bow and arrow, I won't be afraid even if there's a fire in the forest. His words made Li Wangyu involuntarily click his tongue. A single flame was equivalent to 10 people. In the era of cold weapons, what kind of concept was it to have one person fighting against 10 people? Niu Wu added, if Big Brother was here, I would join hands with him. Without holding back, I wouldn't be afraid of these 70 people. Li Wangyu took his words as he was bragging. After all, when Zheng Kongbua from the Zheng family led his troops to attack the carriage in the East City, Niu Yong had suffered a little and was slightly injured. How could he be as strong as Niu Wu bragged? What Li Wangyu didn't know was that Niu Yong had also faced the troops of the Zheng family, who were also fierce soldiers. Secondly, Niu Yong's methods were mainly to kill in one blow. He was also missing an arm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't kill, he could only use 40 to 50% of his skills. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. While Li Wangyu and Niu Wu were whispering to each other, Ching Chumo took 2 steps forward, raised his voice, and introduced to the veteran ruffians the identities of these nobles who wanted to recruit them. Listen up, this is the family head of the Chui family, Duke Chui. This is the Duke of Lu, Great General Ho. This young man is quite extraordinary. He is the founding county count of the country, the Hu County Count. At present, he has a great reputation in Chang'an. The 3 Kingdoms book that you all like to listen to recently was written by this Hu County Count. Ching Chumo also had his differences. He only gave a simple introduction to Chui Xin and Ho Junji, but when it came to Li Wangyu, he was full of praise. However, these words of his were a little useless. In front of the reputation of the Chui family and Ho Junji, there didn't seem to be any old soldiers interested in a minor founding county count like Li Wangyu. After all, there was no one in the world who didn't know of the Chui clan. At the time, the Chui clan was regarded as the #1 clan in the world, the leader of the northern clans. In the 6th year of Zhengguan, in order to suppress the influence of the great clans and strengthen his imperial authority, Pai Lupi ordered people to revise the clan annals and re-rank the clans. But in the 12th year of Zhengguan, when the clan annals were completed, the Chui clan was still ranked first. This infuriated Pai Lupi so much that he wanted to die. Under the forceful suppression of Pai Lupi, he ordered people to revise the clan annals, and only then did he carry out Pai Lupi's orders. With the imperial clan as the leader and the relatives of the emperor as second, the Chui clan was demoted to the third tier. From this, one could see the status of the Chui clan in the eyes of the common people. Today, the head of the Chui clan, Chui Xian, had personally come to recruit them. What sort of glory was this? As for Ho Junji, although he wasn't from a great clan, he was the Duke of Lu and the great general of the Right Guard. To those old soldiers who wanted to fight for a better future, he was rather attractive. As for Li Wangyu, he was beautifully ignored. Although the Golden Guards protected Chang and knew all sorts of things in the city, they had heard of Li Wangyu. They had long ago heard of Li Wangyu, the newly promoted county count of Huxian, and they knew that he had stirred up a great deal of trouble. But in any case, in their view, a young county count who had yet to become an official of the court had no power or influence. How could he possibly compare to the other two clans? After hearing Qing Chumo's introduction, the attitude of these old soldiers became much more respectful, and they once more bowed to Chui Xian, Ho Junji, and Li Wangyu. But the majority of their gazes were on Chui Xian and Ho Junji. They only curiously glanced at Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu was a young county count, and there were many rumors about him in the market square of Chang'an. Some called him a wastrel, some called him the god of wealth, and some said that he was the reincarnation of the literati star or a divine physician. But to these old soldiers, these were just idle chatter. If they wanted to entrust the rest of their lives to such a young man, throw themselves into a vassal state, and regard him as their master, they would almost never consider it. Chui Xian and Ho Junji naturally noticed the behavior of these ruffians. The two of them looked at Li Wangyu with ridicule. They felt that this county count was about to lose a great deal of face today. Chui Xian was already thinking that once this matter was over, he would bring this matter to the banquet and have a good talk about it. County Count Huxian had wanted to recruit troops, but he had ended up returning in defeat. For the great clans, this matter was enough to make them laugh for a very long time. Qing Chumo's face also darkened, but there was nothing he could say. He could only mutter, "Grandfather, Duke Marquis, Zio, tell them about the salary." He was going to talk about the salary and benefits. Li Wangyu was well aware that whether or not he could recruit troops today would depend on whether or not the benefits he offered were attractive enough. Chapter 469. After exchanging some pleasantries, Chui Xian and Ho Junji ignored Li Wangyu and turned to the veterans. The Chui clan of Qinghe receives a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins. If there is any injury or death, there will be additional compensation and rewards. This one's residence is the same as Duke Chui's. In truth, Chui Xian and Ho Junji's conditions were the customary conditions for the great clans and nobles of Chang and to recruit soldiers. A monthly salary of 6 strings of coins was truly not a low income. This was the same as the salary of a rank 2 official of the imperial court. Of course, officials also received other benefits, as well as income from land. But 6 strings of coins was still equivalent to the actual income of a rank 4 official. In a situation where the average income of Chang'an was the same, this was considered a high-income class. Thus, unless one was a noble, one would not be able to support a troop. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu didn't lack money, he wouldn't have dared to ask for 50 soldiers. Even at the market price, 50 soldiers would still cost 300 strings of coins a month. After all, the soldiers had to protect their master, and when needed, it was very normal for them to put their lives on the line. Thus, the master naturally gave his soldiers generous treatment, similar to that of bodyguards in the future. The veterans nodded in satisfaction at Chui Xian and Ho Junji's conditions, and they began to whisper to each other about whether to join the Chui clan of Qinghe or Ho Junji. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Li Wangyu burst out laughing, attracting everyone's attention. Chui Xian and Ho Junji didn't like Li Wangyu to begin with, and now, they found him even more frivolous and couldn't help but show anger. Li Wangyu put away his smile and lightly coughed. "My apologies, I couldn't hold back for a moment. I just didn't think that the monthly salary of the soldiers in Chang'an would be so low. The monthly salary that my county Count of Hu County gives to the soldiers. Cough, cough, Niu Wu, tell me, how much is your monthly salary? Soldiers were different from servants. Although they were subordinates, they did not sell their bodies to the master, so they naturally had to be paid. Li Wangyu had been a poor loser in the past, so he had been unwilling to take in the Niu brothers mainly because he was poor and couldn't afford a salary. Fortunately, the Niu brothers didn't care about this at all. The two of them were here to repay the debt of gratitude. Li Wangyu made a fortune very quickly. In less than half a year, his net worth had increased rapidly. The treasury in the old house could not hold any more copper coins. Naturally, he would not be stingy with the Niu brothers. Moreover, after the Niu brothers got married, they would also have to support their own mother-in-law. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't let these two brothers be embarrassed. Niu Wu grinned at the group of veterans and said with a simple and honest smile, now that eldest brother and I have received Lang Juan's favor, our monthly salary will be 50 strings of copper coins. His words caused an uproar among the veterans. 50 strings of coins a month. Was this a joke? How could the main family give such a high salary to the troops? Could it be that this county earl was, as the rumors said, the god of fortune in this world? Actually, Li Wangyu originally wanted to give the Niu brothers a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins. But the two brothers refused to accept it no matter what, so he reduced it to 50 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu's businesses were now bringing in a daily income that he couldn't even calculate, so how could he care about such a small sum of money? If everyone is willing to come to my county earl's residence, 50 strings of copper coins is temporarily out of the question. But I'm still willing to pay 30 strings of copper coins a month. Li Wangyu wasn't afraid of messing up the market. He directly shouted out a price 5 times that of Cui Xin and Ho Junji, causing the faces of the two bigwigs to turn green. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that they couldn't pay it like this. After all, the two of them weren't a single person like Li Wangyu. They were a large family with a large business, so how could they act so recklessly? If they used this price to recruit these troops, wouldn't the old people in the residence also get a raise? Li Wangyu now somewhat understood the thoughts of the owner of Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich. This daddy isn't a rich family, but this daddy has money. I'll use money to smash you to death. Are you tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins? If the Chui clan of Qinghe and Ho Junji wanted to compete with him in terms of money, then he didn't care. Even if it was a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins, he would still be willing to pay. At the same time, he would have an excuse to give the Niu brothers a raise. After saying these words, Li Wangyu beamed at Cui Xin and Ho Junji, waiting for them to raise the conditions for recruiting troops. Everyone present was tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins. Wasn't it precisely for the sake of fame and fortune that they were willing to join the noble clans? For a moment, they hesitated. The county earl's residence that they had never considered before had now entered the sights of these old ruffians. No one would refuse money, and 5 times the monthly salary was enough to tempt these old ruffians. Everyone turned to Cui Xin and Ho Junji, wanting to see if these two bigwigs had anything to say. Cui Xin and Ho Junji were inwardly cursing, but when they saw the gazes of the crowd, Cui Xin hesitated for a while before saying, in the future, when you have children, they can enter the Cui clan of Qinghe to study. Ho Junji scanned the crowd and said, the troops of this residence will follow this one into battle, and their contributions will be calculated. In the future, it is possible for any of you to become a general in the army. These two conditions had tempted these old soldiers. Joining the Cui clan of Qinghe and Ho Junji might not bring them much money, but it wasn't without benefits. The Cui clan of Qinghe had the advantage of stability, and their children could study in the Cui clan of Qinghe and have a promising future. And joining Ho Junji would allow them to make contributions on the battlefield. While they were both on the battlefield, serving in the army was completely different from serving as a duke's subordinate. Firstly, it was safer, and secondly, it was easier to make contributions. There were many captains and commandants in the army who had been promoted from serving as the subordinates of bigwigs in the army. At this moment, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again. The county count's manor of Hu County will provide each troop with a house and a wife. Nanny? Wife? His words not only caused Cui Xian and Ho Junji's eyes to widen, but the eyes of the old soldiers also turned red. The reason why these old soldiers were willing to stay in Chang and join the nobility was naturally because they had no one to rely on. Of these 73 people, their parents were no longer alive, and they hadn't married yet. Otherwise, these soldiers with families wouldn't be willing to become subordinates. To put it bluntly, these 73 old bachelors were single dogs. They were no different from the original Niu clan brothers. Hearing that they would be given a wife, the crowd naturally went into an uproar. County Earl of Huxian, you must be joking. You can give a wife. She can't be a maid bought from the market, right? Is she really a woman with a clean background? Li Wangyu turned to Niu Wu and asked, Niu Wu, tell us, what is your wife's background? Niu Wu couldn't help but be a little surprised. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled foolishly. Before my wife married me, she was a palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Is she beautiful? As beautiful as a fairy. Li Wangyu nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned to the old soldiers and asked, did you hear that? A palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Do you want her? The wolves howled, yes. Chapter 470. Li Wangyu inwardly cursed, these old perverts. When they heard that he was going to marry a beautiful wife, they started howling like wolves. His words just now had Cui Xian and Ho Junji panicking. Ho Junji's face turned stiff. County Count Hu, how could you say such things? Marriage is naturally decided by the parents. What reason is there to give them away? Aren't you a sex matchmaker? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How am I a sex matchmaker? Of course, it's a formal marriage. Isn't this Chu of mine also a formal marriage? Duke Marquis should know that the sage personally gave her away, right? Ho Junji angrily retorted, even so, the sage showed mercy last time and allowed 3,000 palace maids to leave the palace. Presumably, this Chu of yours is also one of those palace maids. But now, where are you going to give your fellow soldiers the chance to marry palace maids? Aren't you just using your fellow soldiers to tease us? His words made the old ruffians rather suspicious. Just because County Count Hu's soldiers could marry palace maids didn't mean that they could as well. Li Wangyu chuckled. Why not? I can ask the sage to release several dozen palace maids. This isn't a difficult matter. You, who do you think you are? Ho Junji was so infuriated that he almost choked on his own saliva. Me? Surnamed Li, given name Wangyu, given name Zio. Has Duke Marquis forgotten? Li Wangyu shook his head, seemingly regretting that Ho Junji's memory was poor. Before Ho Junji could speak, he added, right, my uncle's surname is also Li. Ho Junji was rendered speechless by his words. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was delighted. He had finally experienced the pleasure of shouting, my father is Li Gang, in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, how could, my father is Li Gang, compare to, my uncle is Li Shimin? Saying these words made his mind and body feel refreshed, his thoughts clear. Li Wangyu truly wasn't trying to fool these old ruffians. In any case, there were still several thousand palace maids in Taiji Palace. With his reputation, it would not be difficult to ask Pai Lupi to release dozens of palace maids who were willing to marry. The performance of these veteran ruffians even made Li Wangyu wonder if he could use this method to recruit long-term troops in the future. He didn't think that having a few dozen troops was enough. Even that Zhang Liang had shamelessly taken in 500 fake soldiers. He, Li Wangyu, had so many businesses. If he didn't recruit more troops to protect them, it wouldn't do. If Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu used the palace maids in his Taiji Palace as a bargaining chip to recruit troops, he would probably chop Li Wangyu into pieces. Li Wangyu's shameless words made even Ching Chumo's eyes widen. Hedonistic, he was too hedonistic. Seeing that many of the Golden Guards still didn't understand, Ching Chumo could only lightly cough and say to the stunned veterans, "County Count whose uncle Tsong is the current sage." The uncle Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. With his explanation, the old ruffians from the Jin Wu Guard finally understood why Li Wangyu had said those words. The young county count in front of them was the current sage's nephew Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. 5 times the salary, a promised daughter-in-law, and a frighteningly deep background, this county count who seemed to be the one in high demand. Before anyone could say anything, Li Wangyu added another heavy bargaining chip. In the future, when you have children, they can study with His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King Yu, and the sage's 7th prince, His Highness King Jin. This lord might also accept them as disciples. His words first stunned the veteran ruffians, then they became ecstatic. Yes, how could they forget that this county count who was the crown prince's imperial tutor? If they became his troops, wouldn't their sons be able to study with the crown prince in the future? In comparison, the teachings of the Chui clan of Qinghe weren't even worth a mention. In truth, they had also forgotten that the crown prince was already 9 years old, but they didn't even know where their daughter-in-law was. Even if they were to get married right away and give birth to a son after 10 months, how old would Li Qingxian be by the time he reached the age where he could study? How could he possibly study with those brats? However, Li Wangyu wasn't trying to fool them. After all, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji, had just been born. If they moved fast enough, it wasn't impossible for their children to study with Li Ji in the future. Li Wangyu's many conditions left Chui Xian and Ho Junji with bitter expressions. They had thought that this county count who was overestimating himself by competing with them for a troop. But looking at the gleaming eyes of the veteran ruffians, how could they not know that they had made a wasted trip today? As the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Xian didn't like Li Wangyu, but he didn't have much of a grudge against him. Of the 5 clans and 7 watches, only the Zhen clan of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan were like fire and water with Li Wangyu. While the other clans didn't like Li Wangyu, they weren't so bad as to make things worse. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Chui Xian decided to leave. Too lazy to stay any longer, he coldly snorted and led his servants away. Ho Junji wasn't as straightforward. His triangular eyes were filled with hatred as they constantly scanned Li Wangyu's body. Ho Junji had always been a narrow-minded man with a crude personality. The Old Book of Tang described his character as arrogant and reserved. Pai Lupi had ordered Li Jing to teach him the art of war, but this fellow had turned to Pai Lupi and falsely accused Li Jing of plotting a rebellion. From this, one could see just how narrow-minded Ho Junji was. He had rendered a great service in the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and had been made Duke of Lu and Great General of the Right Guard. With his pride, he naturally looked down on Li Wangyu, the founding county count. But today, Li Wangyu had managed to steal the limelight when he had come to recruit soldiers for the Golden Guard, infuriating Ho Junji. In truth, Li Wangyu had never offended him. It was just a fair competition. His offer wasn't as generous as Li Wangyu's, but Ho Junji was so angry that he vented his anger on Li Wangyu. But Ho Junji also knew that Li Wangyu was a noble and also Pai Lupi's nephew, so he couldn't do anything to him. His triangular eyes couldn't help but turn to Niu Wu, who was standing behind Li Wangyu, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. County Count Hu, this one has heard that one of your 2 soldiers is one-armed and one-eyed. Today, I see that this is just as I expected. Since you're willing to give this one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, he must be very capable for County Count Hu to value him so highly, right? But County Count Hu is willing to give the one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, but County Count Hu is only giving 30 strings of coins to these elite soldiers of the Golden Guard. Isn't this a little unfair? TSK, this one truly feels that these soldiers aren't worth it. Ho Junji's words were extremely harsh. He was clearly trying to sow discord between these old ruffians of the Golden Guard and Niu Wu, painting Li Wangyu in the eye. As expected, as he tried to sow discord, those old ruffians of the Golden Guard began to look at Niu Wu with ill intent. They were already planning to submit to Li Wangyu, so they naturally wanted to display their abilities in front of him. Just as Duke Lu had said, if this one-eyed soldier could get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, why couldn't they? Chapter 471. Li Wangyu was infuriated by Hou Junji's shameless words. He really wanted to curse out loud. What does it have to do with you? And Hou Junji's insult of Niu Wu being a one-eyed dragon had infuriated Li Wangyu even more. But Hou Junji's provocative words had stirred up the hearts of these ruffians. Faced with a group of eager killers, Li Wangyu was caught off guard for a moment. He had a deep relationship with the Niu brothers, and it wasn't something that could be described as formidable. Even if the Niu brothers didn't have much skill, he wouldn't look down on them. He would never abandon them. When he was still insignificant, he was still having a headache over how to survive the plague of locusts. At that time, the Niu brothers had already pledged themselves to him. How could this friendship be measured by a monthly salary? To put it bluntly, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were Li Wangyu's family in the Tang dynasty. Let alone a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, even if he had to give half of the family fortune to these two brothers, Li Wangyu wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But he couldn't explain these words to these ruffians in a short time. But Li Wangyu didn't want Niu Wu to fight with these ruffians to prove his ability. Although Niu Wu had said that he wouldn't have a problem fighting one against two, fists and kicks had no eyes. If Niu Wu was injured, Li Wangyu would be heartbroken. Even if he injured these ruffians, it would still be very troublesome. Li Wangyu naturally understood that this group of old ruffians had the intention of throwing themselves into his residence. In the future, these people would be Niu Wu's comrades. If they were to get angry and hurt the harmony, it wouldn't be good. But before he could think of a way to speak, Niu Wu puffed out his chest and strode forward. This one truly doesn't have much skill, and I was even blinded in one eye by the Turks. But if you want to measure this one's ability, you can come and try. Niu Wu seemed rash, but he was actually quite meticulous. The reason he had stepped forward to challenge these ruffians wasn't just because of Hou Junji's provocation. Niu Wu was well aware that if this group of assassins wanted to pledge their allegiance to his Lang Jun, they would become his subordinates. The leader of this song was none other than him and his brother. This was not only due to their confidence in their own abilities, but also due to their understanding of Li Wangyu's righteousness. Therefore, Niu Wu naturally had to consider Li Wangyu. Using his fists to subdue this group of killing geniuses was the best choice. Otherwise, a group of ruffians born in the Jin Wu Guards might not necessarily submit to him and his older brother. If they could not achieve unity, how could they protect their own Lang Jun? Niu Wu's words stunned Li Wangyu, and he subconsciously wanted to object. However, Niu Wu's resolute gaze caused him to hesitate. At the same time, he immediately understood Niu Wu's intentions. But he couldn't stop it, and this only made Li Wangyu even more furious at Hou Junji's despicable conduct. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Ha, Lord Hou is right. This song of mine doesn't have much skill, just a bit of punching and kicking." After hearing the Marquis's words, I felt that they made sense. This monthly salary of 50 strings of coins was most likely a loss. But since Lord Hou wants to recruit troops today, why don't you let my good-for-nothing troops test their skills against Lord Hou's troops? Let me see the difference between a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins and a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins is truly cheap. Lord Hou is truly formidable. Since he couldn't stop Niu Wu, he decided to direct the spearhead to Hou Junji. Didn't you insult Niu Wu for being a one-eyed man? Then let's see how formidable Hou Junji's troops are. Li Wangyu's mention of a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins made the troops behind Hou Junji pale. Just now, when Hou Junji's troops had heard that Li Wangyu's troops were being paid 50 strings of coins a month and that he was offering 30 strings of coins to the veterans of the Jin Wu Guards, their eyes had turned red with envy and jealousy. Now that they heard Li Wangyu describe them as cheap goods, they could no longer hold themselves back. Lord Hou, let me test out that one-eyed man's skills. I'd like to see just what sort of person can get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. Lord Ho, let this one measure him. Lang Jun, this one requests a battle. Li Wangyo's words had provoked Ho Junji's troops into acting like they had eaten gunpowder. This was far beyond Ho Junji's expectations. He had always been the one scheming against others, but now, he had been tricked by this youth, causing Ho Junji's face to scowl. But now that his troops were all asking for a battle, how could he say no? But Ho Junji was in no rush. He naturally had absolute confidence in his subordinates. These were the valiant soldiers of his army who had fought alongside him for many years. Ho Junji felt that dealing with a one-eyed man was no problem. He only regretted that his plan to sow discord had been ruined by Li Wangyo's simple words. Since County Count who is interested, then let them have a match. But Ho Junji's triangular eyes gleamed with cold light as he stared at Li Wangyu like a viper. But since it's a match, there should be a little prize. What does County Count who think? Oh. What does Lord Ho mean? Ho Junji sinisterly chuckled. This one has heard that County Count whose estate has a 40% share in the Shadaozi wine workshop. This one is not greedy, so if you use 20% as the wager, does County Count who dare to make a bet? Li Wangyu inwardly cursed at these words. This bastard was actually eyeing his businesses. Li Wangyu was also perplexed. This carriage company, the wine workshop, and the underwear store were all money trees. Which noble in Chang'an wouldn't be envious? But everyone knew that this was a joint venture between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. No matter how envious others were, none of them dared to touch it. So why was Ho Junji so bold as to covet a share in the wine workshop? But when he thought about Ho Junji's reputation in history for being greedy, Li Wangyu understood. This fellow had always been a bastard who viewed wealth as his life. In the 14th year of Zhengguan, Ho Junji had led an army to destroy Gaochang, plundering the kingdom of Gaochang and stuffing his own pockets with treasure. In the history books, it was written that he obtained the essence of gold and mules, but the imperial residents did not have it, so he hid it and did not offer it. He even dared to take the precious spoils of war for himself. From this, one could see just how greedy he was. Li Wangyu inwardly sneered as he calmly asked, if Lord Ho is interested, then there's no problem. But what will Lord Ho use as the prize? Ho Junji heartily laughed and said, this one's residence has 2 supreme beauties. Would County Count who be interested? Li Wangyo's face darkened. Damn, 2 women in exchange for 20% of the wine workshop. Was this Ho Junji crazy? He suddenly recalled a rumor he had read about Ho Junji in unofficial history. After Ho Junji was executed, he made a record of his residence and obtained 2 beauties. Taizong asked about them and replied, ever since you came, you have often eaten human milk instead of rice. This was about Ho Junji's residence being recorded after he was killed for his rebellion. Not only did they find all sorts of treasures, they even obtained 2 supreme beauties. These 2 beauties were peerless in appearance, and their skin was even smoother than a baby's. Pai Lupi curiously asked how they maintained their skin, and the answer was, ever since I entered the Marquis residence, I have eaten human milk as rice every day. Li Wangyu almost got goosebumps when he thought about this unofficial history. He didn't have such heavy tastes as Ho Junji, and besides, was he the kind of person who couldn't move at the sight of beauties? Using 2 women to gamble with him for a share in the wine workshop was simply wishful thinking. Lord Ho should keep the beauties for himself to enjoy. I'm not interested, so why don't Lord Ho use some other prize? Chapter 472. Ho Junji could only shake his head at Li Wangyo's words. It seems that County Count Huxian is still young and doesn't understand the benefits of this stunning beauty. Since that's the case, this one will take out 20% of the Jingan gambling house and gamble with County Count Huxian. How about it? The Jingan gambling house was Ho Junji's property, one of the 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head. Might I ask Lord Marquis how much your Jingan gambling house earns each month? This, about 5,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu coldly chuckled. Does Lord Marquis know how much the winery earns each month? This one does not know. At present, the winery earns 40,000 strings of cash a month, and it's still increasing. Even if it's 40,000 strings of cash, 20% is still 8,000 strings of cash a month. Does Lord Marquis feel that using 20% of the gambling house's shares to gamble with me is somewhat inappropriate? Ho Junji's eyes turned red when he heard that the winery's profits were this frightening, and he gasped for breath. Then this one will use the entire Jingan gambling house to gamble with you. The land of the gambling house is also worth quite a bit of money. Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle at Ho Junji's appearance. Although I have no interest in the gambling house, since Lord Marquis has such a refined interest, it's naturally fine. But what? Ho Junji impatiently asked. He could already see the 20% share of the winery falling into his pocket. But since the stakes are so large, this gamble naturally can't be so casual. A witness must be invited. In addition, a mere competition of fists and feet is a bit too much of a joke. I have a suggestion for a gamble. Would Lord Marquis be willing to hear it? Li Wangyu already had a plan in mind, so he unhurriedly spoke. Speak. A mere competition of fists and feet between two troops is truly boring. Why don't our troops find a forest outside Chang'an and have a real battle? What does Lord Marquis think? This. Li Wangyu's suggestion caught Ho Junji by surprise. Of course, since my troops have a high monthly salary, they naturally can't be the same as the Marquis troops. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 passes is truly cheap. Li Wangyu's words caused Ho Junji and his subordinates to scowl. This bastard, is he addicted to talking? Logically speaking, the 2 troops in my residence have a monthly salary of 100 strings of coins, which is equivalent to the salary of 16 troops of the Marquis. However, as Marquis Ho said, these 2 troops in my residence are handicapped. Li Wangyu pointed at Niu Wu and continued, so, after weighing the pros and cons, let's have 2 troops from my residence fight against 10 troops from the Marquis residence. How about it? Is Marquis interested? Li Wangyu's words caused Ho Junji's eyes to brighten. 2 cripples against 10 of his troops, weren't they rushing to give him money? There was no reason for him to refuse. In a one-on-one battle, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's troops had a chance of winning, much less 2 against 10. This was simply suicidal. Was this young man worried that his troops wouldn't die quickly enough? Agreed. Let's do as County Count Hu says. Ho Junji was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded. Li Wangyu happily smiled. Okay, then it's settled. Of course, in order to avoid harming the relationship between our 2 clans, when they fight, the weapons and arrows must be wrapped in cotton cloth. They can be smeared with lime, and if they are struck by a sword or saber, they will have to withdraw from the competition. Does Lord Marquis think this is acceptable? Ho Junji thought about it and decided that there was nothing disadvantageous to him, so he nodded. It's fine. Since that's the case, how about Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi act as mediators and referees? 3 days later, our 2 clans will find a forest near the Jade Star Palace and decide the victor. Ho Junji naturally nodded in agreement, and the 2 clapped their hands together to seal the deal. Ha, then this one won't delay County Count Hu from recruiting troops. This one will go find Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi and have them act as mediators. See you in 3 days at the Jade Star Palace. After saying this, Ho Junji heartily laughed and led his troops away. Li Wangyu looked at Ho Junji's back, a smile on his lips. Ching Chumo hurried over and anxiously asked, Zio, have you gone crazy? How could you agree to this kind of condition? Even if it's a one-on-one, the Niu brothers might not be able to win. Why did you ask for a 2-on-10 battle? How could you possibly win? Before Li Wangyu could reply, Niu Wu replied in a low, muffled voice, so what if it's 2 against 10? Do you think that my brother and I are afraid of them? Hja, you can't say it like that. Zio, why did you agree to this kind of bet? It's completely unfair. Cheng Chumo anxiously said, this won't do. I'll go find my lord and have him come forward to stop this bet. Li Wangyu hurriedly grabbed Cheng Chumo and said, "Ha, big brother Chumo, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Since this little brother dares to propose such a bet, he naturally has complete confidence in winning." "What confidence do you have?" "I know that the Niu brothers are very capable, but they're still. Cheng Chumo glanced at Niu Wu, too embarrassed to say the word cripple. "Ha, let's keep it a secret for now. In any case, big brother Chumo, be at ease. I'm not a wastrel. How could I possibly go and make a bet with that bastard Ho Junji if I'm not confident? Just watch." He dared to call Niu Wu and Niu Yong cripples. This time, this old man will definitely make Ho Junji take a big tumble and obediently hand over his gambling house. "Right, go back and ask Uncle Cheng if he's interested in taking over the Jingan gambling house." "I have no interest in the gambling house. If Uncle Cheng is willing to take over, I'll sell it to him at a cheaper price." Cheng Chumo was somewhat dumbfounded by these words. Could it be that he had made an error in judgment? Were these Niu brothers some sort of peerless expert? But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only nod hesitantly. "Fine. Then Zio, you have to be careful. Duke Lu's troops aren't easy to deal with. They're all fierce soldiers of the army." "Ha, what's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a troop with a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Big brother Chumo, haven't you heard of this saying? Nothing good comes cheap." Cheng Chumo's nose was about to become crooked from anger. How could there be such a comparison? Moreover, didn't the troops of his Duke Lu residence also have a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Could they also be cheap goods? "Zio, it's best if you be careful and don't be careless." Okay, I understand. Let's not talk about this for now. I still have to recruit troops, Li Wangyu said, and then turned to the group of veteran ruffians. "Everyone, what do you think? Are you interested in joining the vassal forces and joining my Hu County's county count residence?" The confrontation between Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had already left them dumbfounded. At this moment, they no longer had any desire to compete with Ho Junji. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, the veteran ruffians of the Golden Guard glanced at each other. One of them asked, "Dare I ask County Count Hu, is our monthly salary the same as what County Count Hu said just now, the monthly salary of 30 strings of coins? Does it still count?" "Of course. Since I said it, it's only natural that I keep my word." Another veteran ruffled his feathers and asked, "County Count Hu, are you in charge of finding ants?" Li Wangyu heartily laughed, "Haha, of course." The veteran ruffians glanced at each other and finally made their decision. In the next moment, the 73 veterans of the Golden Guard all got down on one knee and said, "We pay our respects to Lang Jun. Lang Jun didn't abandon us and was willing to take us in. We dare not serve you with our lives." Li Wangyu had originally planned to recruit 50 troops, but he didn't expect that he would be able to recruit 73 veterans today. He naturally didn't refuse anyone. This was Han Xian's army, so the more the better. "Ha, good. Everyone, please rise. From today onwards, as long as you don't betray me, I will definitely not betray you." When he thought about how he would be able to lead a group of troops and strut around the city, Li Wangyu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. How delightful. Chapter 473. When Li Wangyu led the 73 troops to the county office of Hu County to complete the citizenship procedures, Yang Quan was shocked. Especially when Yang Quan learned that the troops Li Wangyu recruited were all from the Golden Guards, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were very different from the troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties. The troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties were considered private soldiers. It was normal for aristocratic families to have several thousand troops. However, the troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were more like servants or bodyguards. The troops and the main household had a master and follower status, but they were different from servants. They had their own private property and could marry good girls, but they didn't have an independent household registration. In Chang'an, it was already very difficult for the other aristocratic families to recruit a few troops. Although Zhang Liang had 500 fake troops, most of them were just people who made up the numbers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten down by Li Wangyu and a group of wastrels at the entrance of the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. In truth, there weren't many of them who were as valiant as the Golden Guards. Even Yang Quan's teacher, Yu Shinan, who was a third-rank official, didn't recruit any troops. He only had strong servants to look after the house. How did Li Wangyu manage to recruit as many as 73 people so easily? It was as if he was buying cabbages from the market. Yang Quan could only shake his head and sigh at Li Wangyu's monstrous talent. He ordered the county office to complete the citizenship procedures for the Golden Guards. The 73 veterans officially became the troops of Hu County's founding county. They were bound to Li Wangyu for good or ill. After Li Wangyu led the troops back to Dingzhou village, there was a lot of excitement. He introduced everyone in the house, especially the beautiful boss. Although Li Wangyu didn't say her identity, he repeatedly emphasized that other than him, Madame Su had the final say in the house. These veteran ruffians were all shrewd people. How could they not understand Li Wangyu's meaning? Therefore, they did not hesitate to call their beautiful boss, Madam. The beautiful boss couldn't help but blush slightly, but she didn't object and tacitly agreed to this title. Naturally, the Li family's old residence couldn't accommodate these 70 troops. Li Wangyu asked the old housekeeper, Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Niu Yong to lead the troops to the manor on the hillside. At the same time, he had to familiarize himself with the terrain as soon as possible so that he could take over the guard duty of the new mansion. After busying himself for a while and waiting for Niu Wu and the others to leave, Li Wangyu collapsed on the chair without a care for his image. He ordered like a master, "I'm so tired. Changqing, pour me a cold drink." His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't say anything. She went to the kitchen to make a cold drink for him. After his beautiful boss left, Li Wangyu beckoned to Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, come and massage my legs. I've been riding for half a day. I'm so tired." Aphrodite immediately agreed and obediently knelt beside Li Wangyu to massage his legs with her fair little hands. "So comfortable. This is what life is like," Li Wangyu lamented. Just as he was about to lower his head and talk to Aphrodite, he caught sight of Aphrodite, who was bending over to massage his feet. Her loose neckline revealed a touch of her soul-stirring snow-white bosom. Li Wangyu almost had a nosebleed. He couldn't even move his eyes as he admired the rise and fall of the mountain range. Li Wangyu only snapped back to his senses when he heard his beautiful boss's footsteps. He hurriedly turned his head and pretended to be nonchalant as he took the cold drink from his beautiful boss. The beautiful boss glanced down at Aphrodite and couldn't help but snort. Her slender fingers couldn't help pinching Li Wangyu's waist. "Bah, you big pervert. You're bullying Aphrodite again." No, don't spout nonsense," Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, but Aphrodite was confused. She looked up at her beautiful boss and then at Li Wangyu. She didn't understand what her beautiful boss meant by her Langjun bullying her. The beautiful boss couldn't be bothered to talk to this confused girl. She glared at Li Wangyu and asked, "Didn't Uncle Cheng say that he was going to prepare 50 troops for you? Why are there so many people?" She still didn't know what had happened in Chang'an, so she asked this question. "Don't mention it. Cheng Yaojin, that old swindler. He's lying to me." Li Wangyu's anger flared up as he spoke of this matter. 50 troops for him. That old scoundrel Cheng Yaojin was just bragging. He had spent a huge sum of money to snatch these 73 troops from the mouths of the Chui clan and Ho Junji. Li Wangyu recounted the events of the day to his beautiful boss in full detail, but the beautiful boss frowned again and again as she listened. "Wangyu, aren't you being too arrogant? It's true that Niu Yong and Niu Wu are very powerful, but you shouldn't have agreed to let them fight with Ho Junji's troops. And even though there are troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them?" The beautiful boss was still not used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty, much less the hierarchy of master and servant. In her view, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were her family. But Li Wangyu actually wanted them to fight with their lives on the line against Hou Junji's troops. She found this very hard to accept. His beautiful boss's words also made Li Wangyu feel a little awkward. Thinking back, when he made the bet with Hou Junji, he really hadn't considered the feelings of Niu Wu and the others, much less asked for their opinion. It seemed that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for half a year, he had already gotten used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu seriously reflected on his beautiful boss's criticism before nodding his head and replying, "Changqing, you've said too much. It was my lack of consideration. I'll apologize to Niu Yong and Niu Wu later. But don't worry, I only agreed to that bastard Hou Junji's request because I was completely confident." He looked at his beautiful boss guiltily and said, "It's mainly because that bastard Hou Junji humiliated Niu Wu as a cripple and called him a one-eyed dragon. In a moment of anger, I proposed the bet with him. Then what method do you have to ensure that Niu Yong and Niu Wu win? They have a total of 10 opponents." His beautiful boss wasn't angry at Li Wangyu. She just felt that Li Wangyu lacked consideration and put the Niu brothers in danger. "Hee, who asked Niu Wu to boast to me? He said that he and Big Brother together could defeat the 73 old soldiers of the Jinwu Guard. No matter how powerful Hou Junji's troops are, they can't be as powerful as these 73 people, right?" Li Wangyu explained with a smile. "And I have a divine weapon." Li Wangyu lowered his voice and whispered a few words into his beautiful boss's ear. Hearing this, his beautiful boss raised her eyebrows and asked, "That's it? Are you sure?" "Yes, it's definitely true. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try first. I'll have to trouble you to bring Afro, Perrin, and the others to make it first. Then, I'll have Niu Yong and Niu Wu use it to fight against the 73 soldiers. If it really doesn't work, I'll just admit defeat. Isn't it just 20% of the winery? I can afford to lose. Don't worry, I definitely won't let the Niu brothers take the risk." "Alright, since you've said so, I'll listen to you." His beautiful boss didn't waste any time. She pulled Afro to the rear courtyard and called over Perrin and the 4 maids in the residence. Then, she got to work. Chapter 474. 3 days later, in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains. The originally quiet Jade Star Palace of the Tang dynasty was exceptionally lively today. When Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers and the 73 newly recruited troops over on horseback, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Wasn't today the day of the bet between him and that bastard Hou Junji? Why was the Jade Star Palace so lively? Looking around, he realized that they were all familiar faces. There was no need to mention Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others. They were probably here to act as middlemen for their bet. But what about the others? Duan Zhishuan, Chai Lingguo, Li Jing, Li Shiji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji. It felt like all the big shots of the imperial court were here. Of course, there was also Li Wangyu's group of hedonistic friends. Naturally, they were all here today. Li Wangyu even saw Pai Lupi in the crowd, dressed in casual clothes. The hell, wasn't this a little too grand? Were Li and this group of big shots so bored that their balls hurt? Did they have nothing to do? His gambling match with Hou Junji had managed to draw over more than half of the big shots of Changpeng. If he had known earlier, he would have discussed with Hou Junji and sold tickets to these big shots who didn't mind watching the show. Li Wangyu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly dismounted and greeted Pai Lupi and the other big shots. "This little nephew pays respects to uncle. May I know why uncle has the time today to come and watch my bet with Duke Ho?" Pai Lupi glared at him. "Zio, what are you up to now? Why do you want to bet with Junji for no reason? And you're still so arrogant, wanting to fight 2 against 10? Do you know that the troops in Junji's residence are all valiant soldiers who have fought with him for many years? How could they be incompetent?" Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Hee, uncle, this little nephew might not lose. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he coldly snorted. He was too lazy to waste any more words with him. He simply stretched out his hand. Where are my sunglasses? Ah! Li Wangyu was stunned. Pai Lupi, aren't you jumping from topic to topic a bit too fast? Just now, they were still talking about the bet. How did the topic change to sunglasses? He then looked at Pai Lupi's side. Qing Yaojin, that black-faced old hooligan, was wearing the crystal sunglasses he had given him, proudly showing off to the others. Naturally, he understood everything. Li Wangyu quickly and respectfully took out a pair of sunglasses from his waist and presented it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony. He took the sunglasses and skillfully put them on the bridge of his nose. From the looks of it, he had already learned how to use the sunglasses from Qing Yaojin and had even tried them on. Li Wangyu was even surprised to find that not only was Qing Yaojin wearing sunglasses today, but many of the big shots present were also wearing sunglasses that he had made himself. Chai Linggu, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui. Li Wangyu suddenly understood that these were the sunglasses of the rich playboys, which had been confiscated by his father. He had asked Qing Chumo to give the sunglasses to the debauches. Now, it seemed that these big shots had benefited. Qing Yaojin, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, came over and slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Wahaha, my dear nephew, you've got guts. Using 2 troops to fight against 10 troops of Duke Ho, even this old man wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But don't worry, this old man will definitely support you. This old man even went to those gambling houses of the great clans and placed a bet of 100 taels of gold on your victory. Li Wangyu was confused, but he could only hurriedly bow and say, many thanks for Uncle Cheng's great favor. This little nephew can't thank you enough. What bet? What did this old hoodlum bet with the gambling houses? Li Wangyu had no idea that over the last 3 days, everyone in Chang'an knew about the gambling match between him and Ho Junji. It was naturally Ho Junji who had ordered people to spread the news. He had done this because he was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word and cause him to miss out on the 20% share of the winery. Thus, when Ho Junji had decided on the gambling match, he had ordered people to spread the news so that Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to go back on his word. This was also why everyone had gathered here today. How could Pai Lupi and the others not come to personally witness such a spectacle? The gambling houses of Chang'an had also begun to place bets on the outcome of the battle between County Count Hu and Duke Lu. However, even these gambling houses, including Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other gambling houses in the Duke's public houses, did not think that Li Wangyu would win. The gambling houses placed the odds that Duke Lu's troops would win, with the odds being 1-1. 2. It meant that if one bet a copper coin and won, the gambling house would pay out 200 copper coins with interest. If the county count of Hu County, Li Wangyu, won, the odds would be 10. If one bet a copper coin, one could win back 10 coins. But even so, very few people dared to bet that county count who would win. Everyone in Chang'an believed that Li Wangyu had brilliant literary talent, was the god of wealth, and was also a divine doctor. But no one believed that his 2 crippled troops could defeat Ho Junji's 10 elite troops. Li Wangyu knew nothing of this. In the last 3 days, he had been holed up in Dingzhou village with the Niu brothers, studying the divine tool. He had not gone to Chang'an even once. After Qing Yaojin left, the 3 Qing brothers appeared out of nowhere and said something that made Li Wangyu so angry that he almost pulled out his knife and hacked at them. Ziyu, ha, in truth, my family's milord even bet 1,000 taels of gold on Duke Lu's victory. If it weren't for the fact that he was in front of the 3 Qing brothers, Li Wangyu would have given Qing Yaojin the middle finger as a sign of respect. This old hoodlum was truly too shameless. He actually bet on both sides. And he even said that he supported him. This was truly a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. The group of silk pants also squeezed to Li Wangyu's side, but all of them looked dejected. Ziyu, those sunglasses, ha, why don't you give your older brother another pair? Ziyu, your older brother is so pitiful. Those sunglasses weren't even warm before my milord took them away. Me too. Ziyu, can't you make more sunglasses? When Li Wangyu saw the wastrel's expressions, he almost burst out laughing. Ha, brothers, this younger brother doesn't have any more sunglasses. You all know that these sunglasses are made from crystal. Although they aren't expensive, grinding the lenses takes a lot of effort. This younger brother can't take out any extra sunglasses in such a short time. Ha, but don't worry, I've already instructed the craftsman to continue grinding the lenses. In a few days, there will be new sunglasses for everyone. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the wastrels could only nod their heads helplessly. They then looked at Li Wangyu and the three Qing brothers with incomparable envy. Among the younger generation, only the four of them still wore sunglasses. Even the Yuqi twins didn't lose a single pair of sunglasses. They were all snatched away by Yuqi Jingda, saying that he was going to give them away. If their father wanted them, what could these fearless wastrels do? Of course, they could only give them away. After chatting and laughing for a while, Ho Junji walked over. Ha, County Count who has also come. Very good. This one was worried that County Count who would go back on his word and refuse to show himself. Li Wangyu smiled. What is Duke Ho saying? If someone wants to give me a gambling house, how could I refuse? Then let's cut the crap. Since the sage has personally come today, let's make a formal bet in front of the sage and begin the gambling match. Good, that's how it should be. Li Wangyu was not the slightest bit hesitant. For today's gambling match, he had spent a great deal of effort over the past 3 days waiting for Ho Junji to say these words. Chapter 475. At this point, neither Pai Lupi nor Qing Yaojin had any intention of stopping this gambling match. Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had made their bet in front of Pai Lupi and everyone else, signing their names and using their personal seals. With this, the bet was officially established, and no one could go back on their word. The great clans and many of the nobles present were all envious of Ho Junji's good luck. Everyone agreed that the astute Count Huxian must have lost his mind to make such a bet with Marquis of Lu. Wasn't he just in a hurry to give Ho Junji a share of the winery? For his own benefit, Pai Lupi had made sure that the winery was well guarded. Not even a fly could get in, much less leak the secrets of the winery. As a result, the high quality of sorghum wine on the market was the only one of its kind. There was no one in Chang'an who wasn't jealous of the daily income. Even if it was a one-on-one bet, many people would be willing to bet with Li Wangyu, let alone a 2-on-10 bet. Li Wangyu waved at the Niu brothers, indicating that they should come over. Then he turned to Ho Junji and said, Duke Marquis, let's begin. Have your men come over and inspect the weapons. See if there's any cloth wrapped around the blades and arrowheads. Ho Junji naturally had no objection, and he waved his hand to summon his men. Those 10 troops of the Lord's Manor were all elites with one look. Even though they were just standing there, they exuded a valiant aura. In contrast, the 2 men at Li Wangyu's side were also strong and courageous. But one of them was missing an arm while the other was blind in an eye. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't think that these 2 could win against these 10 men. Niu Yong and Niu Wu stepped forward to inspect each other's weapons, and then they handed over their own weapons for inspection. The Niu brothers had very simple equipment. The 2 of them were dressed in clean, short robes, and each of them carried a bag and a short blade. Niu Wu carried a longbow and a quiver of arrows, but nothing else. Ho Junji's men inspected the bag, but after seeing that it was just some rags, they didn't pay any more attention. Ho Junji's men, on the other hand, were armed to the teeth. Sabers, short spears, bows, daggers, and so on and so forth. As Li Wangyu had requested, these weapons had been wrapped in cloth and covered in lime. Just as the Niu brothers were inspecting the corpse, they saw a person step out from the crowd. He said with a mocking tone, State Duke Lu, are you playing a childish war game with County Earl Hu? Why do they even need to wrap the arrowheads and blades? What kind of bet is this? Li couldn't help but frown on his face. It was the head of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Renyu. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, another person stood out from the crowd and echoed, "What Lord Wang said is right." In the past, the troops have always fought with their lives on the line. How could it be like playing house? How could it be wrapped in arrowheads and decide the outcome with lime marks? Duke of Lu, you are a veteran general who has fought for many years. Why are you fooling around with youngsters? The one who spoke was Zheng Yuanshou of the Zheng clan, and behind him, another noble stepped forward. It was the prefectural Duke of Changping, Zhang Liang. Duke of Lu, when have the troops in our residence ever been afraid of death? We have always licked blood from our blades and sought survival from the jaws of death. Our Tang dynasty's military prowess is renowned throughout the world. When did we start to play games like this, using lime to decide victory? Duke of Lu, if this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that your fellow soldiers would lose face, right? Ho Junji was a prideful person, but he also cared a lot about face. After being criticized by Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and Zhang Liang, he couldn't help but blush. County Count Hu, everyone's words are reasonable. Why don't we stop using these cotton-wrapped arrowheads? The life and death of our troops will be decided by fate. Let's fight to the death. How about it? Ho Junji was now somewhat regretful that he had agreed to Li Wangyu's request. Li Wangyu naturally shook his head. No, this is a condition that we agreed on that day. How can we go back on our words? He was confident that the Niu brothers could defeat Ho Junji's troops. But swords had no eyes. If the Niu brothers made a mistake, wouldn't they be taking their lives? Moreover, as a good youth who had transmigrated from the future, how could Li Wangyu allow others to fight to the death for him? This wasn't the Roman era, where gladiators were still played. In truth, the battles between the troops of the Tang dynasty weren't necessarily any better than the gladiators of the Roman era. Although it wasn't necessarily a battle to the death, every time there was a conflict between nobles, when was there a battle that didn't result in several deaths? Li Wangyu was already cursing Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and Zhang Liang's words. These bastards had nothing better to do. Did this daddy invite you? What does it have to do with you? County Count Hu, I will instruct my troops to do their utmost to not harm your troops. How about it? Ho Junji still wanted to persuade him. Li Wangyu immediately refused. No. Since we agreed on this, there's no reason to change it at the last minute. If Lord Marquis isn't willing to fight like this, then why don't we just drop the matter? Ho Junji felt rather helpless at Li Wangyu's refusal. He naturally didn't care about the method of the battle. In any case, his goal was to get a share of the winery. But if he continued to follow Li Wangyu's wishes and fight like this, he felt that he couldn't afford to lose face. Just as Zhang Liang had said, if this matter got out, wouldn't his fellow soldiers laugh their heads off? But now, Li Wangyu refused to agree no matter what. If he insisted, this battle naturally couldn't be carried out, and Ho Junji would never agree to that. For a moment, Ho Junji was in a dilemma. Even though Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were close to Li Wangyu, they didn't want to see Li Wangyu lose this battle. But in truth, they all agreed with Wang Rinyu and the others. Even Pai Lupi had been on the battlefield for many years and was used to seeing life and death. Using some sort of cloth to wrap up weapons and arrows to carry out a battle was truly child's play. But Li Wangyu was young and their nephew, so they naturally didn't voice their opinion. They just coldly watched, allowing Li Wangyu and Ho Junji to negotiate. Seeing Li Wangyu shake his head in refusal, Zhang Liang spoke once more. County Count Hu, you're also a noble of the Tang dynasty. How can you be so afraid of death? Moreover, aren't you the one who's going to fight? How can you be so wishy-washy? If all the nobles of the Tang dynasty were as compassionate as County Count Hu and couldn't stand the sight of blood, wouldn't we just allow the Turks to invade and trample on the lands of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Liang's words struck at Ho Junji's heart. Li Wangyu clenched his fists in anger, his eyes spitting fire as he angrily glared at Zhang Liang. Since Prefecture Duke Changping is so hot-blooded, why don't you bring your fake son here to fight? This one is willing to accompany you to the end. Chapter 476. Zhang Liang, the prefectural duke of Changping, was enraged by Li Wangyu's words and wanted to teach this young man a lesson. He had suffered at the hands of Li Wangyu several times in a row and had long found Li Wangyu to be an eyesore. This was why he had followed Wang Rinyu and Zheng Yuanshou in sowing discord. Now that Li Wangyu had so rudely rebuked him in front of everyone, he felt his blood boil. Count Huxian, don't be so impudent. Before Zhang Liang could finish speaking, Pai Lupi roared, enough. Zhang Liang, you are also a veteran of the army. How can you speak so irrationally? Zio cherishes the lives of his troops. How can you say that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are unable to defend against the sabers and spears of the Turks? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Liang's blood that had just surged to his head quickly receded like the receding tide after being scolded by Pai Lupi. Only then did he realize that the Count of Huxian, whom he had just reprimanded, was the emperor's nephew. He was the current master of the emperor's heart. He had been blinded by lard. How could he have offended him? Zhang Liang was not one of those aristocratic families. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Pai Lupi. Although the reason Zhang Liang had been executed 20 years ago was that he had plotted rebellion, he did not have the courage to do so. After being reprimanded by Pai Lupi, Zhang Liang immediately cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject was impetuous. This subject was too emotional and spoke without thinking. This subject apologizes to Count Huxian. Just now, I was muddle-headed and spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. Seeing Pai Lupi stand up for him and Zhang Liang immediately lower his head, Li Wangyu could not say anything more. He could only silently nod his head, indicating that he accepted Zhang Liang's apology. The reason why Pai Lupi spoke up to defend Li Wangyu was naturally because there was a difference between them. Right now he had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu. This nephew of his, who had not yet stepped out of the fifth generation, not only had brilliant literary talent, he had also repeatedly rendered outstanding service. Which one of the things Li Wangyu came up with was not a treasure that could benefit the country and its people? Needless to say, he had also rescued Pai Lupi's son, Li Qingqian. He had also seen through the schemes of those people with ulterior motives and found Prince Li Ji. Li Wangyu's position in Li Er's heart had become incomparably important since a long time ago. Therefore, Zhang Liang's words against Li Wangyu naturally made Pai Lupi very unhappy. Therefore, he directly reprimanded Zhang Liang and helped Li Wangyu out of the situation. But this matter was not over. After Li Er reprimanded Zhang Liang, he waved at Li Wangyu and called him to his side. He lowered his voice and said to him in a soft voice. He lowered his voice and whispered, Zio, although Zhang Liang's words just now were unreasonable, they weren't without reason. Since you and the Junji family want to make a bet, you should have mentally prepared yourself. The cotton cloth wrapped around the saber is truly unseemly. Zio, why don't you reconsider and follow the usual procedures? If you're worried about your own troops, I'll tell Junji to make sure that your troops don't die. How about it? Seeing that Pai Lupi was also trying to persuade him like this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but panic. He could never have imagined that things would develop like this. It was completely out of his expectations. Uncle, For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to do. Zio, listen to us. We will not harm you. Don't look at how close Qing Jijie and the others are to you. In truth, they must also be thinking the same thing. If you insist today that the saber must be wrapped around the saber before you agree to the bet, perhaps Qing Jijie and the others won't say anything, but all the civil and military officials in the court will look down on you. They will inevitably treat you as a weak and incompetent person. Are you willing to do this? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu feel even more stifled. He had never imagined that the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty would be so barbaric and disregard human life. Li Wangyu felt stifled, but he didn't know how to vent it. Pai Lupi's words were naturally for his own good, but this was not what he wanted. Uncle, allow me to discuss this with the troops in the residence, Li Wangyu said in a hoarse voice. Pai Lupi nodded and said nothing more. only lightly patting his shoulder. Li Wangyu moved his feet and walked in the direction of his troops. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were staring at him with burning eyes. Behind them were the 73 old soldiers of the Jinwu Guard, all of whom were looking at Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, what do you think? But do you want to fight with them with real swords and spears? Don't worry, my brother and I will definitely not lose to those bastards. Before Li Wangyu could say anything, Niu Wu impatiently asked. Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He knew that as long as he nodded, the Niu brothers would definitely not have any complaints. They would definitely draw their swords without hesitation and fight with the troops in Ho Junji's residence. But, in Li Wangyu's mind, he recalled the words of his beautiful superior 3 days ago. Although they are our troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them? He looked at Niu Yong's severed arm. That was the arm he had thrown away when he was fighting with the Turkic wolf cavalry at Yanmen Pass. They were fighting for the country and its people. They could die without regrets. Niu Yong's severed arm and Niu Wu's blinded eyes were the insignia of heroes. They were the pride of the Great Han. They were the backbone of the Great Han. But now, he wanted them to fight with the troops of that bastard Ho Junji. What was the meaning of this? What right did he have to make such heroes fight for him? Was it just for that damned 50 strings of cash? If anything happened to the Niu brothers, how could he face the 2 daughters-in-law of the Niu clan? No, this shouldn't be the case. Absolutely not. Li Wangyu finally understood what he wanted. He slowly but firmly shook his head and raised his voice. Even if he was speaking to Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he was also speaking to Pai Lupi and the nobles present. No, I won't agree to Duke Ho's words. If we have to fight to the death in this battle, I am willing to admit defeat. He turned his head to look at Li Er, Qin Yao Jin and the others and continued to speak. I admit that just now, I also thought about letting my troops fight it out with the troops of the Duke Marquis Manor. Even though I knew that they would definitely win, I immediately regretted it. It wasn't that I was afraid of losing, but that I wasn't worthy. The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more agitated he became. He patted Niu Yong's chest and said, Niu Yong, from Dingzhou village in Hu County, fought a bloody battle with the Turkic army at Yanmen Pass in the 11th year of the day. He killed a total of 31 enemies. This arm was severed by a Turkic wolf cavalry and was saved by a comrade. How could I, Li Wangyu, dare to order such brave men to fight for me and risk their lives in gambling battles? He pointed at Niu Wu and said, Niu Wu, in the 11th year of the day, at Yanmen Pass, he killed 27 enemies and suffered countless injuries. This I was also blinded in a bloody battle. Don't say that I can't bear to part with the Niu brothers. Even the old soldiers in my residence have fought for the country for many years. What right do I, Li Wangyu, have to order them to fight for me? Forgive me for not being able to comply. Li Wangyu took a deep breath, as if he wanted to shout out all the suppressed anger in his heart. Isn't it just 20% of the winery's shares? I can afford to lose. In today's duel, I, Li Wangyu, admit. Before he could utter the words admit defeat, Niu Yong and Niu Wu had already rushed over and hugged him tightly. Niu Yong covered his mouth with his broken arm. Lang Jun, you can't admit defeat. You can't. You can't. Chapter 477. At this moment, the Niu brothers' eyes were filled with blood and tears. Even the 73 veteran ruffians that Li Wangyu had recently recruited were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Their chests were straight. With such a loyal and righteous master, how could they not be excited? Li Wangyu's words made the 73 veteran ruffians who had just been registered feel a sense of recognition and belonging in their hearts. These veterans of the Golden Guards naturally knew about the burning knife wine that was currently popular in Chang'an. Although the old soldiers didn't know how much the 2 ingredients of a brewery that could brew such a unique wine were worth, they were sure that it was an astronomical figure. And their own master would rather give up the money than let the Niu brothers take the risk. Who had ever seen such a master? Not to mention Chang'an City, even if they flipped through the history books, they would never hear of such a thing. How could this group of veterans not fall in love with such a master? The county count mansion of the founding of Hu County would be their home from now on. However, anyone who offended them would be killed without mercy. If Li Wangyu knew that his words had such a great effect and could make the 73 veterans fall in love with him, he probably wouldn't know whether to cry or laugh. Even Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others couldn't help but blush with shame after hearing Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi nodded silently in his heart. He valued Li Wangyu more and more. Niu Yong's face was filled with tears. He covered Li Wangyu's mouth and didn't let him admit defeat. Lang Jun, you can't admit defeat. We didn't lose. Erlang and I would rather fight to the death than to accept defeat. Yes, Lang Jun, my brother and I will never admit defeat. If you insist on admitting defeat, then my brother and I will kill ourselves right here. How will we have the face to return home? Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu with a face full of tears. The 73 troops roared in unison, fight! 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 Li Wangyu was also angry. He forcefully pulled Niu Yong's arm away and roared at the two brothers, you are crazy. What if something happens and you want me to go back? How are you going to explain it to your aunts? Lang Jun, if we brothers are so cowardly and watch you admit defeat, how can we face our wives when we return home? Niu Yong pulled his brother, and both of them knelt down on one knee before Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, please allow the two of us to go to battle. The 73 veteran ruffians also knelt down on one knee. Lang Jun, please allow us to fight in place of the two brothers of the Niu family. When the Niu brothers heard that, they glared at the crowd and scolded jokingly, get lost, get lost, get lost. It's none of your business. This is the work of the two brothers. If you want to fight for Lang Jun, you should wait until you get married. Their joking and cursing caused the group of old ruffians to laugh endlessly, and the heavy atmosphere was diluted by quite a bit. Niu Yong and Niu Wu's words made Li Wangyu feel very conflicted. Do you two brothers have to force me? Lang Jun, don't hesitate. Do you still not believe in us two brothers? Ask this group of murderous geniuses. Is there anyone who is still unconvinced? Besides, don't we still have Lang Jun's divine weapon? Niu Wu wiped away the tears on his face and whispered with a smile. His words were all heard by the surroundingly residence troops, but all of them revealed looks of shock and embarrassment, appearing to be extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Li Wangyu had nothing to say. After a long silence, he finally nodded and patted the shoulders of the Niu brothers. Be careful. I will wait for you to come back. Yes. Li Wangyu strode up to Ho Junji and stared into his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Life and death shall be decided by the heavens. For some reason, a dark cloud flitted through Ho Junji's heart. Just now, Li Wangyu had actually wanted to admit defeat for the sake of his troops, leaving everyone stunned. And the troops of the county count's residents made all the great clans and nobles jealous. Which clan wouldn't want such loyal troops? As for the troops of Ho Junji's residents, their morale seemed rather low. The 10 valiant troops of the marquis residents looked at Niu Wu and the others with envy. Their monthly salary was high, and their master was so benevolent and righteous, it was truly infuriating. Very good. Since that's the case, let's begin. Ho Junji didn't want to say anything more. He just wanted to start this gambling match as soon as possible and get his 20% share of the winery as soon as possible. Okay. That mountain will be the location of this gambling match. How about it? Our troops will fight here. 2 hours will be the limit, and the team that survives the most will be the winner. Li Wangyu pointed at a nearby mountain peak. It was around 100 meters tall, but its trees towered into the sky and its bushes were thick. Ho Junji carefully looked into the distance and nodded. Although the mountain peak was covered in trees, it didn't have any steep terrain. It was just an ordinary mountain peak. In this way, there was no need to worry about Li Wangyou's 2 troops occupying some strategic location and defending from above. Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the mountain peak. Your Majesty, that child Zio still doesn't understand the ways of the army. Other than the fact that there are a lot of trees on that mountain top, there is no other dangerous terrain. How did his 2 troops escape the encirclement of the 10 troops of Duke Lu's mansion? Qing Yaojin moved closer to Li Er and whispered. Yuqi Jingde also came over. Your Majesty, do you want to warn County Count Hu? If he chooses this mountain peak, his 2 troops probably won't have anywhere to hide. Once they're surrounded by Duke Lu's troops, no matter how capable they are, they won't be able to escape their doom. Pai Lupi silently nodded. This was also his view. Neither side would pay too much attention to this sort of mountain, as there was no terrain suitable for ambushes. But he couldn't say much. After all, Ho Junji was his favorite general. Pai Lupi could only watch from the sidelines in this gambling match. Forget it. Just treat it as Zio buying a lesson. He can pay for 20% of the winery, but it's a pity for those 2 warriors. Pai Lupi decided not to interfere in this matter. Pai Lupi had a deep impression of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, and he couldn't help but sigh. Duke Lu, since you have no objections, let's begin. But since my residence only has 2 troops, I presume that Duke Lu won't mind if they go first, right? Li Wangyu asked with an indifferent expression. Ho Junji naturally didn't mind and gestured for them to go first. Niu Yong and Niu Wu glanced at each other and then got down on one knee. After bowing to Li Wangyu, they turned and rushed toward the mountain peak. Li Wangyu and his 73 troops all bowed to the departing figures of the 2. The figures of the Niu brothers quickly disappeared into the forest not far away and could no longer be seen. 15 minutes later, Ho Junji waved his hand, and his 10 subordinates all pulled out their shining weapons and charged into the forest. Chapter 478. Once Ho Junji's troops entered the forest, everyone, including Pai Lupi, craned their necks to look up the mountain to see what the result was. The mountain peak that Li Wangyu had pointed out was only a few hundred meters away from where everyone was. Ho Junji was a high-profile individual, and the clothes he had distributed to his troops were also the same. The troops of his residence all wore red cloaks over white robes embroidered with violet flames, making them appear rather imposing. The color of these clothes was very conspicuous, so even after entering the forest, everyone could still make out their silhouettes. From the occasional red and white silhouette, everyone could see that Ho Junji's troops had distanced themselves from each other and were beginning to search the mountain for the Niu brothers. As for the Niu brothers, no one had seen them since they had entered the forest. The mountain wasn't big. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only about 100 meters high. The troops of the Marquis's residence had only needed 15 minutes to find the mountain. But even those at the base of the mountain could see that the troops of the Marquis's residence had come up empty-handed. There was no sign of the Niu brothers. Could the Niu brothers have ascended to the heavens on such a flat and unassuming hill? Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin glanced at each other, confused as to why the troops of the Marquis's residence had failed to find them. Wang Renyu chuckled and said, County Count Huxian, those 2 troops of your family didn't just speak pretty words but have already crossed the mountain and fled for their lives, right? Ha, no wonder the troops of the Duke of Lu residence couldn't find them. That's most likely the case. As expected, anyone can speak pretty words. This old man thought that County Count Huxian's troops were truly chivalrous and courageous men, but in the end, they ran away. Truly laughable. Zheng Yuanshou naturally wouldn't let go of this chance to ridicule Li Wangyu. Zhang Liang's lips twitched, but when he thought about how he had been angrily reprimanded by Pai Lupi, he swallowed his words, but everyone could see the sneer on his face. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other big shots were also suspicious. They couldn't help but be filled with doubt. He was somewhat skeptical of Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou's words. The hillside was not big. Other than the towering trees and shrubs, there was no place for people to hide. The 10 troops of the House of the Marquis formed a human net and searched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top of the mountain. However, they did not find anything. This was naturally abnormal. Those were two living people, could it be that they could dig a hole and hide? Ho Junji stared at the faintly discernible figures of his own troops on the mountain and couldn't help but jeer. Count Huxian, those two warriors of yours shouldn't have already run off, right? Ha, that's really a good idea. But in this way, there's no need for this battle to continue. Li Wangyu showed a look of disdain towards the crowd's mockery. Even the 73 old ruffians behind him were the same. There were even some people who couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and Ho Junji were telling an extremely laughable joke. Li Wangyu was in no rush. In any case, he couldn't stop the Niu brothers from putting their lives on the line, so he would just wait and see. He had absolute confidence in the divine tool he had given the Niu brothers, and he had even more confidence in the skills of the Niu brothers. Upon hearing Ho Junji's words, Li Wangyu adjusted the sunglasses on his nose and calmly replied, "Why is Duke Lu in such a rush? Only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed since the 2 hours. Could it be that Duke Lu is so impatient to see your own troops lose their lives?" Count Huxian and your troops are all so eloquent. Since that's the case, this lowly one would like to see what sort of tricks those two troops of yours can play. What's the point of just saying nice things? Quite a few of the great clans and nobles who had come to watch the show began to chatter. They all wanted to see just why Count Huxian dared to send his 2 crippled troops to challenge Duke Lu's 10 elite troops. They had originally believed that they would be able to see a hot-blooded battle today, but they hadn't expected it to be so bizarre. The fact that the 2 troops from the Count Huxian's residence had fled without a fight caused the spectators to begin to whisper derisively. Another 15 minutes passed, and the crowd looked at the troops of the Marquis residence that were barely visible in the forest. They once more searched the mountain, but they still found nothing. The jeers only grew louder. Count Huxian, don't waste any more time. Just concede. This is simply a farce. No one here is blind. The troops of the Duke Lu residence have already searched the mountain twice, but there's still no sign of them. Could it be that those 2 troops of yours know how to hide themselves? That's right. If you're afraid, you should have said so earlier. Why put on such an act? Count Huxian, in the future, when you're recruiting troops, you should keep your eyes open. Just what sort of people do you have in your residence? They actually fled without a fight. What a disgrace. Li Wangyu was no longer in a rush, and his expression was growing more and more relaxed. The situation on the mountain was exactly what he wanted to see. Li Wangyu was unperturbed by the jeers of the crowd, and his smile only grew more and more dazzling. Oh. Is that so? Since that's the case, I wonder if sirs are interested in making a bet with me? Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou immediately stepped forward. With things as they are, who does a young man like you want to fool? If you want to make a bet, fine. This one will use Yongyi Gambling House to wager the remaining 20% of your winery. Does Count Huxian dare? This old man will use Lacan Gambling House to wager the 20% of your Shun Feng Express Carriage Company. Will Count Huxian accept? Lacan Gambling House was the gambling house of the Zhen clan estate in Xinjiang. Li Wangyu raised his head to the sky and heartily laughed. Why not? Write the bet. His words caused Pai Lupi to furrow his brows. Pai Lupi naturally did not want the winery and carriage company to be interfered with by the aristocratic families. Originally, he was already unhappy that Ho Junji was betting with Li Wangyu on the winery. However, seeing that Ho Junji was his favorite subordinate, he did not say anything and tacitly agreed. But now, Li Wangyu was actually betting with the Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang Zhen clan. This made Pai Lupi extremely unhappy. But now, he could not stop it. He could not say that Ho Junji could gamble, but Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou could not, right? That did not make sense. Qing Yaojin was even more anxious. Li family brat, you're crazy. How can you still dare to gamble with them at this time? Li Wangyu did not panic at all. Hee hee, Uncle Cheng, someone insisted on giving me a gambling house, so how can I not accept it? But Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuchi, are you interested in these gambling houses? This little nephew has no interest in running a gambling house. If you're interested, I can give you a discount and transfer them all to you. Cheng Yaojin was almost angered to death by his words. At this time, he was still speaking such nonsense. In a fit of pique, he said, Good, good, this old man wants to see how you'll win. If you win, this old man will take all of these gambling houses. I won't let you take advantage of me, this old man will even give you more money. Li Wangyu chuckled. Then I'll have to thank Uncle Cheng. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that he turned his head away and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Li Wangyu, Wang Renyu, and Zheng Yuanshou immediately wrote down the terms of the bet in front of everyone and signed with their seals. Ho Junji coldly watched from the side. In his heart, he also felt that this county count was crazy and completely unreasonable. But this had nothing to do with him. In any case, his goal was only 20% of the winery. Ho Junji looked at the sky and coldly asked, County count who, an hour has already passed. Do you still not intend to admit defeat? Li Wangyu once more looked at the mountain and saw that the red and white figures of the marquis residents had already spread out and were searching for the Niu brothers. A smile appeared on his lips. Since Duke Lu is in such a hurry, then I'll invite your troops to meet their deaths. Just as he finished speaking, he heard an extremely terrifying and miserable howl coming from the mountain forest. Chapter 479. Ho Junji was rather surprised to hear Li Wangyu say, invite your troops to their deaths. But before he could ridicule Li Wangyu's wishful thinking, he heard a scream coming from the nearby mountain. This scream immediately attracted everyone's attention. The people who had been discussing spiritedly before didn't say anything. They all widened their eyes and looked towards the mountain top. What's wrong? What's going on? What was that scream just now? Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou were in the midst of receiving congratulations from the surrounding clans, but they were also struck dumb by that scream. Ho Junji's face instantly turned ashen. He was a veteran soldier, so he naturally knew that the scream just now had been the final scream of a man before he died. What made him even more uneasy was that the voice was rather familiar. It seemed to belong to one of the soldiers from his residence, one of the soldiers who had come out to fight today. Before Ho Junji could suppress his fear, he heard someone call out from behind him, one person is missing. The Duke of Lu residence's soldiers are missing one person. Everyone carefully counted the red and white figures that could be vaguely seen in the forest. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. No matter how they counted, there were only 9 figures. As expected, one person was missing. The soldiers of the Marquis's residence had apparently been alarmed by that scream, and they were all running toward the source of the scream. Could it be that one of the soldiers from the Marquis's residence accidentally slipped and fell off the mountain? Someone guessed. Don't speak nonsense. This mountain is so flat. How could there be a place where someone could slip and fall to their death? Someone immediately retorted. Then what do you think is going on here? I don't see anything happening on that mountain. Perhaps they were attacked by some fierce beast. This is the vicinity of Jade Star Palace. If there were any fierce beasts, the Imperial Army would have already wiped them out. And this is such a small mountain. How could there be any fierce beasts? Could one of the soldiers from the Marquis's residence have been bitten by a rabbit? While everyone was discussing, they suddenly heard another scream coming from the other side of the mountain. Ho Junji paled at this scream. It was clearly the voice of one of the soldiers from his residence. Another person is missing. Tao ancestor above, could it be that there are ghosts on that mountain? That's right. I saw it very clearly just now. The figure of that troop member from Duke Lu's estate had just passed by a pile of shrubbery when a black shadow suddenly flashed past. After that, I heard a blood-curdling scream. The troops of Duke Lu's mansion were nowhere to be seen. What the hell is going on? Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou grimaced. The two of them had placed a heavy bet on Ho Junji, even using their own gambling house. Was there really going to be an accident in today's match? Marquis, what do you think about this matter? What happened to the troops in your mansion? Ho Junji mentally cursed at Wang Rinyo's question. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? However, there was a smart person who suddenly asked Li Wangyu, County Count who, could it be that two of your troops made a move just now? Li Wangyu had a smile on his face, but in truth, his palms were covered in sweat. Ha, Marquis, just keep watching. Although he had been brimming with confidence and accepted the enormous bet between the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Xingyang, how could he not be nervous? Moreover, he had been an ordinary white-collar worker in his last life. How could he have ever experienced such a bloody scene of slaughter? Although he was very far away and couldn't see what was happening on the mountain, and the dense foliage obscured his view. However, every time they screamed, Li Wangyu's heart would beat violently. On the mountain top, the troops of Duke Lu's mansion, who had been silent all this time, also discovered the corpse of their comrade at this moment. They couldn't help but shout in panic. Hurry, he was struck, dead, you, keep your eyes open, pay attention to the trees. Ho Junji's face turned even paler as he heard these shouts carried by the wind. It seemed that his conjecture had been correct. The screams just now really had come from one of his troops. This meant that not only had those two of Li Wangyu's troops not fled, they had hidden themselves and used this chance to ambush his troops. County Count who, what a good scheme. You even dared to use such a despicable method. He coldly snorted as he glared at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not to be outdone, his death's eye glaring back. What? When Duke Marquis went to war, did you not use the art of war, only your saber? That's rather strange. It seems that Duke Marquis views this art of war as a despicable method. You. Ho Junji didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyu's rebuke, so he coldly snorted and ignored him. Although Ho Junji was rather nervous, he wasn't too worried. After all, both sides had agreed that after 2 hours, whoever had the most troops left would be the victor. So what if those two cripples had used sneak attacks to ambush two of his troops? In less than 2 incense sticks of time, the time for this gambling match would be up. And there were still 8 of his troops on the mountain. Although the situation was rather ugly, Ho Junji was still the victor. In Ho Junji's view, those soldiers of his weren't idiots. They were all fierce soldiers who had been through many battles. Now that 2 of their comrades had died, the rest of them should be on high alert and not give those 2 cripples a chance to ambush them. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou had gathered at Ho Junji's side to ask for his opinion. Ho Junji naturally informed the pair of them of his analysis, and only then did Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou feel much more at ease. But before the 3 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, another scream came from the mountain. This time, everyone could clearly see that it was a red and white figure from the Marquis's estate who had been struck in the back by an arrow, causing him to scream as he died. Zheng Yuanshou had personally witnessed the death of the Marquis's estate's subordinate, and he was so frightened that he stammered, Marquis, another one has died. This scene was really too strange. No matter how wide everyone at the foot of the mountain opened their eyes, they were unable to see the figures of the Niu brothers. And this wasn't even mentioning the fact that the Marquis's estate's troops had already begun to panic after losing 3 men in a row. In everyone's line of sight, there were only the 7 red and white figures in the forest. They were like headless flies, flying around in all directions. Brat from the Li clan, you better explain to this old man what's going on here. Are those 2 troops of your family human or ghost? Qing Yao Jin was also frightened out of his wits. He had always believed that with his abilities, he would find it difficult to find a match. However, even if he were to personally go into battle, he would not be able to do it so silently. Pai Lupi turned to Li Wangyu and asked, Zio, could it be that those 2 troops of your family can fly through the air and travel through the earth? Uncle Cheng, this little nephew is also unable to explain this matter clearly. Once the gambling match is over, you will understand. Li Wangyu's answer made everyone even more anxious and impatient. And what made Ho Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zheng Yuanshou even more worried happened. 2 more screams came from the mountain. it was clear that 2 more of the Marquis's estate's subordinates had died. Half of Ho Junji's 10 troops had been killed, leaving only 5, and the Nyo brothers were still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 480. Ho Junji could no longer maintain his composure. Seeing that 5 of his men had died, he anxiously stomped his foot and began to curse. Bastard! You bunch of farmhouse slaves can't even find 2 handicapped people. What are you standing around for? Stick together for this old man. Don't spread out and give them a chance. Hold the line for this old man. No matter how loud his curses were, they couldn't reach the mountain several hundred meters away. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Marquis's residence were no fools. After losing 5 of their comrades without even seeing where the enemy was, the remaining 5 no longer dared to spread out and search for the Nyo brothers. The 5 soldiers quickly gathered together, all of them wielding sabers and knocking arrows as they nervously watched their surroundings. Only when he saw the red and white figures of his 5 soldiers gathered together did Ho Junji relax. There was still 1 incense stick of time before this gambling match was over. Ho Junji was confident that as long as his soldiers stayed together and guarded against the sneak attacks of those 2 cripples, they would have no problem enduring this incense stick of time. Although the scene was very ugly and his soldiers had been completely defeated, what did it matter? In short, he would be the one to win the bet. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou, the 2 patriarchs of the aristocratic families, naturally saw this scene on the mountain top and could not help but let out a long breath. What they had feared the most was that the soldiers of the Marquis's residence would not know when to retreat and search for the 2 brothers, only to be defeated one by one. But Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw the 5 soldiers of the Marquis's residence. Ho Junji, your soldiers are really quite good. 5 against 2, but they're still scared out of their wits, trembling in fear and huddling together for warmth. What is this? Have their guts been scared out of their wits? Ho Junji's face was ashen at Cheng Yaojin's jeers, and he said nothing, pretending not to hear. He also knew that he, Ho Junji, had lost a great deal of face in this gambling match. 10 soldiers of the Duke of Lu's residence had been beaten so badly by 2 crippled soldiers of the county count of whose residence that they didn't even dare to move. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause massive waves in Chang'an. But at this point, it was too late for regret. Winning the bet was the most important thing. As for losing face, so be it. Between face and 20% of the winery, Ho Junji would rather win the bet. At this moment, on the mountain top, the remaining 5 troops of the House of Marquis stood back to back in a circle. All of them were extremely nervous. Even the slightest movement would make them extremely nervous. Sweat was already dripping down from the foreheads of the 5 men. Just now, 5 of their fellow soldiers had died in the forest one after another. This had already scared the guts out of these 5 men. When they first entered the forest, they still had a playful attitude, like a cat catching a mouse. They planned to find the crippled brothers, tease them, and then kill them. Daring to challenge the 10 of them with just 2 people, such arrogance, the troops of the House of the Marquis had long since been impatient to let these 2 crippled brothers experience their power. However, no one expected that even after the 10 of them searched the entire mountain, they still couldn't find any trace of the 2 brothers. Among these 10 troops, there were naturally some original scouts. Scouts were the scouts in the ancient army. They were mainly responsible for scouting the enemy. These scouts were skilled in disguise, concealment, and reconnaissance. They believed in their own eyes. Other than the 10 of them, there was absolutely no one else on this mountain top. Just like the rest of the people at the foot of the mountain, the troops of the House of the Marquis naturally believed that the Nyo brothers had fled over the mountain. They couldn't help but laugh and jeer at the audacity of the Count of Huxian's troops. But the time wasn't up, and they still had work to do, so they scattered and continued to search the mountain. No one took this bet seriously, and they relaxed as if they were on a scenic tour, casually strolling through the forest to kill time. After an hour, many of the troops of the House of the Marquis couldn't even be bothered to continue searching. They simply found rocks or tree stumps to rest, waiting for the time to end so that they could return victorious. But just when everyone was in a good mood and brazenly jeering at the two troops of the Count of Huxian's house, something unexpected happened. When the first scream rang out, everyone was given a fright, not understanding what was going on. They hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound, but what they saw was a comrade who had been stabbed in the back and was lying in a pool of blood. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. Before they could react, another scream came from not far away. When their comrades were assassinated one after another in this forest, the remaining few people were terrified to the extreme. This wasn't a big mountain, yet no one could find the two brothers. Instead, their comrades kept dying miserably. This extremely strange scene frightened everyone. If it weren't for the strict prohibition of the Duke of Lu's house, they wouldn't have dared to run. Otherwise, the remaining few people would have run away long ago, far away from this suffocating mountain forest. Brother Ran, this troop of the Count of Huxian's house, are they people or ghosts? Why can't I see their figures? How the F***ck would I know? Damn it, all of you, get your spirits up and open your eyes wide. I don't want to die in this damned place. Before he could finish his words, he saw an arrow flying through the air like a phantom. Before anyone could react, an arrow was nailed into the head of the soldier surnamed Ran who had just spoken. The tail of the arrow was still slightly trembling. This time, he didn't even let out a scream. He only let out a muffled groan and stood still for a long time. Then, under the gazes of the four soldiers around him, he fell on his back. The four of them stood there in a daze for a few seconds. In the next moment, the four of them were like frightened quails, scattering in all directions. They no longer cared about sticking together to defend. At the base of the mountain, Ho Junji and the others naturally saw this sight. Ho Junji's hands began to tremble in anger at the sight of his own troops fleeing. He wanted nothing more than to take out his sword and cut off their heads to vent his anger. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou were ghastly pale. The thought that their gambling house would fall into someone else's hands made their hearts drip blood. But it was too late to say anything now. Ho Junji's group of three could only pray that their four troops would be able to last through the remaining time. But it was clear that their prayers were not accepted by the heavens. Two more screams came from the forest, and Ho Junji's heart sank to the bottom of a lake. The conceited Ho Junji only had one thought in his mind: I lost. Not only did he lose the gambling house, he would also lose the lives of his 10 troops. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Moreover, after today, Ho Junji could almost hear the jeers of Chang and all over the place. As for Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others, they were all in disbelief, their mouths hanging open. Before the battle began, no one had expected such a result. Junji, admit defeat. Don't take the lives of those 2 troops in your residence. If you continue, you have no chance of winning, Pai Lupi finally said, hoping to stop the slaughter. But Ho Junji firmly shook his head, his eyes bloodshot as if ready to devour someone. Your Majesty, no, this one still hasn't lost. Before he could finish his words, another wail was heard from the mountain forest. Chapter 481. On the nameless mountain, the last soldier of the Duke Lu residence participating in the gambling match was already scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about the rules and immediately prepared to charge out of the mountain. He would rather accept Duke Lu's punishment than stay in this man-eating forest any longer. For humans, the fear of the unknown was the most frightening. An invisible enemy could hunt and kill them silently. This psychological pressure caused this troop of the Marquis's estate to collapse. He madly ran down the mountain, not even daring to stop when he fell. He got back up and continued running. However, just as he passed by a bush, something strange happened. The bush that seemed to be the same as the other bushes on the mountain suddenly stood up and rushed toward him. Without waiting for him to react, a sharp cold light flashed by, directly aiming for his throat. In the next moment, the last troop of the Marquis's estate tightly clutched his throat that was constantly gushing out blood. His eyes looked in disbelief at the one-armed man in front of him. His last thought was that he was a soldier of the Count of Huxian, and his clothes were very strange. The nameless mountain regained its silence once more, as if nothing had happened here. At the base of the mountain, Ho Junji's mouth was filled with bitterness, his mind in turmoil. Lost. He had actually lost. How could he have lost? Wasn't this supposed to be in the bag? Even if they were thrown onto the battlefield, each of them would be able to fight against 10 ordinary soldiers. They would not feel any pressure when facing a regiment of ordinary soldiers. How could they have died so cleanly in the face of 2 cripples, not leaving a single one alive? Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou were even more miserable and regretful. They had clearly come to watch the show, so why had they used their own gambling house to gamble with that little bastard surnamed Li? In the last few months, their Taiyuan Wang clan and Xingyangzhen clan had repeatedly suffered grievous losses at the hands of Li Wangyu. They had gambled with Li Wangyu several times, but they had never won a single time. These 2 clan leaders were beginning to doubt their lives. Even today's gambling match, which they had been so sure of winning, had ended up being laughable to that little bastard. This sort of blow made these 2 clan leaders of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes seem to age a little. The 2 of them glanced at each other, their interest waning. County Count Hu, you can have someone take over those 2 gambling houses at any time. Ha, I hope that County Count Hu's luck will continue to be so good. This old man will take his leave. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou, these 2 clan leaders, were rather straightforward and directly admitted defeat. But the meaning behind their words was that they were still unconvinced. Li Wangyu didn't care about this at all. He casually cupped his hands at the 2 of them as a form of thanks. Good people. These 5 surnames and 7 hopes were definitely good people. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his heart. He didn't know how much gold these aristocratic families had given him. From the very beginning, when the steward of the Taiyuan Wang clan came to break off the engagement, they gave him more than 100 taels of gold. Later on, the Xingyangzhen clan's apology, the gold that Prince Qiao lost in a bet, the money from the polo match, the 3 million jin of private money that Yongyi gambling house lost to him, and now, even the gambling house was given to him. It was all thanks to these great clans that he, Li Wangyu, was able to become rich. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou apologized to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, this subject is not feeling well and will take his leave first. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to take his leave. They led their troops and rode away, returning to Chang'an City to lick their wounds. As for the clans who had come to watch the show, seeing these 2 big shots leave, they had no interest in staying any longer. They all excused themselves from Pai Lupi and rode away. It didn't take long for the crowd in front of Jade's Star Palace to dwindle away, and the place became much quieter. Pai Lupi waved at Li Wangyu and called him over. Zio, you can tell me now. What's going on with those 2 troops of your clan? Uncle, the Niu brothers were hiding on that mountain this entire time. It was just that Duke Marquis's troops didn't see them. Li Wangyu's words infuriated Ho Junji, who rushed over and roared, "Don't speak nonsense. Quite a few of my troops were originally scouts and had experienced countless battles. How could they not see where they were hiding? You're spouting nonsense. You must have used some sort of evil technique to cause my troops to die for no reason. Your Majesty, this subject's troops died for no reason." Ho Junji's words made Li Wangyu smile. Now that the dust had settled, Li Wangyu was in a very good mood. He didn't seem to mind Ho Junji's crude words, only shrugging his shoulders. 2 of my troops are still on that mountain. Duke Marquis, why don't you go and see for yourself if it was some sort of evil technique? As for what happened to your troops, I also sympathize with them. But it seems that from the very start, I didn't agree to a real battle, but Duke Marquis, Duke Wang, and Duke Zheng forced me to agree. Now that your troops have died, how can you blame me? His words naturally left Ho Junji speechless. Just as Li Wangyu had said, Li Wangyu had requested that weapons and arrows be wrapped in cotton cloth for the gambling match. It was he, Wang Renyu, and the others who had forced Li Wangyu to agree to a battle to the death. But the result was that all his troops had died. This result made Ho Junji feel a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. His appearance gave everyone a fright. Pai Lupi hastily called for Ho Junji to be sent back to Chang'an and to recuperate. Zhang Liang and the other comrades who were on good terms with Ho Junji also sent him back to Chang'an. Once everyone was gone, only Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others remained, all of them close to Li Wangyu. Qing Yaojin no longer had any misgivings. Wearing his sunglasses, he came over and laughed. Wahahaha, virtuous nephew, is it true that your troops didn't have any immortal arts? There are no outsiders here, so explain to this old man what's going on. Uncle Cheng, don't joke around. There's no immortal arts. It's just a disguise, Li Wangyu explained with a smile. Don't lie to me. I've seen a lot of scouts in the army. How could there be any camouflage method that can make people completely unable to see through it? Qing Yaojin shook his head, not believing Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. Zio, is it really just a disguise? Can others learn it? Can it be spread throughout the army? Of course. In truth, it's very simple. It's not even worth mentioning. Pai Lupi nodded, and then he turned to Qing Yaojin and ordered, Jijia, take some soldiers and search that mountain again. We want to see if it's really that miraculous. Qing Yaojin's eyes brightened, and he immediately nodded in agreement. When Pai Lupi went out, he naturally had to be accompanied by the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards. As the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Qing Yaojin gave the order and several hundred Imperial Army soldiers immediately rushed toward the mountain. They were prepared to conduct a thorough search to find the Niu brothers. Chapter 482. Hundreds of Jinwu guards searched the mountain on a large scale and almost dug 3 feet into the ground. However, other than finding the corpses of the 10 Ho Junji's troops, they still found nothing. Qing Yaojin was even more confused when he heard the report from his subordinate. He carefully examined the corpses that were carried down the mountain by the soldiers. Other than a few people who died from arrows, the others were killed by a sneak attack from behind by a sharp blade. Qing Yaojin even had the soldiers hold up the corpses while he simulated an attack from behind the corpses. Seeing this, Li Wangyu felt a wave of nausea. Li Wangyu didn't dare to look at the bloody corpses carefully. He hid far away while cursing Qing Yaojin in his heart. This old man's taste was too heavy. He was a pretty boy from the modern era. When had he ever seen so many bloody corpses? Not vomiting on the spot was already a sign of his strong mental fortitude. After Qing Yaojin finished looking at the corpses, he casually wiped the blood on his hands on the corpses' clothes and strode to Li Wangyu's side. Boy, tell me honestly. Are your 2 subordinates still on the mountain? I don't believe that someone can hide so well that hundreds of Jinwu guards can't find them. Did the Niu brothers really become immortals? Hee, Uncle Cheng, if you don't believe me, I can call them out now. Won't it be clear then? Li Wangyu glanced at Qing Yaojin's big hand, which was still wet with blood, and quietly moved back a few steps. He was afraid that this old man would be so happy that he would pat his shoulder again. No need. I don't believe that we can't find them. I'll go look for them myself. Pai Lupi, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Linggu, Li Jing, and the others were also interested after hearing the two's conversation. Thus, they simply walked to the small mountain and planned to see it with their own eyes. Everyone carefully searched the mountain several times, but still found nothing. Qing Yaojin ran up and down the mountain several times and was already panting from exhaustion. Brat, call your troops out. I'm convinced. I really can't find them. Damn it, I still don't believe that they're on this mountain. Pai Lupi also nodded. Ziyu, call your troops out. I want to see how they hide themselves. Li Wangyu nodded. Just as he was about to open his mouth to summon Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he saw a bush beside them suddenly shake a few times. Then, 2 figures stood up. Husband, there's no need to shout. My brother and I are here. Niu Wu grinned and said in a low and muffled voice. Everyone was shocked. Qing Yaojin did not expect that two people would appear from the bushes near his feet. He was so scared that he pulled out his knife. Where did the two of you come from? Hee, greetings, Hai Duke Lu. Niu Wu laughed. It was no wonder that Qing Yaojin could not recognize the Niu brothers. At this time, their faces had been painted black. When they smiled, other than their snow-white teeth, they did not look like humans at all. Furthermore, the clothes they were wearing were even stranger. They were all dirt-colored and dark green rags that hung on their bodies. There were also all kinds of shrubs, branches, and leaves on them. Li Wangyu did not know that the Niu brothers were nearby. When he saw the two of them appear, he quickly ran forward and looked at them carefully. How are you? Are you hurt? Hee, husband, don't worry. Those are just chickens and pottery dogs. How could they hurt me and my brother? Seeing that the Niu brothers were not hurt, Li Wangyu was finally relieved. Pai Lupi and the others were also shocked. No one expected that the Niu brothers would be lying in the bushes near their feet. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the two of you have been here all this time. Your Majesty, the two of us have been here all this time. Hide again for me to see. Yes. Niu Yong pulled Niu Wu and lay down in the bushes again. Qing Yaojin rubbed his eyes hard. Damn it, it's really strange. There are two living people lying there, but I can't tell them apart. Li Jing took a few steps forward and sized it up carefully for a long time before he kept shaking his head. Unbelievable, it's really unbelievable. How can it be so magical? I know that the Niu brothers are here, but I can't tell. TSK, if this is used to ambush the enemy or to scout, who can find out? Pai Lupi also nodded. He had thought of this just now. My two Niu brothers, please get up. Pai Lupi called the Niu brothers up again and asked, if I'm not wrong, the two of you can hide your bodies because of the clothes you are wearing, right? Your Majesty is right. This set of clothes was specially made for us two brothers by my husband. My husband said that this is called auspicious clothing. Li Wangyu almost spat out blood. What the hell is auspicious clothing? Auspicious? This Niu Yong is really infuriating. He should be punished and not allowed to sleep with his wife. Brother, it's auspicious clothing. Niu Wu quickly corrected his brother. Niu Yong patted his head. Yes, auspicious clothing. My husband said it a few times, but I can't remember it. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shake his head. Your husband is good at everything, but why is the name so unpleasant? What auspicious clothing? I don't know what it is. I think this clothing can hide your bodies, so it should be called evasive clothing. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. You are the boss, so you have the final say. The cement was changed into mirage mud by Pai Lupi, so the auspicious clothing didn't escape from Pai Lupi's evil claws. He understood what Pai Lupi meant. Evasive clothing was the ancient Chinese name for chameleons. It was not bad to call it evasive clothing. Anyway, the so-called ghillie suit was just a transliteration of the later generations. It didn't have any practical meaning. Li Wangyu was just used to calling it ghillie suit. The clothing that the Niu brothers were wearing was the disguise clothing used by the special forces in the future, the auspicious clothing. The auspicious clothing was invented by a Scottish hunter during the First World War. It was basically a coat made of cloth with many ropes and strips. It was usually made into the color of the soil or plants. After the soldiers wore the auspicious clothing, they would be able to blend into the background like chameleons. It would be hard for the enemy to discover them. Li Wangyu was also a fan of the military in the future. Although he couldn't recite the data of the various military equipment, he was still familiar with the general military knowledge. In the future, he was also a frequent visitor to a few famous military forums. That day, when Niu Wu said that he and his brother could deal with dozens of golden guards in the wild, Li Wangyu only thought that he was bragging. Of course, Niu Wu's words were also an exaggeration. Although he and Nyo Yong were members of the White Trampling Army, they weren't supermen that could deal with dozens of people. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the scenes of special forces ambushing the enemy in the movies. Especially the snipers wearing the auspicious clothing, they left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when he was unhappy with Ho Junji for sowing discord and angrily brought up the matter of the forest fight, it was because he suddenly thought of the auspicious clothing. Reality also proved that the auspicious clothing's camouflage effect was surprisingly good. The troops of the Marquis estate who never thought that there would be people who could conceal themselves so well were ambushed by the Nyo brothers. In the end, they all died in the forest. After Pai Lupi understood the use of the auspicious clothing, he had the Nyo brothers take it off and had 2 golden guards put it on. As expected, it had the same camouflage effect. Good. Zio, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of the military. I have underestimated you. I'll accept this auspicious clothing, but I won't give you anything else. After all, you have gained a lot this time. TSK, the 3 gambling houses in Chung, and all belong to you now. Chapter 483. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes that the Nyo brothers were wearing were naturally made in 2 days by their beautiful superior, the maids in the estate, Afro, and Perrin. The Nyo brothers originally looked down on these tattered clothes, but after trying them on, they realized how terrifying they were. After the 2 brothers put on the ghillie clothes, they had already fought with the 73 golden guards several times, and the results were self-evident. Thus, when Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others mocked the Nyo brothers for running away without a fight, the 73 soldiers couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke was this? If not for the fact that they had used wooden sabers and wooden arrows to fight with the Nyo brothers, the 73 of them would have already been buried in the ground. Even the 73 of them had been killed by the Nyo brothers in the forest. No matter how formidable Ho Junji's troops were, how strong could they be? After a few rounds of fighting to the death, these old ruffians were now full of admiration for the Nyo brothers. Thus, no one was jealous of the fact that the Nyo brothers could earn a monthly salary of 50 strings of gold. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes were carried on the backs of the Nyo brothers for today's gambling match. After they entered the forest, they immediately changed their clothes and darkened their faces, palms, and other parts of their skin that were exposed. Then, they hid in the bushes of the forest. When the troops of the Marquis residents were searching for them, they didn't even notice them when they passed by. Only when the troops of the Marquis residents let down their guard did the Nyo brothers decisively strike, using their daggers and bows to kill several of them. After understanding the details of the fight on the mountain from the Nyo brothers, Qing Yaojin and the others could only shake their heads. Ho Junji's loss wasn't unjust. No one could do anything against such an opponent. Hee, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuchi, are you guys interested in those 3 gambling houses? This little nephew has already said it before. Are the uncles willing to take over? Li Wangyu thought of today's spoils of war, and immediately pulled Qing Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others to ask. Qing Yaojin glared at him and said, Enough, this daddy already said that I'll take over those gambling houses. Would I lie to you? Of the 3 gambling houses that you won, I will take Yongyi gambling house. I will give you 10,000 taels of gold. How about it? Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Yongyi gambling house was about the same as Ho Junji's Jingan gambling house, with a monthly profit of around 5,000 strings of thread. Qing Yaojin bought it for 10,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of coins. He was quite generous. With Qing Yaojin's help, the other dukes would naturally not give up on the opportunity to expand their own businesses. In any case, they already had a gambling house in their residence, so it would be good to have another one. Pai Lupi wanted to ban gambling, but was unable to do so due to the pressure from the aristocratic families and nobles. However, Pai Lupi also made an agreement with the aristocratic families. In Chang'an, only the existing 72 gambling houses were allowed to exist. Other than that, no one else was allowed to open any gambling houses. This was somewhat similar to the gambling card system of the later generations. Only with gambling cards could one open a casino. Those aristocratic families and nobles, as those with vested interests, naturally didn't want anyone else to take a share of the profits, so they naturally nodded in agreement. This was also why Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zhen Yuanshou were so sad today. If they lost their gambling houses, they would lose the right to operate gambling houses. Unless their three clans took over gambling houses from other aristocratic families, they would not be able to open any more gambling houses. Gambling houses were businesses that made huge profits with little capital. Last time, Li Wangyu had used his understanding of history to work with Qing Yaojin to take a huge bite out of the gambling houses of the aristocratic families, but who had ever heard of a gambling house losing money? Yuqi Jingda and Chai Lingwu also expressed that they were willing to buy Hou Junji's and the Zhen clan's gambling houses for the same price as Qing Yaojin, 10,000 taels of gold. This naturally made Li Wangyu grin so much that his eyes turned into slits, and he repeatedly bowed in thanks. To suddenly earn 30,000 taels of gold, it truly was true that one could not become rich without a windfall. After dividing up the loot, everyone was very satisfied with their harvest. Pai Lupi ordered his men to carefully put away the two evasive uniform. While these things didn't seem very eye-catching, their concealment ability had greatly tempted Pai Lupi and the other military bigwigs. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was naturally very concerned about military equipment. He looked at the evasive uniform that Pai Lupi had given its name to and shook his head. These evasive uniforms are not bad, but they have a flaw. These clothes are too trivial. The cloth, ropes, and branches on them hinder the soldiers from wielding their weapons. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin nodded in agreement, finding Li Jing's words reasonable. That's right, the evasive uniform is not suitable for ordinary soldiers. How can they fight when they're dressed like this? Qing Yaojin also shook his head. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Duke Wei, Uncle Cheng, this auspicious, oh, no, evasive uniform is used for special operations. It's used by special forces when they are in hiding. They are used for special operations, but normal soldiers don't need them. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Ziyu, what is special operations? What's the meaning of special forces? Li Wangyu was also stunned. It seemed that he had said too much. Special forces soldiers. They are soldiers who carry out special missions. Special operations are people who use special methods to complete their missions. Yes, it's like sneak attacking the enemy's camp, killing the enemy's chief, burning their provisions, spying for information, and so on. Li Wangyu's forehead was almost covered in sweat. It was so tiring to make this up. He was just a fan of the fake military in the future, so how could he know so much? He had only participated in military training in high school and university, and had only practiced target shooting twice. How could he know what a real special operations soldier did? But wasn't that how it was portrayed in movies? Hiding in the enemy's base, spying for information, sneak attacking the enemy, and so on. Li Wangyu's words attracted the interest of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Qing Yaojin, and the other military bigwigs. Oh. Ziyu, tell me in detail about the special forces and special operations. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Details? How the hell would he know the details? But looking at the burning gazes of Pai Lupi and the other dukes, Li Wangyu didn't dare to tell the truth. If he were to say, I don't know, now, would he be beaten half to death by this group of violent bigwigs? Since ancient times, there were two types of people that everyone had the right to kill. Those who hung people's stomachs and those who spoiled their entire family. Li Wangyu had lost the appetite of Pai Lupi and the others. If he were to say that he didn't know anything else, Niu Yong and Niu Wu would probably have to lead the 73 troops and carry him back to Dingzhou village. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. He looked left and right, then smiled and said, Uncle, this isn't a good place to talk. This kid's mansion isn't far away. Why don't I invite Uncle to my mansion, and we can talk while drinking? Wahahaha, kid, after talking for so long, this is the only sentence that sounds good. Let's go, lead the way. I've been thirsty for a long time, and I need wine to quench my thirst. Qing Yaojin's blood-stained and dirty hand finally landed on Li Wangyo's shoulder. Looking at the handprint on the shoulder of his white robe, Li Wangyu was about to cry. F***ck, this old hooligan, did he do it on purpose? Chapter 484. Today, because Li Wangyu and Hou Junji were having a gambling match, Qing Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes had also brought along quite a few of their own troops to watch the match at Jade's Star Palace. In addition, Pai Lupi had the Golden Guards protecting him. A group of nearly 1,000 people followed Li Wangyu to Dingzhou village. With so many people, there was no way they could return to the Li family's old residence. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. In any case, the manor had already been completed. The 100 servants and maids that the old steward Li Heng had bought had already made the manor ready to move in at any time. He might as well invite Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others to the new manor. He gave an order to the troops behind him, and 2 of them immediately urged their horses forward to inform the magistrate that they were ready to welcome Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes. The large group slowly advanced. When they arrived at Dingzhou village, fortunately, the troops had come back to inform them in advance, so they didn't cause any commotion among the villagers. Under Li Wangyo's guidance, the group passed through Dingzhou village and headed toward the hillside outside the village. The walls surrounding the manor and Dingzhou village had already been completed. In order to get to Li Wangyo's residence, they had to first pass through the new village that Li Wangyu had built for the villagers. After the group passed through the gates of Dingzhou village, the scenery before them caused the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes to brighten. Compared to the old village they had just passed through, this Dingzhou village was like a paradise on earth. The smooth winding roads in the village, the flowing water canals on both sides, the constantly rotating water wheels, and the trees and flowers that Li Wangyu had people transplant from the Qinling Mountains, it was a truly idyllic scene. After seeing the dilapidated yellow mud and thatched huts in the old village and then looking at the green-tiled and white-walled courtyards, Pai Lupi didn't know what to say. Not to mention that he had never seen such a village before, even in the entire Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi estimated that he would not be able to find another village that could be comparable to this brand new village in front of him. Zio, you're really generous. TSK, even we are a little envious of these farmers. Hee, uncle, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Pai Lupi looked at the spinning water wheels beside the canals, constantly sending cool spring water to the roofs of the green-tiled houses, forming rain houses. One could imagine how comfortable it was to live in such a house on a hot summer day. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to move forward. He dismounted from his horse and casually walked to a small courtyard by the side of the road. He reached out and pushed open the courtyard door. Since Li Wangyu had not yet moved into his new home, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally unwilling to move into their new home first. Therefore, these small courtyards were still empty. However, all the small courtyards in the village had already been distributed to the 127 families in the village by the number of family members and drawing lots under the auspices of the old village chief. Although they had not yet moved in, the villagers would come to the new residence when they had nothing to do. The small courtyards had already been cleaned by their owners until they were spotless. Pai Lupi looked at the small courtyard inside and out and even used his hand to knock on the wall a few times to see how sturdy it was. Good. If the people of the Tang dynasty could live in such a residence, how prosperous would it be? Pai Lupi reached out to catch the water droplets dripping from the eaves and muttered to himself. Uncle, you are skilled in civil and military affairs, wise and powerful, and you know how to make good use of people. You are kind and thrifty, and you rest and take care of the people. As the saying goes, with a wave of your hand, you flatten the world, and with your feet, you set the world. With Uncle's guidance, the prosperous Tang dynasty is right before our eyes. This is the fortune of all the people. The fortune of all the people. Li Wangyo's string of free flattery made the corners of Pai Lupi's mouth curl up uncontrollably. After hearing Li Wangyo's words, Qing Yaojin blinked a few times and pondered for a while. Then, he turned around and slapped Qing Chumo and his two brothers on the head. Listen to how Li Jia Xiaolang talks. You three bastards should learn from him. Hearing Qing Yaojin's flattery, even Pai Lupi couldn't help but blush, and Li Wangyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Qing, you bastard, you must be doing this on purpose. However, Qing Yaojin's words made Yuqi Jingda, Chai Lingguo, and the others nod their heads repeatedly. They also turned around and slapped their sons on the head. You guys should learn from him too. Li Wangyu was so angry that his teeth creaked. Pai Lupi also coughed awkwardly. He pretended that he didn't hear this group of old bastards and turned around to walk out of the courtyard. Pai Lupi was very interested in all the places in the newly designated Zhou village. He simply didn't ride a horse and walked leisurely like a carriage. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, they walked around the village and looked around. Li Wangyu felt that he was just short of raising a small red flag. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Little Red Riding Hood could form a tour group. Zio, you're really generous. This road is actually built with mirage mud and cobblestones. Li Jing finally found the difference in the road under his feet. He curiously squatted down and touched the road. When he said this, Pai Lupi and the others were also curious. They all squatted down and touched the road with their hands. Li Wangyu was speechless again. This group of tour group members had a lot of questions. Was it strange that the road was paved with cement and cobblestones? However, he didn't know that ever since the Ministry of Works started to make mirage mud, it was used to make bricks and walls. No one had ever used it to pave the road. Moreover, the production of mirage mud wasn't high now. Who would be willing to use such precious mirage mud to pave the road? Duke Wei, this mirage mud is a good thing to pave the road. Not only is it flat, but it's also sturdy and won't be washed by the rain. If the roads of the Tang dynasty were all paved with mirage mud, then it would be called a natural moat changing the road. Li Jing couldn't help but shake his head. How is that possible? How much mirage mud is needed to do that? Although mirage mud is a good thing, it's not easy to make. It's a waste to pave the road. What a waste. Pai Lupi and the others also shook their heads. They looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at a prodigal. Li Wangyu was so angry that he cursed this group of country bumpkins in his heart. He was too lazy to explain. If I'm a prodigal, then I'm a prodigal. I'm rich, so what? Everyone continued to move forward. They were like a group of curious babies who kept asking questions. The tour guide, Li Wangyu, was almost dry from talking. Finally, he led Li Er and the others to the entrance of his mansion. The beautiful boss and the old butler, Li Heng, were already waiting in front of the mansion. When they saw Pai Lupi and the others arrive, they quickly went forward to greet them. Alright, there's no need to be so polite. Today, I'm here to visit Zio's new mansion. I didn't send any congratulatory gifts today. In a few days, when Zio moves in, I'll send a congratulatory gift. Pai Lupi smiled and gestured for everyone to stand up. He then turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, lead the way. Show me and everyone else your new mansion. Duke Duan has complained to me a lot about your mansion. He said that your mansion doesn't conform to the rules of the Tang dynasty. Duan Luan was the Minister of Works. Li Wangyu's mansion was built by the Ministry of Works. Naturally, this European-style mansion didn't conform to the rules. Fortunately, Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu's hard work and contributions, so he made an exception and allowed it to be built in violation of the rules. I thank Uncle for your kindness. Uncle, everyone, please. Li Wangyu didn't waste any time and led everyone into the mansion. Chapter 485. Li Wangyu's manor covered an area of nearly 1,000 mu, making it extremely huge. Even if one rode a horse, it would still take a while to get to the castle from the gate. As for the imperial army soldiers of the Jin Wu guards and the duke's troops, the old housekeeper, Li Heng, instructed the servants and maids in the mansion to lead them to rest. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, led Li Er and the others on horseback and slowly moved forward in the mansion, admiring the scenery. Unlike the mansions of the nobles of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's manor did not have many courtyards. On the hillside of Noda, other than the main castle, there were many small buildings scattered around. They were the residences of the manor's troops, servants, and other facilities. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others had already seen a model of the manor and had a preliminary impression of it. But when they saw the real thing, they were still shocked. After entering the manor, not far away, there was a wide lake. The ripples were faint, and when the breeze blew, ripples appeared on the water surface. It was almost dusk. The setting sun sprinkled mottled dots on the surface of the lake, making it look like a dream. Li Er and the others couldn't help but stare in a daze. After a long while, they muttered, "Zio, your residence is really, really amazing." After admiring the scenery by the lake, they continued forward. Along the way, the sounds of admiration were endless. Whether it was the European-style gardens that they had never seen before, or the pavilions and waterside pavilions, they all made Qing Yaojin and the other big shots dazzled. Qing Yaojin pulled Li Wangyu over and said, "Kid, what's going on in your head? How did you figure out so many things? These pavilions and waterside pavilions aren't anything special, but how come other people's mansions aren't as exquisite as yours?" "Hee, I figured it out blindly." "Uncle Cheng, you flatter me." Li Wangyu replied very humbly. What else could he say? Could he say that he had copied the garden designs of the later generations? After visiting the manor, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others thought about their own mansions in Chang'an City and couldn't help but feel a little stifled. The mansion of the founding duke was not even as big as the lake in Li Wangyu's mansion, not to mention the beautiful pavilions in the mansion that would make anyone's eyes green with envy. Of course, Qing Yaojin and the others knew that although Li Wangyu's manor was big, the Ministry of Works did not spend much on it. At the very least, it was far from the upper limit of the cost of the founding duke's manor. First of all, almost all of the land was Li Wangyu's own land. And the land price of their mansions in Chang'an City was sky-high. Although the manor was big, except for the man-made lake, which required a lot of manpower, almost everything else was made from local materials. As for the castle, it was even built with mirage mud and bricks, and it didn't have any carved beams, painted rafters, or carved balustrades. This made Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others wonder if they should also ask Li Wangyu to build a manor for them so that they could come here to avoid the summer heat during their holidays. If Li Wangyu knew what these big shots were thinking, he would probably be overjoyed. There was no other reason than the fact that the real estate business could be developed in the Tang dynasty. It was a profitable business with little capital. Everyone looked around and finally arrived at the main building of the manor, the castle made of bricks. Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. "Zio, I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually like such a stone house?" "Yes, nephew, everything about this manor is good, but this manor is really outrageous. I heard from the barbarian merchants in Chang'an City that in the far west, there is a country called Daqin. They like to live in stone houses like this. Nephew, did you learn from them?" Qing Yaojin and the others also didn't like this castle. Li Wangyu could understand. After all, castles were incompatible with Chinese traditions. In fact, he didn't necessarily like castles. It was purely his bad taste that made his manner like this. "Uncle Cheng, you're indeed knowledgeable." "Yes, this castle is a custom of Daqin." "Hee, don't you have a Daqin barbarian in your manor?" This is also to let her think of her loved ones who are thousands of miles away when she looks at the objects. Li Wangyu could only use Afro as a shield. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to Pai Lupi and the others why he had to build such a castle. "Ha, Zio, you're a playboy. You actually built such a big manor for a barbarian." "Tsk, nephew, there are many rumors in Chang'an City that you're a wastrel." "Looks like it's true, wahahaha." Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush at the mockery of a bunch of old ruffians. He quickly coughed dryly and changed the topic. Uncle, everyone, please. I've already prepared some food and drinks. Pai Lupi and the others opened their eyes when they entered the castle. Noda's castle was divided into different areas, including the master's resting area, the servants' living area, the troops' living area, the guest rooms, the living room, the spacious living room, the dining room, and so on. The most important thing was that Li Wangyu had specially designed a large bathroom. Not only was there a bathtub comparable to a small swimming pool, there was also a sauna room and a shower room. The reason why Li Wangyu built such a large bathroom was naturally because he had an indescribable thought. In the entire castle, Li Wangyu had only designed this large bathroom apart from the servants' bathrooms. When the beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others, wahahaha. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others on a tour around the castle. When they saw the large bathroom, Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. Nephew, what's this pool for? Uncle Cheng, this is the bathroom for bathing. Li Wangyu didn't think too much about it and answered casually. Wahaha, great. I've been running around for the whole day and I'm all sore and smelly. It's a good time to take a bath. Your Majesty, what do you think? Why don't we take a bath together? Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's face darken. Damn it, this wasn't what he had imagined. Qing Yaojin, this old man, was he being too friendly with others? He really didn't treat him as an outsider. He actually came all the way to his residence to make such a request. He hadn't even used this bathroom before, let alone the beauty he was looking forward to bathing. Pai Lupi was actually rather tempted. Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, he nodded. Alright, it's already late today. We might as well stay in Zio's residence. Since you won't be returning to Chang'an City today, we'll have fun together and not go home until we're drunk. Damn it, this was even more outrageous. Li Wangyu was about to cry. What kind of people were they? He, the master, hadn't moved in yet, but Pai Lupi and the others were actually going to stay. Even if he could tolerate it, his aunt, he had to tolerate it too. After all, Pai Lupi was the boss. Moreover, his residence was paid for by Pai Lupi, who had ordered the Ministry of Works to build it for him. How could Li Wangyu dare to say no? Seeing that Pai Lupi and the other big shots were going to take a bath and change clothes, Li Wangyu could only instruct the maidservants in the residence to hurry up and prepare to serve Pai Lupi and the others.